Hogwarts, From Luna's Family to God. Chapter 1 Obscurus and Ancient Magic. Where is this place? I solemnly swear that I will keep it properly. Where is this? Vizette looked around and found that it was a completely unfamiliar scene, and he couldn't help but have a little doubt in his heart. Isn't he doing the final sprint review before the exam? Why did he run here? Rubber and debris were scattered all over the ground, and the ceiling and walls were torn into huge gaps. The fireplace not far away was also blown up, and the ashes were still flying in the air. Obviously, this was not his room, but a ruin. Suddenly, an inexplicable memory came like a tide and merged into Vizette's mind. The original body was a test subject of a dark wizard, and was forced to conduct various inhumane dark magic experiments. During this process, the original body suffered too much pain and torture, developed a great fear of magic, and derived a powerful dark magic power. This is the purpose of the dark wizards. He wanted to cultivate a controllable obscurus, but forgot that those who play with fire will burn themselves. The original body's obscurus actually broke out without any warning. Not only did it destroy the building, but it also tore the dark wizard into pieces. After digesting these memories, Vizette understood one thing. He actually traveled through time. Traveled to the magical world of Harry Potter. It's a pity that he has never read the original Harry Potter. He only has a very one-sided understanding of the names of Luna, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, Dumbledore, and some pictures of these characters through some secondary creation editing videos. As for movies, he has only seen a spin-off movie Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He knows more about this movie. This is a story about Newt Scamander going to New York. In the end, he not only released the Thunderbird, but also caught Gellert Grindelwald. It seems that there will be a sequel, but it's a pity that he didn't have the chance to see it. This movie describes the Obscurus, a powerful but difficult to control black magic force. And the form presented is like a black mist containing ashes, so he is in this state of mind now? Just when he had this idea, he felt that his whole body suddenly became agitated. A burst of black mist shot out in front of him, which quickly destroyed the wall in front of him and raised dust all over the sky. It's so powerful! A furious emotion suddenly appeared and spread in Vizette's mind, making him want to destroy everything. This is the disadvantage of Obscurus. People who have Obscurus are called Obscurus. Obscurus will be controlled by Obscurus, lose control of their bodies, and only have a strong desire for destruction. The lifespan of Obscurus is very short. Except for Credence in the movie, it seems that no Obscurus has lived past the age of 10. The original body has been transformed through various black magic experiments, and its adaptability to magic has long been different from that of ordinary people. Coupled with the intentional actions of the Black Wizard, the original body persisted until the age of 11 and still did not die. But Vizette could feel that this outbreak was extraordinary, and Obscurus was eroding his mind. Once his consciousness was completely occupied by Obscurus, he might be the fastest traverser in history. Notes left by the Black Wizard. All the restrictions on Obscurus were obtained by the Black Wizard from a notebook. Vizette must find the notebook and use the knowledge in it to control the Obscurus in order to save his life. He floated in the air, and the dust on the ground was blown everywhere, barely allowing him to see the scattered debris on the ground. Just as he was carefully looking for the notebook, a crisp crackling sound came from the air, and vortices appeared out of thin air. It was apparition. The original body exploded and destroyed the Obscurus. It was only a matter of time before the wizard arrived, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Edward Murphy once said, "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong." For wizards, the Obscurus is as dangerous as a flood. In the movie Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, when the Magic Congress discovered the existence of the Obscurus, it also launched an attack immediately to eliminate Credence. 4 wizards appeared in front of Vizette, and things were going in the worst direction. They didn't care whether Vizette could recover or not, and they all raised their wands and took attacking postures. It's the Obscurus. Send someone from the Aura office. This is not something we can solve. The vortex started again, and one person left here and went back to inform the people in the Aura office. The situation was still very bad, and the remaining 3 people seemed extremely nervous, with beads of sweat on their foreheads. Benefit everyone. The 3 people chanted spells, and layers of magical energy fields appeared, covering Vizette. Merlin's beard. How many years has it been since the Obscurus appeared? We just waiting here? Do you want to do something else? Don't act rashly. Just control the Obscurus. Wait for the Aurors to come and attack together to avoid complications. The situation deteriorated further. The intentions of the 3 people were very obvious. They trapped Vizette here, intending to eliminate him in one fell swoop when they had enough manpower. Vizette tried to communicate, but could only make a whistling sound like a passing wind. If the power of the Obscurus was used to break through the siege, the notebook would most likely be destroyed by the power, and the erosion of the Obscurus would also accelerate. There was only one way before him. Find the notebook as soon as possible, so as to return to normal and prove that he was not dangerous. After a lot of searching, he finally found the notebook. A simple notebook with a cowhide cover came into Vizette's sight. What he found most strange was that there was a cyclone floating above the notebook, a spiraling silver-blue cyclone. The cyclone seemed to sense his gaze and flew straight towards him. The notebook turned into dust and disappeared at the moment the cyclone rose to the sky. Before Vizette could react, the cyclone rushed straight into his mind. Wizard Practical Guide. The notebook turned into dust, revealing the name, appeared in his mind, and slowly unfolded the first page. A large amount of knowledge entered his mind, gathered in his consciousness, forming wonderful words. Guardian Meditation Method, Enhance Magic Affinity. Gather uncontrollable negative emotions. Collect, store, and seal emotions. Transform them into ancient magic power. In an instant, Vizette has mastered the meditation method, and he immediately began to meditate. After entering the meditative state, everything around him became clear. He was able to feel Obscurus more comprehensively and feel the extraordinary power of this power. His mind was like a huge vortex, absorbing, purifying, and transforming the power of Obscurus. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. However, Edward Murphy also said, if there is a possibility that things will go wrong, no matter how small the possibility is, it will eventually happen. Accompanied by dense crackling sounds, wizards walked out of the vortex one by one and surrounded Vizette. It's really Obscurus. The Confidentiality Act has been in effect for so long, why does Obscurus still appear? Who cares? The most urgent task is to eliminate the Obscurus and prevent it from causing more harm. Let's do it. The wizards present raised their wands, and the magic light was brewing at the tip of the wand. The strong magic power stirred the surroundings, and the dust flew again. The wizard's attack was imminent. For Vizette, this moment was undoubtedly the worst moment. As the dust flew, a fire appeared out of thin air, and an old man walked out of it. The old man was wearing a purple robe decorated with gold edges, with silver hair and silver beard that could be stuffed into his belt, and the blue eyes behind the glasses were piercing. All the wizards present showed surprise. Principal Dumbledore? Why are you here? Chapter 2 Dumbledore's Care. Seeing Vizette imprisoned in the magic energy field, Dumbledore was slightly surprised and waved his wand gently. A more solid magic energy field appeared, completely enveloping Vizette's position. In the state of meditation, Vizette could feel that the magic power contained in this magic energy field was far beyond the previous ones. I seem to have come at the wrong time. Dumbledore looked around and noticed the mess on the ground. The name and address of a new student appeared in the book of admission. Minerva asked me to come and confirm it. The name and address of the new student. The tall bald black wizard stepped forward. Principal Dumbledore, are you here to look for the new students who are about to enter school? Yes. Dumbledore nodded gently, if there is nothing wrong with the book of admission, then the new student of Hogwarts should be the child in front of him. In Vizet's eyes, Dumbledore came at the right time. Not only did he help delay time so that he could continue to absorb the Obscurus, he also brought a message he could enter Hogwarts to study. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, there was such a question: which is the best magic school in the world? The answer given by the protagonist Newt is the Hogwarts mentioned by Dumbledore. In the movie, Newt's performance is still very eye-catching, which can be regarded as a side proof of the answer. As a student, if Vizet has the opportunity to learn magic, he naturally wants to choose to enter the best school. He can't speak directly now. Dumbledore only needs to delay a little more time, and he can use meditation to absorb the Obscurus and return to normal. The Black Wizard showed an embarrassment. Principal Dumbledore, if he is a freshman enrolled this year, it means that he is over 10 years old. It is difficult for Obscurus to live beyond 10 years old. I think you should know this. Maybe the address is wrong? No matter how you look at it, this Obscurus is out of control. Dumbledore's eyes swept over the crowd. He understood what these wizards were worried about. Kingsley, I understand your difficulties, he said calmly. But there are always exceptions, right? Among the Obscurials I have seen, more than one is over 10 years old. Why don't you give me and this child a few more minutes? If he loses control, I will bear the consequences. I will also give an explanation to Cornelius. Kingsley naturally had no reason to refuse. Okay. We will repair this place within 10 minutes, and then erase the memories of the surrounding muggles. Dumbledore smiled. That's great. Thank you for your help. Kingsley led a group of wizards to start the aftermath. With their joint efforts, the ruined house was rewound, rubble flew in the air, and the fireplace, walls, and ceiling were slowly restored. Dumbledore looked at the magic energy field, with a playful look in his eyes. It's a magical performance. Is it actually gathering the power of the Obscurial? An 11-year-old child can do such a great thing. It doesn't seem strange that the Book of Admission will be abnormal. Vizet didn't pay attention to what Dumbledore said, his attention was all on Obscurus. The power of Obscurus was finally absorbed, and most of the power gathered in his chest, turning into a black and red core. The core was bound by several silver-blue chains, beating like a heart. Vizet could finally feel the existence of his body, and immediately stretched out his hands to hold the core. At this moment, the Obscurus core merged into his body again. Dumbledore immediately noticed that the black mist in the magic energy field dissipated, and the thin boy fell from midair. The boy had dull black hair, and his deep black eyes showed a sense of relief. Dumbledore immediately waved his wand, and in an instant, the magic energy field disappeared. A phoenix the size of a swan suddenly appeared and held the boy steadily. Vizet felt the softness and warmth behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. Success. He blinked and found that the ruined building had been completely restored. Is this magic? It's amazing. Child, you did a great job. A kind face came into view. You are much better than most children I have ever seen in being able to break free from such a dangerous force. Vizet asked subconsciously, are you Albus Dumbledore? You know me. Dumbledore was a little surprised. If you know the existence of magic, why would you be afraid of magic? Vizet reacted, tilted his head to one side, and supplemented, when that weirdo used me for experiments, he occasionally cursed your name. Used you for experiments? Dumbledore's eyes flashed with anger. It seems that you have suffered a lot. No wonder you hate magic. It's not your fault. Child, I must explain something to you. You are an Obscurial. Today's accident may happen again. You need to learn to control the Obscurial in your body. Weezet followed Dumbledore's words and asked, what should I do? Child, you need to go to Hogwarts to study, which is also the purpose of my trip. Dumbledore's eyes and tone were extremely complicated. He remembered something, and the dusty memory was opened at this moment, and everything about Ariana appeared before his eyes. Innocent people can no longer be persecuted. Such mistakes cannot continue to happen. His tone was firm, no matter what. Child, you need to go to Hogwarts to study. Having just experienced such a big change after crossing, Weizet felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. And he could only barely hum as a response. Dumbledore naturally noticed this, and his tone became soft again. Child, you should have a good sleep first. There will be no more danger tonight. Weizet nodded hard, feeling even more exhausted. For some reason, Dumbledore gave him a great sense of security, so that he finally couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Poor child, have a good sleep. Dumbledore noticed that there were wounds of various shapes on Weizet's body. It seems that the admission notice of Hogwarts can only be handed over to him later. He naturally understood that these wounds were caused by the black magic experiment. He stretched out his hands and carefully picked up Weizet. Fox, this child has suffered too much. Chi. Fox the Phoenix chirped softly, flapped his wings and floated in front of Vizet. It looked at the wounds on Vizet's body, and its eyes were wet. Drops of pearl-like tears overflowed from its eyes, dripped along the smooth feathers, and sprinkled on Vizet's body. A wonderful thing happened. The wounds on Vizet's body healed quickly, and even the scars were not left. Vizet's face became rosy, and even his lips, which were originally pursed, showed a slight smile. Kingsley led a group of wizards back to the room and asked in surprise, Principal Dumbledore, is he really recovered? Yes. He is a strong and talented child. Dumbledore smiled. He has to go to St. Mungo's for treatment. I will go to talk to Cornelius. Chapter 3 Luna, I am your family. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge returned to his office, and now he was in a bad mood. Whether it was because of the accident tonight, which caused him to miss the sumptuous French dinner, or the content of the latest issue of the Quibbler, it was the reason for his bad mood. Facing Dumbledore, his tone was also a little stiff. Principal Dumbledore, you said so much just to let an obscurial enter the school, right? Dumbledore looked indifferent. Yes. His name appears in the Book of Admission. According to traditional conventions, admission is an inevitable result. Had. Lucius Malfoy on the side sneered and said in a low, drawling tone, that is an obscurial who just caused a major accident. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Directors, I have to remind Headmaster Dumbledore. Hogwarts is not your backyard. Of course I understand. I will ensure the safety of this child. Dumbledore smiled. He is very talented. We cannot kill this talent just because he is an obscure. Really? Lucius' voice became cold. It's amazing. How kind. We cannot kill a child's talent. Do you need some sugar in the tea? Hearing Lucius's sarcasm, Fudge spoke to ease the atmosphere. The Ministry of Magic wants to deal with this matter. Things may face protests from parents. Dumbledore responded, I can help issue a statement here, I will ensure the safety of this child. That's all. Lucius raised his eyebrows. Adults. If you can't fulfill your promise, you have to pay a price, right? Dumbledore kept smiling. If this child has an accident, I am willing to accept the investigation of the Ministry of Magic. Aha! As loving as ever. Lucius' tone was still yin and yang. The big fool who was expelled for murder, you also hid in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, do you always like to find dangerous individuals and hide them in school? Do you really care about other students? Are you really qualified to continue to be the principal? Dumbledore still kept smiling. Maybe you can vote again? See if you can dismiss me? Last time your reason was a fairy tale, what reason do you plan to use this time? Hearing this, Lucius pursed his lips, and his face looked even colder. Facing the still grim atmosphere, Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead. On one side was the financial sponsor of the Ministry of Magic, and on the other side was the prestigious headmaster. He didn't want to offend either side. He could only speak again, Principal Dumbledore, for a tortured obscurial, whether he can integrate into the life of the magic world is actually a question. How about this? Before the school starts, the Ministry of Magic will evaluate this obscurial. If he can integrate into the wizard family, then he will be admitted. Of course, this is a necessary measure, and I believe in this child. Dumbledore nodded. I can arrange it here. Shouldn't this matter be arranged by the Ministry of Magic? Lucius interrupted Dumbledore abruptly. Do you think the entire magic world is your backyard? Or is it really true that the speculation of the Quibbler? Are you the uncrowned king? The invisible minister of the English Ministry of Magic? You don't even want to listen to the decision of Minister Fudge. Lucius's words made Fudge blush. Fudge moved his eyes and looked at the Quibbler on the desk, and thought of the outrageous article in this magazine. He didn't want to consult Dumbledore every time he made a decision. After serving as the minister for a year, he felt it was time to show his talents and not be bound by Dumbledore. He already had an idea in his mind and said, Principal Dumbledore, let the Ministry of Magic do the job of finding wizard families. After sending Lucius and Dumbledore away, Fudge sat alone in a chair, chewing candy to relieve his hunger. 1 year after taking office, when will the puppet minister Fudge gain real power? When he saw this issue of the Quibbler, he felt that the sweet candy was like chewing an eraser. At the beginning of his tenure, he really had no confidence and often wrote to Dumbledore to ensure that the decision-making and execution methods would not go wrong. But this kind of thing cannot be said. It's enough for everyone to know it. The Quibbler brought this matter to the table. Isn't it just a slap in his face? I don't have the ability, right? The owls that sent letters to Hogwarts are exhausted. If they were pieced together, their bodies could circle England twice, right? Since you're causing me trouble, don't blame me. That obscurial will go to your house. See if you still have the energy to slander me. Fudge chewed the candy smacking, as if he was gnawing on the flesh of the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. Pulling out a piece of parchment, he wrote a letter of appointment in a grand manner, appointing Xenophilius Lovegood as the guardian of the obscurial. Watching the letter of appointment turn into a paper airplane and leave the office, Fudge rubbed his stomach and slumped in his chair. I don't know when Lucius will treat me to a banquet next time. That French bouillabaisse is so delicious. Vizette opened his eyes and found himself in a sunny ward. There were candles on the ceiling, which were placed in crystal bubbles and floated up and down along the ceiling. He supported himself on the bed and slowly sat up, recalling everything that had happened before. He had traveled through time and possessed the power of the Obscurus. Because of this dangerous black magic power, he was almost destroyed by the wizard. With the help of the note meditation method, he successfully imprisoned the Obscurus and received an invitation from Dumbledore to enter the school. So, what was the matter with that notebook? Just when he wanted to dive into his mind and find out, he heard a sound of, oh, at. There was a girl not far away. The girl sat by the window. Her profile was very beautiful, and a wisp of thin light golden hair gently stroked her ears. The sunlight shone through the window, casting a warm halo on her face. For some reason, when Vizette saw the girl, the world seemed to be completely quiet. The girl stretched out her palms in the sun, and her palms overlapped to form a hand shadow. It was the hand shadow of a rabbit, and she just looked at the hand shadow and smiled slightly. Vizette didn't know how long he had watched, but he remembered that the girl had arranged many kinds of animals, including rabbits, puppies, ducklings, swans, pigeons. It was so long that the girl noticed him and came to the bedside and whispered, "You're awake." The girl's voice was very strange, ethereal, and trance-like, as if she was talking in a sleepwalking state, but her pronunciation was very clear. She introduced herself with a smile, "Hello, my name is Luna, Luna Lovegood." Luna had fair skin and fluffy, light golden waist-length hair. Her light eyebrows and light silver eyes were very special, and her mini carrot-like earrings were still shaking gently. "Hello, my name is Vizette." Vizette looked around. There were 2 more beds next to her, but they were blocked by curtains, so he couldn't tell if there was anyone there. He slowly said, "Which hospital am I in?" "St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Luna blinked, as if recalling something. "The healer has checked you out. As long as you wake up, you can go home." "Go home? I don't seem to have a home, or a family." Vizette thought of his past and present lives, and felt an unexpected sense of unity. Both were orphans. In his past life, he was a student who grew up in an orphanage, and his only thought was to do his duty as a student. In this life, the current goal seems to be somewhat similar, to study at Hogwarts, which is something that must be done. "Of course you have a home." Luna's mouth curled up a beautiful arc. "I am your family." Chapter 4 Ancient Magic, Shield. Vizette successfully completed the discharge procedures and claimed his new identity, a member of the Lovegood family. That is the family that Luna mentioned. Luna lives in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, a semi-wizard settlement. The so-called semi-wizard settlement is where wizards and muggles live together. It's just that wizards need to restrain themselves and try not to perform magic in front of muggles to avoid violating the statute of secrecy. Perhaps because of this reason, Luna rarely goes to muggle villages, and this home is all her activity space. Even Luna is not very clear about the specific content of the statute of secrecy. She only knows that after entering Hogwarts, she can get corresponding explanations from the relevant courses in the history of magic. In addition, Luna still has a lot of common sense about the magical world, and this common sense is exactly what Vizette needs. There is no doubt that Vizette is a good listener. After spending these few days together, Luna can talk to him about everything. Luna's home is located in a black castle next to the village. It is shaped like a cylinder and looks like a rook in chess. Outside the castle, there is a lush garden where various strange magical plants are planted. This is Luna's important entertainment place. She is like a fluttering butterfly, collecting dew, loosening the soil, watering, fertilizing, and playing happily in the garden. She has many playmates, and her favorite one is an owl. When Vizette just moved in, Luna introduced this owl to him. It's called Diana, and it's a very good postman. Postman? Does the magic world use owls to send letters? Luna stroked the owl's fluffy feathers. Yes, whether it's sending letters or packages, you can ask Diana for help. Using owls to communicate and deliver packages is common sense in the magic world, and there is a kind of romance that belongs only to wizards. In addition to the palm-sized owls, the most active creatures in the garden are goblins. Gnomes are short magical creatures that look like potatoes with legs. Luna has a good relationship with goblins. When she plants plants, goblins will come out of the hole and help dig the soil together. The goblins were only friendly to Luna, and were rather rude to Vizette, even biting his finger. Luna bandaged his wound carefully and said lightly, "Dad said that the goblins in the garden are a blessing. If you feel that you have any talent emerging today, don't suppress it. This is the blessing given to you by the goblins." Vizette had just started living in the magical world, but Luna grew up in a wizard family. He chose to believe Luna's words. He did feel that something was emerging. In his mind, the Wizard's Practical Guide was opened to the second page, revealing new content. Ancient Magic, Shield. Through meditation and gestures, ancient magic power is condensed and spread into a magic barrier. This is a magic that does not require the use of a wand. Luna once told him that wizards generally need the help of a wand to cast spells. And if Vizette wants to get a wand, he also needs an admission letter from Hogwarts. Although Dumbledore once told him that he must enter Hogwarts to study. But it has been almost half a month, and the so-called admission letter has not appeared. He was very excited to be able to get magic from the Wizard Practical Guide, or magic that does not require a wand. Vizette walked out of the garden, came to a stream, and practiced this magic. First, he needs to master the gestures that will be used. The first action is to put your hands together, and after a few actions like making a seal, open your hands, and press your index finger and thumb against each other. The casting gestures are not complicated. After practicing repeatedly several times, Vizet memorized this set of gestures in his mind. Practicing hand gestures is only the first step. He also needs to guide the ancient magic power and integrate it into the hand gestures. This process is obviously much more difficult. Every time the hands touch, it is a collision of power. The hands will separate like mutually repelling magnets, and the hand gestures required for casting will also be awkward. Is it because my power comes from Obscurus? Try to use meditation. As a student, Vizet is good at thinking about problems and solving them. Entering the state of guardian meditation, everything around becomes clear. Even the process of guiding power becomes smoother. When he completed the last hand gesture, the silver-blue ancient magic power had appeared and gathered into a ball of light between his hands. Then, the ball of light disappeared, and the power returned to Vizet's body. According to the description of Wizard Practical Guide, when all steps are completed, the power should spread out to form a magic barrier. However, the power returned to his body, and it was obvious that this magic was not successfully completed. However, the appearance of the ball of light was enough to inspire him to continue practicing this magic. After practicing over and over again, Vizet's gestures were already very smooth, but he still couldn't complete the last step. Whenever the light ball gathered between his hands and was about to spread, the power would return to his body. After continuous practice, he felt that he seemed to lack something in the process of casting spells. "Vizet, are you practicing magic?" A light voice came from the side. Diana stood on Luna's shoulder, her eyes half closed as if she was dozing off. "It looks like magic that only wizards could do in the past. Can I watch it again?" "Of course, no problem." Vizet maintained the meditation method, and the operation of gestures and power was done in one go. However, at the last moment, the power still failed to transform into a barrier. "Perhaps you lack a strong wish." Luna tilted her head. "I once read an ancient notebook, which contained all the wizard's experience in casting spells. The wizard who left the notebook mentioned that when a wizard casts a spell, he always needs a wish, which can make the magic become docile, just like Diana. There is such a notebook." Vizet was a little curious. "Is the notebook still there? Can I borrow it to have a look?" "It's gone." Luna shook her head gently, and her voice seemed to become more solid. "Something happened, and many notes are gone." "Something happened? Can't magic repair it?" Vizet knew a magic called the repair spell, which can even quickly repair a house. Luna shook her head again. "It was a magical accident. My mother, a great witch who loved to do experiments, a spell went wrong. I was there at the time. The spell that went wrong was very powerful. My mother disappeared, and so were the notes." Vizet looked at Luna's expression, felt his heart tighten, and murmured, "I'm sorry. I didn't know." He only knew that Luna's mother was gone, but he didn't think that Luna witnessed her mother's death. "It's really a sad thing." Luna's voice became light again. "But I still have family. It's not like I can't see my mother again. There will be opportunities in the future, right?" Vizet now understands why Luna mentioned her family so solemnly when she was in St. Mungo's. "Coo!" The owl on Luna's shoulder woke up, flapped its wings, and screamed. The calm stream became agitated, and large pieces of water splashed on Vizet and Luna. Chapter 5 Runes and Admission Notice. Luna was about to calm the owl, when the stream not far away suddenly rolled and a huge figure emerged from the stream. Thanks to the blessing of meditation, the sudden change did not affect Vizet. He sensed that the figure stretched out its tail and swept towards the two of them. At the critical moment, fear did not affect his decision. Vizet pulled Luna's arm, and the two of them jumped forward at the same time, narrowly escaping. He narrowly avoided the attack. Bang! The figure's tail brushed past Vizette's shoulder and stabbed fiercely into the grass. The ground shook violently, and the figure pulled back its tail, stirring up dust and grass debris. Hiss! More water splashed out, and the figure made a cold sound of spitting, emerged from the water, and landed on the shore. This was a strange snake that Vizette had never seen before. Its erected body was at least 2 meters high. What surprised him most was that this strange snake actually had 3 heads. The 3-headed snake was not only huge in size and strange in appearance, but also covered with a layer of orange-eared thorn-like scales. The orange-eared color on this layer of scales was not particularly bright, revealing a dead gray, giving a feeling of being old. As the 3-headed snake hissed softly, Vizette could clearly see that in the head on the right side of the venomous snake, there was a pair of fangs with a faint green sheen. The 3-headed snake was as thick as a wheel. It twisted its body and rushed towards them. Hiss! The 3-headed snake attacked again. The head on the right suddenly jumped out, opened its bloody mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. Although the attack of this snake head was unexpected, it was restrained by the other 2 snake heads and failed to bite Vizette in the first time. Vizette took this opportunity to take Luna back again, narrowly avoiding the bite of the snake head. The snake head plunged into the grass, raising a cloud of dust and grass again. Vizette, this is a rune's snake. It may be old and not very flexible. Luna's voice was not panicked at all. Its 3 heads have thoughts and are prone to infighting. At this time, the snake head in the middle opened his eyes and made a hissing sound, as if saying something. The snake head on the left was also swallowing and spitting out its snake tongue, shaking its head constantly, as if scolding the other 2 snake heads. The 3 snake heads looked at each other, bared their teeth, and actually started to attack each other. Just as Luna said, the runes were fighting among themselves. This is a magical animal of XXXX level, why is it here? Luna got up from the ground. You are injured. When she saw the blood oozing from Vizette's shoulder, her voice was full of panic. Luna hurriedly pulled Vizette up and helped him run towards home. It seemed that they realized that they were about to be thrown off by their prey, and the runes stopped fighting among themselves and chased Vizette and the others at a very fast speed. Through meditation, Vizette could sense the movement behind him. The speed of the runes was very fast, like a motorcycle running at full power. It would probably take only a few seconds for them to attack again. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, Luna took the lead and pushed him forward, saying in an extremely firm tone, Vizette, you are injured, I will lead it away. Vizette was extremely surprised. He never thought that Luna would do this in such a critical moment. In his previous life, no one had ever treated him like this. He turned back suddenly, and everything around him seemed to slow down. The 3 snake heads were getting closer and closer to Luna, and Luna's long light golden hair was flying. Through Luna's eyes, Vizette did not see any panic, only calmness and determination. Protect your family? Vizette recalled his previous life. After he knew that he was in an orphanage, he was extremely eager for his family to take him away. It doesn't matter what kind of family, no matter what the price. At this moment, he understood Luna and why Luna made such a decision. Back then, Luna had no ability and lost her family. Now, she doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. The same is true for Vizette. He finally has a family and doesn't want to see his family have an accident, especially because of protecting him. The details of ancient magic, shield emerged in his mind. Every detail is so clear. He now has the confidence to complete this magic. His wish now is extremely strong. The runes must not hurt Luna. Vizette put his hands together, and silently squeezed out a powerful ancient magic power, which surged in his body. The fangs of the runes were close at hand, almost touching Luna's slender neck. The gesture was completed in one go, and the power gathered into a ball of light between his hands, which continued to spread outward. The ball of light dissipated again, but this time, the power did not return to Vizette's body. The next moment, the silver-blue light permeated Luna's whole body, and the light quickly expanded outward, turning into a spherical barrier. The barrier was shining with dazzling silver-blue light, and the fangs of the runes hit the barrier, and it immediately shattered into stars. Vizet was blessed with his mind and pulled apart his index finger and thumb that were originally against each other. The barrier immediately spread outward, and the runes was pushed back into the stream. This was the first time that Vizet cast a shield magic, but the scale of the barrier was unexpectedly huge. In order to maintain such a huge barrier, he kept squeezing the power of Obscurus. As a result, Obscurus became agitated, and the chains that blocked it kept shaking, as if they could break at any time. Hiss! The rune spore came back, and the three snake heads roared in unison. After all, this was just a shield magic, at least it was not offensive at the moment, and could not cause enough damage to the rune spore. Vizet wanted to continue to maintain the barrier, but he felt dizzy. The scene in front of him became dim. The barrier was getting thinner and thinner, and it would dissipate at any time. Just then, a tabby cat suddenly jumped out from the distance. The tabby cat jumped up and quickly turned into a human form in the air. An elderly witch wearing glasses appeared. She was wearing a dark green robe and holding a wand in her hand. She pointed the wand at the runes and gently flicked it. The stream around the runes turned into a steel cage, imprisoning the furious runes. Merlin's beard. Fortunately, you are all fine. Healed as before. The witch walked quickly to Vizet, and a green light appeared at the tip of the wand. Vizet felt a tingling sensation on his shoulder, but in just a breath of time, the blood and wounds on his shoulder disappeared. Is this magic too? Vizet grabbed Luna's outstretched hand and suddenly got up from the ground. Yes. The witch pursed her lips and spoke with almost no teeth, looking a little serious. You will learn all these magics in Hogwarts in the future. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If you were bitten by the runes, I'm afraid you would have to go to St. Mungo's for treatment. Thank you. Vizet thanked him repeatedly. I don't know, ma'am, what's your name? The witch smiled very lightly. I forgot to introduce myself. Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration Magic at Hogwarts. Hogwarts admission letter, the purpose of my trip is to deliver it to you. She took out a parchment envelope from her pocket and handed it to Vizet. Vizet took the parchment envelope with both hands. There was a wax seal on the seal of the envelope, which was a shield-shaped emblem. In the center of the emblem was a capital H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Chapter 6 I recognize you now. Vizet opened the letter and saw the admission letter with his own name. Having just experienced the magic of magic, he was filled with uncontrollable excitement. During this time, he had been looking forward to the arrival of the admission notice. In addition to the admission notice, there was another thick parchment with a list of books and items required for admission. To study at Hogwarts, you don't need to pay admission fees, you just need to buy the items you need by yourself. Vizet lived in an orphanage in his previous life. Such a special life experience made him particularly sensitive in some aspects when it comes to money. He will become extremely cautious. But he has a more important question, Professor McGonagall. Luna's admission notice wasn't sent by you. McGonagall explained, she is not yet of school age. She can join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a freshman next year. Vizet turned to look at Luna. Then why do you still let me call you sister? I have always wanted to have a younger brother who can take care of me. Luna smiled, with a bit of playfulness in her tone. I have fulfilled my responsibility as a sister, haven't I? McGonagall pointed her wand at the steel cage, and the cage floated in the air and swayed to her side. I need to investigate why this snake is here. Investigate? Vizet thought of something. Professor McGonagall, are you saying, this is a deliberate attack? McGonagall sighed. Vizet, you are an obscure, other wizards will look at you differently, you should understand, right? Now that you put it that way, I understand. Vizet thought of many things. they think I am an alien and instinctively want to exclude me. In their eyes, I should be a bomb that can explode at any time. If I were a student's parent, we also have to consider the safety of the children. You understand it, right? McGonagall adjusted her glasses, revealing surprise and appreciation under the transparent lenses. I have the same confidence in you as Principal Dumbledore. You are definitely a talented child, and I look forward to your performance in Hogwarts. You don't have to worry about the rest, we will help you deal with it. By the way, a letter will be delivered here in a while, and someone will take you to Diagon Alley to buy the items on the list. After leaving this instruction, she and the steel cage disappeared in the vortex. At night, just as Vizette was about to mend her clothes, the door was suddenly knocked. Come in. It was Xenophilius, Luna's father, a middle-aged man who walked into the room. His long light golden hair hung on his shoulders, looking sticky. There were deep dark circles around his eyes, making him look a little decadent. He pulled a chair over and sat opposite to Vizette. This seems to be our first, face-to-face communication? Are you mending clothes? The clothes were accidentally torn. Vizette put down the needle and thread in his hand. As Xenophilius said, it was indeed their first face-to-face communication. Xenophilius is the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler and usually works on the second floor. He is also responsible for 3 meals a day and telling Luna bedtime stories, barely managing to balance career and life. Luna told me everything. Xenophilius said with a serious expression, you protected her. I have to say thank you to you. She protected me. Vizette waved his hand. She pushed me away at the first moment, and it was Professor McGonagall who saved us in the end. Compared to the usually slightly decadent middle-aged man, the serious Xenophilius now made him a little unfamiliar. No, no, no. Xenophilius shook his head repeatedly. I can't accompany her for too long because of work. Most of the time she plays alone. In addition to watching the Quibbler, she also waters the garden. Since you came, she has smiled more. Even the ball fish she caught are much bigger. Vizette laughed. I learned a lot from Luna. In short, although I still don't understand why the Ministry of Magic stuffed you into my house. Xenophilius stood up. He put his hand on Vizette's shoulder, like a king being crowned a knight, but I recognize you now. Seeing Xenophilius like this, Vizette was a little amused. But he also understood one thing. Today, he and the Luna family have achieved true mutual acceptance. Late at night, the fireplace in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts crackled, and the burning flames turned into emerald green, and McGonagall walked out. Dumbledore put down the documents in his hand, stood up and asked, Minerva, you came back so late? Did something happen? Indeed, there were some troubles. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. When I went to deliver the admission notice, I encountered a rune-slip snake. Dumbledore frowned. Rune-slip snake? Is Vizette okay? He's fine. McGonagall nodded. I have asked Kingsley to help investigate, and I believe there will be results soon. The rune-slip snake was very old, and when I brought it to Kingsley, it had no vital signs. The person who can feed the rune spore must be a man of great character. I guess the person who released the rune spore should hope to make Obscurus run away through this attack, thus attracting more criticism. As expected. Dumbledore sighed, but I think Vizette should have some unexpected performance, right? Yes, Vizette is a gifted child. McGonagall smiled. Not only was he not attacked by the rune spore, he also protected Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood? Things seem to be more tortuous than I thought. Dumbledore walked to a cabinet and took out an ancient stone basin. The mouth of the stone basin was engraved with countless mysterious inscriptions, and it was filled with silver substances. These substances were like smoke and illusion, with a dazzling and blurred feeling. Musing basin. McGonagall drew out her wand, put the tip of the wand against her temple, and pulled out a silvery thread. The thread fell into the pensieve and dissolved. Dumbledore leaned over and buried his face in the basin. Dumbledore put the pensieve back, crossed his fingers and sat on the chair, with a look of emotion. Wandless spell casting? No. It's more ancient, a way of spell casting that wizards would use before wands became popular. It's really great. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. I felt a very pure obsession of protection in that shield magic. Is he self-taught? Perhaps the guidance of others is also important. Dumbledore smiled. Cornely was lucky enough to find the most suitable wizard family for Vizette. Professor McGonagall's tone was a little helpless. If it's just to cultivate imagination, the Quibbler can really work. Yes. Dumbledore's smile gradually became more obvious. Minerva, which house do you think Vizette will be sorted into? Chapter 7 Hagrid and the Night Bus. Gryffindor. McGonagall said without hesitation, I see extraordinary courage in him. As the head of Gryffindor, I naturally hope that he can enter Gryffindor. I think so too. Dumbledore nodded, and the two Gryffindors reached a consensus at this moment. But he changed the subject. Maybe he is also suitable for Ravenclaw. The calmness he showed when encountering the Runespore is in line with the requirements of Ravenclaw. That's right. McGonagall nodded subconsciously. I think it will not be an easy task for the Sorting Hat to sort Vizette. The Hat is embarrassed. Dumbledore stroked his beard with interest. I remember that when the Sorting Hat sorted you, it hesitated for a long time between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. School will start in less than 2 months. McGonagall's tone was full of anticipation. I remember Harry Potter will also be enrolled this year, right? Not even close. Dumbledore picked up the file again. Harry's birthday is at the end of July, and I will arrange for someone to send him a letter then. Time flies. McGonagall said with emotion, have you found a suitable candidate for the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? This is not an easy task. Dumbledore sighed, luckily. Quirinus sent me a transfer application. Transfer application? McGonagall adjusted his glasses. He used to teach Muggle studies, and transferring to the Defense against the Dark Arts professor. Will it be too much pressure for him? Since he is willing to try, he should be given this opportunity. Yes. Dumbledore picked up the quill and annotated the document. I will interview him in 2 days. After Vizette and Luna's family accepted each other, he learned that the family's financial situation was worse than he had imagined. Xenophilius could only make ends meet with Luna thanks to the sales of the Quibbler. The arrival of Vizette made Xenophilius' financial situation worse. Xenophilius searched through the boxes and cabinets and only found some change, all of which were silver sickles and copper nuts. Fortunately, Hogwarts said the scholarship can allow Vizette to get 30 gold galleons to buy school supplies. Gold galleons, silver sickles, and copper nuts are wizard currencies. If you want to buy various magic props in the magic world, you have to use them. In the early morning, when the sun was just slightly rising, Vizette had finished washing and went to the first floor to wait quietly. A commercial street that belongs only to wizards is exciting no matter how you think about it. Luna has also gotten up, holding a goblin sculpture in her hand. It is a piggy bank she made. Take this with you. I know you may not have enough money to buy the items on the list. Vizette looked at Luna's silver eyes and was a little absent-minded for a while. After all, having experienced the separation of life and death from her mother, Luna is undoubtedly a precocious child, at least more precocious than the Luna that Xenophilius imagined. I applied for a scholarship and will go to Diagon Alley to get the money today. Weezet shook his head gently. I heard that Diagon Alley is very interesting. What gift do you want? I don't need anything. Luna smiled at Weezet and shook her head gently. Dong dong dong. A series of thunderous knocks on the door broke the tranquility of the early morning. Outside the door stood a giant more than 3 meters tall, wearing a fur coat with several pockets sewn on it. The giant's beard and hair were very lush, and his black and shiny eyes were like black beetles. You are Weezet, right? The giant's beard moved, and his voice was full of kindness. "I am Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. I will take you to Diagon Alley today." I think the letter should have written it. Weezet nodded. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid, I didn't expect you to come so early." "Mr. Hagrid." Luna rubbed her eyes and appeared beside Weezet. "Come in. This is the magical world." As Hagrid approached the door frame, the Tumaturi door frame suddenly widened and lengthened, and the size was just enough to accommodate Hagrid's body. "Would you like some cookies?" Luna brought a box of snacks very familiarly. "I'll go wake up Dad." "No. No." Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly, and a gust of wind almost blew Luna down. "I'm here to take Mr. Weezet to Diagon Alley. As a first-year student, there are a lot of things to buy. We have to hurry." "Is there a flow network here?" "No." Luna shook her head gently. "Dad said that he doesn't need it normally, so he didn't let the Ministry of Magic set up a flow network. However, the fundamental reason is that the price of setting up a flow network is not cheap, and Xenophilius can't afford that money." "Then there's nothing we can do." Hagrid shook his head. "Fortunately I came early, and I had time to find another way to go to Diagon Alley." "Then take the biscuits with you." Luna stuffed the snacks into Weezet's arms. "You haven't had breakfast yet." With the biscuits, Hagrid led Weezet all the way forward and came to a dirt path. Weezet saw Hagrid holding an umbrella, raising his arms high, and asked tentatively, "Are we waiting for the bus?" "That's right. This is why I don't eat biscuits, and you don't." Before Hagrid finished speaking, a THRESTRE purple bus suddenly appeared, and the body of the bus trembled and stopped in front of the two. The conductor was a young man wearing a bright purple uniform, and a pair of protruding ears were particularly eye-catching. "Welcome to the night bus, I am your conductor Stan Shunpike. As long as you stretch out your wand and get on the bus, we can take you wherever you want to go." Although the attendant was very young, he had a look of despair, as if he had no hope for the future, and his opening remarks were also very good to read. Like the door frame of Luna's house, the narrow door was instantly widened, enough for Hagrid to enter the carriage smoothly. Weezet seemed to have entered an old, dim dormitory. There were no seats or small windows inside, only 6 copper-framed beds, and the lighting was all dependent on small candles on both sides. Stan Shunpike asked weakly, "Where are you going?" "Diagon Alley, London." Hagrid found a bed and sat down. The bed immediately groaned, as if it would collapse at any time. 34 silver sickles, if you want to give 2 gold galleons, that's fine too." Stan Shunpike finally showed some attention when he stretched out his hand. "The conversion of wizard currency is complicated. 1 galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, or 493 copper nuts." As the ticket seller, Stan Shunpike did the conversion immediately. Hagrid stretched his hand into one of he took out 2 gold coins from his blouse pocket and stuffed them into Stan Shunpike's arms. Weezet sat on the bed opposite Hagrid. "I'll give you the fare when we get to Diagon Alley." Hagrid covered his mouth, his voice sounded unusually dull. "Remember to hold on to the railing, this bus will be very bumpy. If you have anything to say, get off the bus, it's about to start." Before he finished speaking, the night bus had already started and rushed out like an arrow from a string. Weezet quickly grabbed the railing to avoid being carried away by the huge inertia. Hagrid retched, his bright eyes were closed, and he looked like he was carsick. Weezet's reaction was much better, and he looked at the windshield at the front of the car with curiosity. Chapter 8 Welcome to Diagon Alley. The scenery outside the windshield passed by quickly, constantly switching between fields, rivers, ponds, villages, and other places. With the help of magic, obstacles such as trash cans, lamp posts, and mailboxes will jump out of the way when the night bus passes by. After about 20 minutes, the night bus finally stopped in this alley. The wide bus shrunk to the size of a wooden box and parked in a narrow alley. Only in a world with magic can this be done. Hagrid got off the bus tremblingly and retched while holding the wall at the corner of the alley. Outside the alley was a commercial street with many signs. But they came too early, and the shops were not open. There were only pedestrians rushing back and forth on the road. It's so uncomfortable. Hagrid's face was very bad, and he still walked tremblingly. Vizette, please help me find a place called the Leaky Cauldron. You can see all kinds of shops on the commercial street, including fast food restaurants, clothing stores, jewelry stores, and cinemas, but there is no Leaky Cauldron that Hagrid mentioned. Until Vizette passed by a bookstore, a sign appeared out of thin air. The sign was very old, in sharp contrast to the bright signs around it. The sign was full of traces of smoke and fire, with the pattern of a broken black crucible. Hagrid, is that it? Vizette asked, pointing at the sign. Hagrid retched and nodded, yes. You will never guess when this bar was built. When was it? Vizette showed a strong curiosity about everything in the magical world. I remember it was the early 16th century. Hagrid frowned and thought, anyway, it was earlier than the time when the Statute of Secrecy was promulgated. Let's go in. The 4th-century establishment time did not bring much historical accumulation to the Leaky Cauldron, but it left enough stains on the walls and floors here. Hagrid should be a frequent visitor here. When he entered the Leaky Cauldron, it immediately became noisy, and the guests waved and smiled at him. Compared to the deserted commercial street in the morning, the dim Leaky Cauldron seemed particularly lively. Is it still the same as before? A bald old man came to the bar, took out 2 beer glasses, and knocked them with pleasant sounds. Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly. Tom, I can't do it today, I have something to do. Give me a motion sickness potion. Vizette, what do you want to eat? Vizette thought of Luna's family's financial situation and raised the snack in his hand. No need, Luna gave me this. The bar suddenly became quiet, and the guests looked a little embarrassed, even a little wary. Tom took a step back and asked cautiously, is he Vizette? The silent one. Blame me. Hagrid understood what these guests were wary of, slapped his forehead hard, and burst into thunder. He is a good boy. Why didn't you react like this just now? Sorry. Tom showed a trace of embarrassment. Indeed, I overreacted. Okay, we should set off. Hagrid threw down a silver coin and drank the motion sickness potion. He took Vizette through the bar and came to the small patio at the back. It was much cleaner here than inside the Leaky Cauldron, with only a few weeds and a trash can. Vizette, you have to remember this. Hagrid held up the umbrella he carried with him. Count 3 up from the trash can, and then count 2 sideways. The umbrella hit the wall tiles with a crisp sound, and the entire wall was shaking and reorganizing until a white arch appeared. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The morning sunlight was very soft, shining on the signs of Diagon Alley and illuminating the names of various shops. There were many wizards in Diagon Alley, and those shops displayed all kinds of novel items, giving Vizette the illusion of attending a market in his previous life. Hagrid pointed to a snow-white marble building and said, "This is Gringotts Bank, we have to take out your scholarship." In the middle of a row of shops, there was a towering building, and the building was particularly conspicuous in its snow-white color. Vizette looked at Gringotts and asked, "Hagrid, that guard, is a goblin?" "Yes." Hagrid nodded with a smile. The currency made by goblins cannot be counterfeited, so Gringotts is opened by them. Gringotts was decorated very grandly, with the 2 bronze doors on the outside open and 2 silver doors shining silver inside. When Vizette and his friends approached, the welcoming goblin immediately bowed and motioned them to continue walking in. The silver door was engraved with a long string of words, "Please come in, strangers, but be careful, thieves, you have been warned, be careful not to attract treasure, but evil. Report." The words were all warnings, which reminded Vizette of the famous warning in his previous life, the warning of Tutankhamun's pyramid. It is said that the first people who entered Tutankhamun's pyramid were killed by the curse contained in it. Vizette was a little curious about the so-called bad news. Hagrid, if there are really thieves breaking in, what methods will the goblins use to deal with them? There are too many methods. Hagrid lowered his voice and pulled Vizette a few steps inside. Except for Hogwarts, this is the safest place in the magic world. If a thief touches the door, he will be sucked in and can't get out. As for the vaults hidden deep underground, the goblins have trained trolls and dragons to protect the safety of these vaults. Vizette asked curiously, "Dragon? Are there dragons here?" "Of course. You can legally raise dragons here." "Great." Hagrid's eyes were shining. "I also want to raise a dragon, those little cuties are so charming." Hagrid has in-depth research on dragons and can describe the characteristics of various varieties of dragons. However, it is difficult for Vizette to imagine why those dangerous magical creatures with a length of at least 5 meters can be called cuties. Hagrid talked freely all the way, showing his extreme enthusiasm for dragons. They came to the deepest part of the hall. And Hagrid handed the application to the reception goblin. "We are here to receive the scholarship." "Okay." The reception goblin stretched out a finger, and a wisp of flame emerged from the sharp long nails, and the application was directly ignited. After burning, the application form did not leave any ash, only a beautiful cursive signature floating in the air. "Please wait." After confirming that everything was correct, the reception goblin jumped off the front desk and disappeared into the shadows. Vizette asked, "Hagrid, if I have Muggle currency, can I exchange it for wizard currency?" "Of course." Hagrid continued to fumble in his pockets. Underage wizards can only exchange 50 galleons a year, and adult wizards can exchange 100 galleons a year. "Why is there a limit?" "Because Muggle currency is too easy to obtain, their banks are not safe at all. So a limit must be made to avoid affecting the magical world." "Finally found it. These are good things." Hagrid suddenly laughed and stretched his hand in front of Vizette. In Hagrid's hand, there were more than a dozen handball-sized eggs, and the surface of the eggs was covered with orange-eared patterns. The eggs in front of him looked familiar to Vizette. Could these be rune spore eggs? Chapter 9: A huge sum of money. "You know a lot. There are not many young wizards who can recognize this now." Hagrid's eyes lit up. "It's rune spore eggs. Do you remember what happened last time? That little cutie was a lady, so she was so big. Professor McGonagall told me that these are all compensation for you. Anyway, it's just to let you not worry, no one will attack you again." Hagrid continued to talk. Among the known magical animals, only rune spore lay eggs in their mouths. In addition to the special way of laying eggs, rune spore eggs also have special effects. Using them as raw materials to make potions can make the person who takes them think quickly. Wizards also desire potions that can make them smarter, so rune spore are hunted in large numbers. Just when the runes were on the verge of extinction, wizards finally woke up and established a protected area in Burkina Faso, its country of origin, to allow the species to reproduce. Despite this, the trade of runes eggs continues, but it is generally only traded on the black market. However, Vizette also had an impression of the snake. It was obviously a very old snake, so why did it become a lovely lady in Hagrid's mouth? "The quality is very good and very fresh. According to the current market, I can sell the 20 eggs here for 300 galleons." In the slightly dim corner of the pharmacy, the potion master put away the magnifying glass and lowered his voice to make an offer. 300 galleons. Vizette was a little surprised. The value of this egg was really high. He walked around Diagon Alley and purchased a lot of things. He had a basic understanding of the prices of wizards. If converted into the currency of his previous life, the value of 300 galleons would be at least tens of thousands of yuan. As long as he calculated carefully, this money would be enough for him to leave the welfare home and live alone for a year. "Don't think it's too little." The potion master must have conducted many similar transactions, and habitually explained, "We need to deal with these things cleanly, and it will take a lot of time. Just then, Hagrid, carrying the crucible, came to Vizette's side. We have Mr. Scamander's certification signature, this is not black goods. Hagrid. The potion master obviously also knew the gamekeeper. Can you show me the certification signature? Of course, no problem. Hagrid put down the crucible and took out an envelope. Fluorescent flash. The potion master did not light the envelope, but lit the tip of the wand to check it. After confirming that it was correct, he handed over a cloth bag with exquisite embroidery. No problem. This is 500 galleons, who of you will keep the money? Don't worry. Hagrid shook his head and said, help us prepare the potion materials needed by the freshmen, the money will be deducted from it. New student. The potion master was stunned for a moment, and curiously moved the lit wand towards Vizette. Are you Vizette? The silent one. It's me. Vizette found that the potion master's face turned pale, almost the same color as the light on the tip of the wand. Vizette pulled the small trailer and looked back from time to time. In addition to the crucible and the potion materials hidden in the crucible, the small trailer also had school uniforms and various stationery tied to it. He suddenly saw a familiar figure passing by and walked into the floor and cold drink shop not far away. Hagrid, have you seen Principal Dumbledore? No. Hagrid looked around quickly. Are you still thinking about what happened just now? He said gently, Vizette, don't care about their eyes, you are a good boy. I don't care. Wee-Izette shook his head. I know the harm of the obscurial, but I didn't expect that they all knew I was an obscurial. It's all because of the Daily Prophet. It reports these things every day. Hagrid suddenly became emotional. That Rita Skeeter, she likes to spread rumors and exaggerate the facts. The Daily Prophet? Rita Skeeter. Wee-Izette was very curious about these two new words. Yes, it is the most influential newspaper in the English wizarding world. Hagrid pointed forward. You will know after you read it. You'd better not read it, the woman's words are vicious. Flourish and blots is a sea of knowledge. The shelves are filled with all kinds of books, reaching the ceiling. The books come in different styles, from hardcover books the size of floor tiles to pocket books the size of a palm. These magical books are like living things. Some books not only have characters on the cover jumping, but the whole book is restless, trying to leave the shelf that binds them. The two shop assistants waved their wands repeatedly to make the books stay still and not cause the shelf to collapse. In Luna's house, the only book that Vizette can access is the Quibbler. Originally, there were many books left in the house, but unfortunately, Luna's mother had an accident, and these books disappeared with the accident. Now it was still early, so there weren't many wizards staying in the bookstore. Wizette walked into the store and noticed the Daily Prophet in the newspaper section. The Silent One, Wysert, repelled XXXX level magical creatures. How much did he hide? What was Dumbledore planning? This was the front page report of the newspaper. Wee-Izette glanced at the content of the report and finally understood why the wizards who knew his name had such an expression. The feeling was that he was regarded as a natural dark wizard, a walking powder keg, and an extremely dangerous element. These adjectives were all in the report, and the XXXX level magical creatures mentioned in the title were only mentioned in the title, probably as a means to attract attention. Running Gorgon. Rita Skeeter is so scary. Hagrid was furious. Principal Dumbledore clearly blocked the news. How could she know so much news? Hey! I'm coming. A wizard in a black robe with his head lowered appeared at the door. Wee-Izette. I still have some things to do. Hearing the wizard's voice, Hagrid became excited, and his tone was raised a lot, as loud as beating a gong and a drum. Then you go and get busy first. Vizette was attracted by the huge amount of books, nodded and said, How can I find you later? If you don't see me, you can go to Ollivander's wand shop first. It takes a long time to buy a wand. Hagrid took a step and walked towards the wizard. I will be back soon. Wizard didn't pay too much attention, picked up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and read it against the cauldron. The content of this book is very rich, introducing hundreds of magical animals from all over the world. There are also hand-drawn pictures on it, which are animated and vividly depict the habits of magical animals. Unconsciously, Wizard has finished reading the whole book and has a deeper understanding of magical animals. Hagrid hasn't come back yet. He looked around, and there was no sign of Hagrid inside or outside the bookstore. Just then, subtle changes occurred in his mind. A book appeared next to Wizard's field guide, named Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Wizard immersed his consciousness in it and opened the newly appeared Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's exactly the same content, and there is such a magical thing. Vicet was delighted and opened another book. He did not deliberately understand the meaning of every sentence, but just flipped through the book at a glance, trying to finish the book as quickly as possible. Sure enough, a new book appeared in his mind, Preventing Invasion, a rough discussion of defensive magic. Vicet's expression moved. I only need to flip through it to record these books in my mind. Chapter 10. The free book attracted the boss. Vicet lived in an orphanage in his previous life and lacked a sense of security. The easiest way to gain a sense of security is to make his wallet bulge. Although he now has 500 galleons, he must consider increasing income and reducing expenditure for the future. He has not found the opportunity to increase income, but he can implement cost reduction immediately. In the magic world, books are expensive, and the unit price is not less than 1 galleon. If he only has a scholarship, just buying textbooks, nearly half of the scholarship will have to be spent. Vicet checked the list and found all the textbooks needed for school. He swam in the sea of books and ate 2 cookies when he was hungry. The bookstore clerk stood in the distance and observed for a long time, watching the boy taking books back and forth, curled his lips, and his face was about to overflow with impatience. She had seen too many customers who wanted to buy books for free, and mastered a set of seeing the dish and serving the dish skills. Old wizards who were dressed in shabby clothes and experienced vicissitudes of life were generally thick-skinned and difficult to be driven away by a few words. Vicet in front of him was different. He carried a crucible with him, and the books he read were all first-year textbooks of Hogwarts. He was definitely a freshman who was about to enter school. The new students who are about to enter school must be thin-skinned. The clothes are not bright enough, so they are not children of rich and powerful pure-blood families. He flipped through the textbooks back and forth, probably wanting to touch the new books. If he really wants to buy, he will definitely choose a second-hand bookstore. All these factors made the clerk walk up to Vicet. My guest, you have been here for most of the day. Do you need a cup of black tea for you? Vicet asked subconsciously. Black tea? How much? In his previous life, he would also buy books for free. In addition to selling books, the bookstore also opened a small cafe to sell drinks and desserts. Then you have to go next door. The clerk pointed to the door impatiently. There is a cold drink shop there, you can go there. Wait. The clerk suddenly widened his eyes and broke out in cold sweat. Are you the silent one? Vicet has become accustomed to the reactions of these people and put the book back on the shelf. Sorry, I'll leave now. He has exceeded his goal and recorded a large pile of books in his mind. Since the clerk has ordered us to leave, there is no need to stay here any longer. Hagrid has not come back yet. He plans to go to Ollivander wand shop first and get the most important wand first. Don't say that. The clerk waved his hands repeatedly. Go on. I didn't say anything just now. Go on. What happened? A middle-aged man with bright clothes and elegant manners came over and stood between the two. Boss. The clerk wiped the sweat from his forehead. I just saw that this guest has been here for a long time, so I told him that he can go to the cold drink shop next door to sit down. Is that so? The bookstore owner murmured. This guest, why don't we go upstairs and sit down? Although Vicet was full of doubts, he still followed the bookstore owner to the second floor. The moment he stepped into the second floor, the hustle and bustle of the first floor disappeared instantly, replaced by a kind of tranquility. Obviously, magic was also cast here to create an atmosphere different from the first floor. The layout of the second floor is very exquisite, and all kinds of furnishings look old and full of classical beauty. Vizette couldn't help but sigh, "What a great place to read." "Thank you." The bookstore owner waved his hand and asked Vizette to sit down. "What would you like to drink? Is black tea suitable?" Vizette was a little embarrassed and nodded gently, "Of course." The bookstore owner spoke again, "I am the owner of Flourish and Blots, Clother Bagshot. What is your name?" "Hello, Mr. Bagshot, my name is Vizette." Their income is related to the sales of the bookstore. Sometimes they will take inappropriate measures. I hope you can forgive them. Vizette was full of doubts. Why did the bookstore owner treat him so well? Of course I can understand. However, he also knew the hard work of workers, waved his hand and said, "The clerk was not wrong. He really asked me if I needed black tea." Bagshot took a sip of black tea. "Oh? Do you really think this sentence means literally?" "Yes, I thought there was a tea house or coffee shop here for the convenience of readers." "A tea house in the bookstore? I am very interested in this idea. Can you talk to me in detail?" Seeing Bagshot's sincere attitude, Wizette nodded and expressed his views on bookstores in his previous life. Bagshot was indeed listening carefully, and even waved his wand to conjure up a quill and parchment to record what he said. "Mr. Bagshot, I must say this sincerely, the environment on the second floor is really great, very suitable for holding various book clubs. Since you pay more attention to the influence of the bookstore, letting the staff take the initiative to provide services will undoubtedly improve the overall evaluation of the bookstore. Even if they don't buy books, they will order a cup of black tea and a dessert. With the service of the staff and the elegant environment, the style of the bookstore itself has also been improved." "Very wonderful." Bagshot smiled brightly, "In fact, this bookstore is my family business. I want to go a step further and let the bookstore have some personal characteristics of my own. It's a pity that I haven't found a better way, so I can only stay where I am. Today, from your mouth, I found a brand new path. Let the staff serve customers well and let customers realize that Flourish and Blots is a special place. It's a wonderful idea that has benefited me a lot." Wizette waved his hands again and again, "I'm glad I can help you. After all, I have also seen it here for a while. I'm going to buy afternoon books." He was actually just a porter of ideas, and this model was not uncommon in bookstores in his previous life. Bagshot still thanked him. Not only covering all his future textbook expenses, but also reserving a private seat for him on the second floor permanently. As long as Vizette comes to Flourish and Blots to read, books, tea and desserts can all be provided free of charge. Bagshot took Vizette to a small and shabby store. "Vizette, this is Ollivander's wand shop, remember to come to the bookstore often. If there is a chance." Vizette nodded repeatedly, "Thank you for sending me here." Watching Vizette walk into the store, Bagshot did not return to Flourish and Blots, but turned into the floor and cold drink shop next to it. He walked briskly to the deepest part, where a silver-haired old man sat. Dumbledore was eating candy, with a pile of lemon snow treasures in front of him. "Clotar, you are here. What is your impression of Vizette?" "A very smart child." Bagshot sat down with a flushed face. "If it weren't for those reports, I would never have seen any sense of the obscure in him. He has a maturity far beyond his peers, and so does his thinking. Merlin's beard. You may not imagine that I was inspired by him. He gave me a wonderful idea that will allow me to leave my name in the family history. Maybe Bathilda can remember this and write it in History of Magic." "Oh? There is such a thing?" Dumbledore said with a little surprise. "Can you tell me in detail?" Chapter 11 Unmatched Wands. 5 minutes later, after listening to Bagshot's story, Dumbledore had a faint smile on his face. What a good boy. Bagshot asked, Principal Dumbledore, is Vizet really an obscure? I can't feel this from his conversation or behavior. This child has a kind of affinity. To be honest, even if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been wary of him. It's amazing. That depends on whether you believe it or not. Dumbledore took a sip of black tea. Vizet is indeed an obscurial. I saw it with my own eyes. The situation was urgent at the time, and the people from the Ministry of Magic arrived before me. He got out of the obscurial without my help. He actually recovered by his own perseverance. He is just the age of a freshman, right? Bagshot said in disbelief. In the morning, I thought you were worried that he was not stable enough, so you asked me to pay more attention to him and find a chance to chat with him. I actually misunderstood you. Dumbledore shook his head gently. I just saw Vizet wandering around the bookstore for a long time. I was worried that he rarely communicated with people, so I didn't dare to ask to buy books. That's why I asked you to help take care of him. If he needs anything, try to help him. You really helped me a lot this time. I will remember it in my heart. No, no, no. Headmaster Dumbledore, you are joking. Bagshot waved his hands repeatedly. I am the one who has gained a lot, and I should thank you. If you continue to be so humble, maybe we can consider what to eat in the evening. Dumbledore glanced at the time. I have an interview in the afternoon and need to go back to the Leaky Cauldron later. Okay, I should go back to the bookstore too. Bagshot has already stood up. I'll take my leave first. Looking at Bagshot's brisk steps, Dumbledore was a little absent-minded. Ariana. At least I won't make the same mistake again this time. For modern wizards, the wand is a necessity, related to all aspects of life. As one of the oldest buildings in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop is really inconspicuous. The store's facade is small and shabby, and the golden sign on the door is mottled. You can vaguely see the embossed text Ollivander, making fine wands since 382 BC. The glass display window is grey, and an old wand lies on a faded purple cushion. Vizet pushed the door and walked into the store. It was quiet here, with only the narrow corridor leads to the store. This is more like a wand warehouse than a store. There are shelves on both sides of the corridor, and wooden boxes are piled up like bricks from the ground to the ceiling. The space in the store is also very small, with a patinated bench in the corner. Ring, ring, ring. The pleasant sound of wind chimes echoed in the store, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Vizet like the wind. Ollivander is an old man with silver hair and no beard, and his extremely light silver-white eyes are eye-catching. In the dim store, these eyes are like two bright moons, which can emit light. Ollivander's voice is soft. Good afternoon. After the secrecy law came into effect, the obscure are rare. You are a special guest. Vizet, I am happy to serve you. There is a sense of joy in his tone. It is unprecedented to have the opportunity to touch the wand of the obscure. Which hand do you usually use? Right hand. Okay, please raise your arms and relax a little. I'm just measuring your size. As he spoke, a tape measure jumped out of Ollivander's jacket pocket. The tape measure stopped on Vizet's shoulder, slowly rolled to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, shoulder to the ground, and circled close to the forehead. The store seemed to come alive at this moment, and Ollivander shuttled between the shelves, waved his hand and 3 wooden boxes were put into his arms. Here, there are differences in wood, core, length, every aspect, every wand is unique. Of course, you can always find a wand that suits you here. Try this one, alloy acacia wood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, tough texture. This is a wand that looks like amber, and the carvings on it follow the wood grain, giving a sense of leisure. Vizet held the wand in his hand, but before he could even hold it tightly, it was taken away by Ollivander. It doesn't feel right. Try this one, blackthorn wood, snake nerve, 12.5 inches, very elastic. Almost replicating the previous action, Vizette didn't have time to hold the wand tightly, and Ollivander had already taken the wand away. Try this one, Holly, Phoenix Feather, 13 3/4 inches, moderately hard and soft. Cedar, Unicorn Tail Hair, 10 3/5 inches, no. Ollivander introduced it in a rambling way, shuttling back and forth on the shelves, showing a sensitivity that did not belong to this age group. Vizette took one wand after another, and then these wands were taken away again. Wands and wand boxes were scattered on the ground, piling up unconsciously. What about this one? Ebony, Dragon Heartstring, 9 inches. Elder, Snake Nerve, 11 inches. Laurel, Phoenix Feather. As time passed, the wand boxes piled up higher and higher, like a small mountain. Ollivander, who was in high spirits, finally stopped and kept talking excitedly. I really didn't expect that. I had tried almost all kinds of magic. How could this happen? Faced with such a situation, if it weren't for the shield magic he had used before, I'm afraid Vizette would have doubted whether he had a talent for magic. Vizette, I need more information. Ollivander rubbed his hands and said impatiently, would you like to tell me about your previous experience? Try not to recall bad things, pick something happy and interesting to tell me. It's best to tell me about things before you met Dumbledore. Vizette asked his doubts, Mr. Ollivander, is there a problem? Why is there no wand suitable for me? It's common for wizards to be picky about wands. Ollivander smiled, wands choose wizards, and wizards also choose wands. To complete the pairing, sometimes it takes a lot of effort. We have to trace the source. Tell me about your previous experience. What happened before you met Dumbledore? Vizette frowned and began to recall the past. Yes. It's good to be interested in something. In the wizard's home, there is a book that records magic. It looks very old. I am very interested in it. For more novels, 73947, join, https://discord.gg/xtcastch. A book that records ancient magic. Ollivander showed a thoughtful look, I have an idea. Wait for me here for a while. He took out his wand and waved it at the wand on the ground. The wand returned to the box in an orderly manner and then flew back to its original position. Not long after, he appeared from the shadows deep in the store, holding a silver blue box in his hand. Vizette stared at the cyclone symbol on the box in a trance. He was too familiar with this symbol. There is the same symbol on the Wizard's Practical Guide. Chapter 12, Diagon Alley shines for you. Ollivander had a complicated expression. To be honest, although it was made by the Ollivander family, it is not a complete wand. My grandfather once mentioned to me that this wand has a special purpose, and under normal circumstances it may not be as good as an ordinary wand. Vizette took the box and carefully pulled out the lining. On the silver blue velvet, there lay an extremely delicate wand. The handle of the wand was like a whole piece of sapphire, and the grey crystal structure spiraled up, connecting the wooden wand with the sapphire handle. Ollivander looked like he was looking at a treasure. This wand is very special, and it is not even applicable to the theory of wandology. It does not have a real clear wand body and wand core. Vizette had an indescribable feeling. He felt that the wand in front of him should belong to him. Perhaps just like Ollivander said, this wand was waiting for him to be a partner from the moment it was made. Thinking of this, Vizette held the wand in his hand without any hesitation. A silver blue light appeared in his mind, and the Wizard's Practical Guide suddenly opened, with countless pages flying in his mind, as if boiling. At this moment, the wand slowly disappeared from his hand and appeared in his mind. The flying pages were like a school of fish, circling around the wand. At this moment, the wand was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea. The grey crystal that held the wand lit up and emitted a silver blue light. The dim store brightened up, and countless silver blue lights overflowed from all directions, flying towards Vizette's eyes. Then, the whole Diagon Alley was in the air. He flickered, emitting a silver blue light. Ollivander opened his mouth slightly, staring at everything in front of him with wide eyes, looking at Vizette floating in the air. Vizette looked forward, like a god standing on the long river of history, observing the rise and fall of Diagon Alley from ancient times to the present. He saw Ollivander's ancestors come here, build a shed, and sell the first wand. He saw goblins also appear here. They seemed to have a premonition that this place was about to prosper, and started to build a snow-white building. He saw more and more shops appearing, and a commercial street called Diagon Alley was established around Gringotts and Ollivander's wand shop. He seemed to be able to vaguely glimpse the essence of magic, how wizards obtained magic in the past, and the more ancient past. Vizette concentrated his attention and tried hard to see these clearly. An inexplicable strong dizziness suddenly appeared, making him feel that the world was turning upside down. At the end of the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore intertwined his fingers, revealing a scrutinizing look, staring at the person hiding in the shadows. Professor Quirrell. As far as I know, you went to the Black Forest of Albania to gain practical experience in defense against the dark arts. Did you get any inspiration? Of course. Quirrell stammered, I met vampires. They were very unfriendly to me. At this moment, a silver blue light suddenly flashed in the leaky cauldron, and the drinkers opened their sleepy eyes. What happened just now? Did you see the light? Not only did I see it, but I also believe in it. Look, fluorescent flashes. Did you drink too much and get confused? Hiccup. Tom. 24 more sherry glasses. Dumbledore looked at the bar. His eyes seemed to penetrate the bar to the small patio, and then penetrate the small patio to Diagon Alley. He felt the ancient magic power from the silver blue light and looked for the source of this power. Ollivander's wand shop? Could it be Vizette? And there is an old witch, she is terrible. Quirrell still stuttered, Principal Dumbledore, what were you talking about just now? It's okay. Dumbledore shook his head gently, I'm listening, go on, what did that terrible witch do? That old witch raised a lot of snakes, all poisonous snakes. She drove the poisonous snakes to attack me. On the second floor of the leaky cauldron, Quirrell rented a guest room. Voldemort, who was possessed by a sharp-nosed viper, woke up from his slumber and felt a strange power. He poked his head out of the quilt, climbed up to the window quickly, and looked into the distance. Such an ancient magical power! He made a hoarse and harsh voice, this body is too weak, I can only sense the source here, I have to let Quirrell get the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Before he finished speaking, the snake's body collapsed, the scales and flesh turned into ashes, and a cloud of smoke like black gas emerged from it. The black gas slowly came to the corner of the room, where there was a net cage full of poisonous snakes. These poisonous snakes fell into a deep sleep, and the black gas stayed in the air for a moment, and finally selected a poisonous snake and pounced on it fiercely. Vizette woke up from the bench in the store. Everything around him had changed. There were countless lines on the ceiling, these lines were like dry brush strokes, and only extremely dim silver blue could be seen. The same was true for the wands on the shelves, they were entangled by glowing lines. Some are burning red lines, some are warm orange lines, and some are soft silver lines. Child, you're awake. Ollivander appeared in front of him, is the world in front of you different? A mirror appeared, and in the mirror was a pretty face with a little baby fat that was unique to this age. What's wrong with my eyes? Vizette looked at the mirror and slowly moved his hand to the position of his eyes. These eyes were like lakes under the moonlight, with silver blue light filling the pupils, with a different kind of mysterious beauty. He blinked, and the silver blue light was completely condensed. He blinked again, and the silver blue light filled his eyes again, as he wished. The magic eye, a rare talent. Ollivander said with envy, the most coveted talent of the Ollivander family. The first generation of Ollivander wand makers was a wizard who mastered the magic eye. He observed the magic of this world and summarized the laws and mysteries contained in it. He incorporated the laws into wand making, making our wand making technology unique and able to pass it down as the foundation of the family. There are many wand makers in history, but when it comes to wand making families, there must be only our Ollivander family. It's amazing! Vizet exclaimed, and his consciousness sank into his mind. Wizard Practical Guide opened a new page, with a record of the magic eye on it. Elementary Magic Eye, discover the ancient magic power brewed by time. Absorb it to help the magic eye grow. See the magic circuit. The so-called seeing the magic circuit is to be able to see the light wrapped around the wand. And this is just the ability of the elementary magic eye. If I continue to absorb the ancient magic power, let the magic eye grow, and evolve to the intermediate and advanced levels, what can I see? Vizet tried to drive Obscurus, but unfortunately, the ancient magic power generated by Obscurus could not be absorbed by the magic eye. Since Obscurus the road was blocked, and he did not force it. The most urgent thing was to get a wand. Mr. Ollivander, the wand you gave me just now disappeared, what should I do? Chapter 13 Magic Eye and Wand Making. It doesn't matter, maybe it will become a key, the key to open the magic eye. Ollivander's tone became more gentle, like the tone of an elder comforting a younger generation. Let's start choosing wands again. Maybe this time, you will have unexpected gains. What color wand do you like? Do you have any requirements for the wand core? Vizet asked puzzledly, didn't you say before, wizards and wands will choose each other? Can I make a request? Ollivander hummed, of course it is like this in normal situations, but you have the magic eye. Tell me what style you like. Vizet recalled a pile of wands he had just tried, elderwood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches. It's better to be harder. You remember them all. Ollivander smiled brightly, like a sunflower facing the sun. To carry the power of the Obscurus, it really requires an extraordinary wand configuration. He already knew the location of all the wands in the store. Just waving the wand, a wooden box flew out from the deepest part of the shelf and fell into Vizet's hand. In the wooden box lay a black wand, which was not overly carved. It was straight and sharp, as cold as a bayonet. With the help of the magic eye, he felt the exquisite skills contained in the magic wand, and the overall magic circuit was very smooth. The only flaw was the tip of the magic wand, where the magic circuit was a little bloated, like a tangled ball of thread. Vizet grabbed the magic wand, and the wand handle was round and convex, and it fit very well in his hand. The ancient magic power was triggered and quickly spread to the wand. The power gathered at the tip of the wand and merged into the bloated magic circuit. Vizet was like playing a game of catapults, and needed to sort out the magic circuit to make the overall magic circuit of the wand more unobstructed. After an unknown amount of time, he finally straightened the magic circuit, and cyclone-like patterns appeared on the wand, and the wand also heated up slightly at this time. Vizet subconsciously let go of his hand, and the wand floated in the air in an unusual way, making a pleasant hum. He could feel that the wand was calling him, in sharp contrast to its previous silence. Not only this wand, but all the wands in the shop hummed softly, calling for the same thing. Very wonderful. It has become more perfect. Ollivander smiled with satisfaction. Do you understand? The wand chooses the wizard. You have the eye of magic, you can make the wand better, no wand can refuse this. In a sense, these wands are really interesting. Vizet laughed. He remembered a sentence from his previous life, if you ignore me today, I will make you out of reach tomorrow. Vizet. I hope that after you graduate, you can learn how to make a wand from me. Ollivander's tone was full of expectation. Don't worry about the remuneration. I will pay you according to the salary standard of Auror, and I will never let you suffer a loss. Can I do it? Vizet asked subconsciously. This should be a very profound knowledge, and there are also secrets of your family. You have the magic eye. This is the most important. Ollivander said hurriedly, maybe you can think about it for a while, and give me an answer before graduation. You can study it first, I'll give it to you first. As if he was worried that Vizette would not agree, he quickly disappeared into the darkness. Not long after, he appeared in the store again, with the scaly leather cover in his hand. Hungarian horntail dragon skin, after special treatment, is extraordinarily warm even if you take notes in winter. Vizette felt the warmth of the dragon skin notebook, as if holding a small hand warmer, and felt very good. Vizette, the notebook contains the basic wand making method and some of my experiences. I'll give it to you, and you can flip through it when you think of it. Is this a family secret? It's too valuable. I can't keep it. Hearing this, Vizette realized the value of this notebook. He and Ollivander had just met once, and he was treated so sincerely. He was a little uncomfortable and subconsciously chose to refuse. Ollivander persuaded, why don't you flip through it first and see if you are interested? Even though it came to this, Vizette did not refuse, and spread out the notebook and flipped through it page by page. The notebook contains a huge amount of knowledge about wand making, enough to be recorded in the mind. After making sure that the content in his mind was correct with the notes, he stuffed the notes back. Mr. Ollivander, I have finished reading it and benefited a lot. Ollivander's eyes dimmed. You don't have to comfort me, it seems that you are not interested in wand making. Vizette explained, it's like this. I read books quickly. Although I can't understand the meaning, I have written down the content. Really? Ollivander was a little excited. Do you think hawthornwood is good as a wand body? Vizette flipped through the notes in his mind. If hawthornwood is used as a wand body, the wand will become strange and self-contradictory. Contradiction. This is a relatively niche material, but I think its existence is reasonable. Since it can be used as a wand material, it should be able to find a suitable owner. Very good. Very good. Ollivander's eyes lit up again. What about sycamore as a wand? For questions related to notes, if it is just a simple repetition, Vizette can answer fluently, and Ollivander is amazed at this. Vizette, your world is absolutely vast and boundless. I must admit that if you become a wand maker, it is really a waste of talent. The sky has darkened, and the sunset has plated a bright orange color on Diagon Alley. Observing the buildings in Diagon Alley with the magic eye, you will see that the buildings have become stained glass. Looking closely at the lines that maintain the buildings, you can also see the almost dried up silver blue magic. Did you consume the ancient magic power of Diagon Alley to successfully open the magic eye? If you want the magic eye to continue to grow, you can only go a long way, but you will get there. Wieizet stood outside the wand shop, playing with the wand in his hand. He liked the shape of this wand very much. Not only that, this wand meant a lot to him. Which meant that he had embarked on the road of wizarding. Ollivander told him that the price of 7 galleons for a wand was a discount for freshmen. If he wanted to buy a wand later, the price would be high or low depending on the material of the wand. But for Wieizet, these were not issues that needed to be considered. If he needed to change his wand, he could come here at any time. The store exchanges old for new. For Ollivander, the wand improved by Vizette is also worth studying. After playing with the wand for a while, Vizette carefully opened his pocket and slowly put it in. He looked around and couldn't help wondering where did Hagrid go? The two separated in the morning, and now the sun was setting, Hagrid hadn't come back yet. After a short time together, Vizette felt that it was not Hagrid's character to leave without saying goodbye. Did something happen? He came to the pharmacy and found the potion master he met in the morning. Are you talking about Hagrid? The potion master frowned and thought, I think I saw him going over there. Why don't you go over and take a look? By the way, remember to look at the corner of the street, don't go into Nocturne Alley. Chapter 14 A natural-born dark wizard, an extremely dangerous element. I'm talking about me. It was dark, the street lights on both sides of the street were on, and Diagon Alley seemed to be soaked in beer, with a kind of tipsy comfort. Weizet walked out of the pharmacy and turned into a dark alley according to the instructions of the potion master. The lights in Diagon Alley dimmed instantly, and the air circulating in the alley was full of cold and damp. The brick walls on both sides were crooked, and spots of fluorescent moss grew on the walls, emitting a cold green light, giving a feeling of ghosts. The end of the alley was shrouded in darkness, like the entrance to hell, giving people an illusion that they would never return. Even if you don't feel sharp, you can detect the abnormality of this alley. At the end of the alley, Hagrid's roar sounded. "Let me go! I won't buy it! Don't touch me!" An arrogant voice laughed. "What are you talking about? Didn't we agree? We have brought the dog here. You don't want us to kill the dog, do you?" Hagrid's roar became louder. "Don't do this! The little cutie hasn't even opened his eyes yet. You suddenly raised the price. I don't have that much money. Give me another day." The arrogant voice continued. "Give you another day? This is a hot commodity. Let us search you. If you really don't have that much money, I will sell it to you at the original price." Hagrid roared firmly, "No. I only have that much money on me." Vizet understood that Hagrid had a conflict with another group of people. Now is not the time to be a hero and watch the fun. The right answer is to go back to Diagon Alley to ask for help. Just when he was about to return, a cold voice sounded behind him, with a brand new cauldron. "And an owl. It looks like a new student." A wizard covered in a black robe appeared, holding his wand high, and the tip of the wand emitted a pale light. "Kid, why are you here?" Weizet subconsciously lowered his head and put his hands in front of his face to avoid being blinded by the bright light. The black-cropped wizard continued, "I'm so lucky today, 2 fat fish, follow me." Weizet reached into his pocket, and inside was a gift from Ollivander, a fist-sized iron plate. A magic item with defensive properties. The method of use is also very simple. You only need to touch the iron plate 3 times to trigger the armor spell contained in it. Weizet vaguely understood the preciousness of this iron plate, but now the situation is urgent, and it seems that he can only rely on this magic item to escape. He followed the black-cropped wizard into the path and saw a strange scene at the end of the road. Greek-style tunes rippled in the air. The tall Hagrid leaned against the corner, clenched his fists and glared. There were also 3 ragged people like hungry wolves, whose height was only up to Hagrid's waist, but they surrounded the giant in the middle. "Weizet, how did you come here?" Hagrid asked in surprise at first, and then continued to roar, "You dare to hold a child hostage? So you know each other, then he can only blame his bad luck." The black-cropped wizard pushed Vizet, joined the other 3, and surrounded Vizet and Hagrid in the middle. Vizet was not as excited as Hagrid. He looked behind the 4 people, where a giant beast was lying and sleeping soundly. The giant beast looked like a pug magnified countless times. It was as tall as him, just lying on the ground and sleeping. The most peculiar thing was the appearance of this dog. It had 3 heads and drooled when it smacked its lips. The 3-headed dog, a 5th level magical animal, originated in Greece, liked sweets, and had a size and magic resistance comparable to that of a dragon. According to the rating of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, 5x is the most dangerous level. This kind of magical animal is extremely dangerous and difficult to tame. According to Vizet's understanding of Hagrid, if Hagrid wants to call a magical animal cute, hugeness and danger are essential attributes. Vizet asked, "Hagrid, do you want to buy it?" Hagrid nodded angrily, "I have brought enough money, but they asked for a huge price, and actually raised the price to 600 galleons. The black-cropped wizard said, "In order to bring this big guy here, one of our brothers was captured, so of course we have to pay more. That's our closest relative. This is not a reason for you to break your promise." Hagrid spat and interrupted the black-cropped wizard. "Breaking your promise? Yes. I am breaking my promise. The black-cropped wizard laughed strangely. Now there is another child who knows our secret, so I have to continue to raise the price. It just so happens that there is one more child now, so go back and get the money. If you don't bring 1,000 galleons tomorrow, the ghost transformed by this child will come to you. Hey! Hagrid was startled and waved his hand and said, "You can't do this. You must not do this." Seeing the show here, Vizette couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Although Hagrid looks as tall as a giant, he is very easy to be manipulated. A simple threat made him so flustered that there was no room for negotiation. Life in the welfare home in the previous life made Vizette understand that he should not retreat when encountering such things. Retreating will only make the evil people more aggressive. To deal with such unreasonable evil people, you need to make them feel scared. He 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 he. Of course we have to do this. The four people on the opposite side laughed strangely. You can go back to raise money. Whether this child can survive depends on you. Vizette cleared his throat. Everyone. You didn't ask for my opinion, and you decided everything without authorization. My family is still waiting for me. They will be worried if I go back late. So I'm sorry, I can't stay here overnight. The four people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment and laughed more wildly. Did I hear correctly? He is threatening us? I am really scared. A freshman with a cauldron, I guess he just bought his wand today? What can he do? Fluorescent flash. Looking at the clothes you are wearing, you don't look like a child from a rich pure-blood family. It would be great if you were, so we can ask for 2,000 galleons. Vizette said calmly, do you know the obscure? Or do you have the habit of reading newspapers? The four people on the opposite side were a little impatient. What obscure? Stop talking nonsense. Big guy, go and prepare the money. Okay. Vizette sighed. Hagrid, I remember you brought the Daily Prophet, is it still there? Oh, it's still there. Hagrid immediately searched his pockets and took out a crumpled newspaper. Vizette took the newspaper and handed it to the four people on the opposite side. You can take a look. Only the black-cropped wizard spread out the newspaper, and the other three remained vigilant. Soon, the black-cropped wizard's expression changed from suspicion to surprise. He raised his wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a warm white light, which shone on Vizette's face. The black-cropped wizard's expression changed rapidly, from surprise to fear, and beads of sweat gradually covered his forehead. A natural black wizard, a walking barrel of explosives, an extremely dangerous element. Vizette pointed at himself, that's me. I'm an obscure. The black-cropped wizard wiped the sweat from his forehead and pretended to be calm and shouted, you said it is? Who knows if the reporter took the wrong photo? The content is also written nonsense. He is Vizette. Hagrid said angrily, he has been given a cold shoulder by many people today because of this matter. Perhaps you need some evidence. Vizette smiled and rolled up his sleeves, and each gesture was extremely smooth. Chapter 15 How can you bargain like this? Ancient magic, shield. The scene of encountering the rune-spin snake at the beginning seemed to appear in front of Vizette. The silver-blue light suffused his whole body, and a spherical barrier appeared, covering him and Hagrid. The reporter was obviously not really there. Vizette said softly, pulling his index finger and thumb outward. The barrier immediately spread outward and stopped just in front of the black-cropped wizard. Vizette smiled coldly and said loudly, I will force the runes to retreat to a dead end and crush it bit by bit with this magic. Do you want to try it? Of course, you can also try to resist. Now I can still control my power. If stimulate the obscurus, what will happen? It's hard to say. He looked around. The location here is really good, just a straight line. If it's here, the obscurus will definitely perform well. Not only the black-cropped wizard had sweat on his forehead, but his three accomplices also had cold sweats. Boss! This magic is not that powerful, right? Let's go. Can't the four of us beat the two of them? Is he trying to scare us? Is the Obscurus fake? I don't even know what this thing is. The noise of his accomplices made the black-cropped wizard very upset. He shouted, "Shut up! Even if the identity of the Obscurus is fake, is the wandless spellcasting fake? Have you seen a few little farts, kids who can cast spells without a wand?" He threw the newspaper to his companions. "Look for yourselves. Don't think about going up without knowing anything." He regretted it very much now. He should have driven the Obscure away, otherwise he would not have faced such a situation. The silver-blue shield magic was still continuing. The black-cropped wizard could only grit his teeth and asked unwillingly, "What do you want?" Vizette laughed and took 2 steps forward. "I just want to go home. It's a very simple wish." The black-cropped wizard and others immediately stepped back more than 10 steps, with their backs pressed against the 3-headed dog that was still sleeping. From the performance of these people, they already knew what the Obscure was and what Vizette had done before. Thanks to Rita Skeeter. This outrageous report in the official report allowed Vizette to achieve the desired effect without explaining too much. "By the way, there is also this 3-headed dog. How much do you plan to sell it to Hagrid? Are you still willing to buy it?" The black-cropped wizard was surprised. 400 galleons. This 3-headed dog is a cub, and its eyes are not even open. Weezet looked aside. "Hagrid, is the 3-headed dog cub worth this price?" His knowledge of the 3-headed dog mainly comes from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book mainly mentions the precautions of the 3-headed dog. As for the price, we still need to rely on the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Hagrid nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's worth it. And it's super value. I haven't seen such a favorable price when I traveled in Greece." See. The black-cropped wizard breathed a sigh of relief. "Just follow this price, we will never raise the price." Weezet looked at Hagrid and was a little speechless. Now they have the advantage and should be more aggressive. Maybe it's because the wizards in the magical world are relatively simple? Or is it just Hagrid who is relatively simple? 400 galleons is not a small amount. Weezet's instinct to calculate carefully started. This price is obviously unreasonable. This is not Greece. The black-cropped wizard immediately looked at him and asked nervously, "What do you want to say?" Weezet said calmly, "As far as I know, a 3-headed dog is a dangerous and rare magical animal. It's very troublesome to buy a 3-headed dog. In addition to the purchase price, you need to go through various procedures. If you follow the normal purchase process, it will take a lot of time. Do you understand? This is the content of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which gives a brief introduction to the adoption of a 3-headed dog." The black-cropped wizard planned to play dumb and shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know. This price is really a good deal." He also winked at Hagrid desperately. "Big guy. Say something. It's a cub. Don't you want to be the owner of this cute little thing?" "Oh." Hagrid made a long snoring sound, but did not say anything. He looked down at Weezet, with an "I listen to him" look. Weezet made a scissor hand gesture. 200 galleons, this is the highest price we offer." 200 galleons! The black-cropped wizard screamed, "Why don't you just kill us? How can this price be possible?" "Good idea." Vizette touched his chin, as if thinking about this problem seriously. "Such a dark alley is indeed suitable for doing this kind of thing." "Vizette." Hagrid was frightened. "You must stay calm. You are a good boy." The black-cropped wizard was also frightened. "That's right. The big guy is right. You must stay calm. Let's discuss it again." Vizette shook his scissor hands. 200 galleons. 390 galleons. This is our bottom line. 190 galleons, if you had a bottom line, you wouldn't have held me hostage in the beginning. You. The black-cropped wizard now regretted even more, and weakly lowered the price. 380 galleons, can't be reduced any further. Vizette smiled calmly and said, 170 galleons. Judging from the clothes you guys are wearing, I'm afraid you have been sleeping in the open for a long time, right? Did you get into trouble in Greece? So you're hiding here with your three-headed dog? The money you get should be enough for you to live for a while, right? Besides, Hagrid is the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Only a place as big as the game farm can allow the three-headed dog to live comfortably. Do you understand? The black-cropped wizard seemed to have been caught in a sore spot, and his voice was as sharp as chalk scratching across glass. Then you can't keep lowering the price. How can you bargain like this? 150 galleons. Vizette remained calm. I said, the bottom line can be lowered, especially when dealing with people like you. When the moon was high in the sky, Hagrid, who was grinning from ear to ear, carried the three-headed dog and led Vizette back to Diagon Alley. Vizette, thank you so much today. If you weren't here, I might not have been able to get out of Nocturne Alley. He fumbled in his pocket and took out a beautifully embroidered cloth bag. I was really scared. They wanted to search me, I don't want them to take this. This is why Hagrid was determined not to let those people search him. Vizette temporarily entrusted the wallet to him. The rune spore was brought by Hagrid. If Hagrid had selfish intentions, Vizette would not have taken the 500 galleons. At least in terms of character, Hagrid is a trustworthy person. Not only that, Hagrid's blouse has magic resistance, which can resist ordinary theft magic. Putting this money on him can also make Vizette feel more at ease. Seeing Vizette take the wallet away, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a relaxed tone, "What do you think this little cutie should be called?" Vizette looked at the three-headed dog who was still dozing and shrugged, "I don't know. I'm not very good at naming, but it looks furry, and it's indeed cute, right?" Hagrid's eyes lit up, "Yes. A furry little cutie, why not call it Fluffy?" He reached out and stroked the back of the three-headed dog, his tone full of pampering. "Fluffy, what do you think?" Perhaps Hagrid's call worked. The three-headed dog Fluffy snorted and slowly opened his eyes. Woof. However, the first person who caught Hagrid's eye when Fluffy was carried on his shoulders was not Hagrid, but Vizette, who was following behind and pulling a small trailer. "Hagrid, your Fluffy is awake." In Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the English name of the three-headed dog is Fluffy. When the publisher translated it, it was transliterated, so it was translated into Fluffy. Here I also follow the publisher's translation and call it Fluffy, please understand. If it is a free translation, it can also be translated into Fluffy. Fluffy itself means furry. Chapter 16: The Destination of the Floo Network, the Burrow. The three-headed dog Fluffy's eyes lit up, fluttered his paws, and whimpered as he wanted to pounce on Vizette. Hagrid was a bit strong, and when he found that Fluffy woke up, he easily lifted Fluffy over his head. He shouted excitedly, "Fluffy, you're awake! You look so cute, you were born to be kissed by your mother." Vizette wiped his sweat behind him, and only a person with Hagrid's physique could lift a three-headed dog the size of an African lion by himself. "I seem to have come at the wrong time." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, and Dumbledore appeared in front of the two. "Principal Dumbledore." Hagrid seemed to be frightened, and quickly hid Fluffy behind him as if hiding a gift. Unfortunately, Fluffy's size was comparable to that of an African lion, and even Hagrid's physique of more than 3 meters tall could not hide it. "The three-headed puppy looks a little thin," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Is the nest you just built in the school for it?" Hee hee. Hagrid smiled reluctantly. "Fluvia is still young, I don't want it to keep running around." "Of course I understand." Dumbledore nodded, "but if that's the case, I'm afraid I can't take the night business." "Vizette, do you want to try another way of traveling? There is a more economical option. I have already told Molly about it." "More economical?" Vizette remembered that he hadn't paid for the bus this morning, so he quickly took out a gold coin and stuffed it into Hagrid's trouser pocket. Hagrid said anxiously, "Vizette, don't do that. You saved me more than 200 galleons." Vizette waved his hand, "That's different, let's put it this way. Hagrid, just take it." Dumbledore smiled even more kindly, "Vizette, let's go. The Floo network is definitely a good way to travel." The three returned to the leaky cauldron. It was still noisy here, the fire in the corner fireplace was burning, and the atmosphere of the fire in the bar was even more heated. Dumbledore picked up the flower pot on the fireplace, which was filled with powder that sparkled with stars. The method of use is very simple, just grab a handful of Floo powder, throw it into the fireplace, and shout out the place you want to Gothborough. He said while demonstrating, and sprinkled a handful of Floo powder. The flame that came into contact with the Floo powder instantly rose, and the bright red flame turned into emerald green. "Vizette, overcome your fear of fire. The fire in the fireplace will not hurt you. It will take you home under the guidance of magic." Listening to Dumbledore's soft voice, Vizette nodded and pushed the small trailer directly towards the fire. "Principal Dumbledore." Hagrid and Lua huddled in the corner, "How should we get back to school?" Dumbledore made a gesture of invitation, "I have arranged the Thestrals, but they won't be here soon." Tom appeared at the right time and brought a large pot of tea and a large cut cake. Seeing the cake covered with sweet cream, Dumbledore's eyebrows stretched, with a happy expression, "I am very interested in the origin of the three-headed dog. Can you tell me about it?" Hagrid cheered up, "Of course, no problem. Where do you start?" "How did I know Fluffy? I was in the leaky cauldron. I want to know the process of buying Fluffy." Dumbledore waved his hand, "From your conversation just now, it seems that Vizette helped you a lot." "Yes. Yes." Hagrid nodded repeatedly, "If it weren't for him, I would definitely be blackmailed by those people. The situation is like this. Vizette entrusted 500 galleons to me, how could I let those people search me? When I saw him appear, I was really scared to death. He is so smart. I didn't even know what happened. Those people actually only sold it for 170 galleons. How much discount is this?" He was so excited that he danced with joy. Even Fluffy, who had fallen into a coma, got up again. When he heard the name Vizette, he would call out a few times. Dumbledore showed a relieved expression on his face. Using what he saw and heard throughout the day, he easily turned the situation around. To be able to think of such a perfect solution in such an emergency environment. To be honest, even I can't do better. Hagrid nodded repeatedly in agreement, "That's why I said it. If Vizette didn't come, I really don't know what to do." Dumbledore smiled and asked, "Hagrid, I can see that you like this kid very much. Fluffy likes him too." Hagrid rubbed Fluffy's head, "But there are still many people who misunderstand him. It's all because of those reports. They will have new reports soon." Dumbledore stroked his beard, "Harry's birthday is in a few days, and I'll need your help to run a trip then." "Harry?" Hagrid opened his mouth, "Harry Potter?" "That's right. He's also of school age. Of course I have no problem. I haven't seen him for 10 years. He was just a little kid at that time, just a little bit big." "Yes. It's been 10 years. Dumbledore suddenly sighed, "It may be very busy for a long time in the future. Thestrals are here, and we should go back to school." As Dumbledore said, the flames did not harm Vizette. A strange roar came from his ears, and he seemed to be in a vortex, and the fireplace exits flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, a boy screamed in front of him, "Mom! The fireplace is responding. Come and see." A more mature male voice said, "Vizette came back from Diagon Alley, and he should have brought a lot of things. Ron, stay away and be safe." Push appeared from behind, and Vizette got out of the fireplace. What came into view was a living room made of crooked stones. A tall red-haired boy stood in front of him and stretched out his hand very stylishly. "Hello, I'm Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor." Another red-haired boy appeared and smiled shyly. "I'm Ron, and I'm also enrolled this year." A hand suddenly appeared under Percy's hand. "Hello. My name is Fred Weasley, the younger brother who is always deducted by the prefect." Then, another hand appeared and covered Percy's palm. "Hello. My name is George Weasley, another younger brother who was deducted by the prefect." "Shut up!" Percy shouted. "If you behave better, who will deduct your points?" "Percy is like this." The two boys with the same appearance shook their heads and said angrily, "I doubt if he is our brother. He is not humorous at all." Four boys stood in front of Vizette. They all had freckles on their faces and red hair. Percy was dressed most formally, wearing a black robe with a golden red badge on his chest. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose revealed a bookish air of following the rules. Fred and George put on a playful smile. Their clothes were not only old, but also had traces of smoky magic. Ron stood at the back, his eyes sparkling, and he stretched his neck to look curiously. "Okay." A middle-aged woman in an apron appeared and pulled Fred and George aside. She bent down to look at Vizette and helped straighten his collar. "My name is Molly. You came back so late. Have you had dinner? I'll cook some for you." Weezette looked at the group of people. There was no alienation or fear in their eyes. A sense of intimacy arose spontaneously. He smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, I think not. Mr. Lovegood left me dinner." Chapter 17 Preparation before school starts. Weezette had heard from Luna before that there were other wizard families around the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Molly walked in front with a basket in her hand. "The Diggory family is nearby. His children are much less troublesome than Fred and George. And the Fawcett family is also nearby. There seems to be a girl in his family. She should also be enrolled this year. Maybe you will meet her when school starts. She is a talkative and easygoing person. Chatting with her is like chatting about family matters, without much alienation. Since Mrs. Lovegood's accident, their family has become secluded. We haven't had much contact over the years. Luna is a good kid, but her thinking is rather divergent. Even Fred and George often have trouble communicating with her." Weezette came to this world less than 2 months later. He mainly listened to Molly and responded from time to time. He smiled slightly. "For me, many of Luna's words are inspiring. If it weren't for Luna's protection and inspiration, he wouldn't be able to cast the shield magic when he encountered the runes." "That's great." Molly looked at the stream not far away. "Occasionally I pass by that stream. And I often see Luna there in the past 2 years. She always fishes while crying, and when she sees me, she immediately runs home. A child who hasn't entered school yet, it's hard to get used to having one less person around him, right?" Vizette was touched by Molly's words, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. It shouldn't happen now. Molly smiled and said, "That's great." Looking at the kind smile, Vizette was inexplicably a little irritated. Hogwarts adopts a closed teaching method, and in addition to the summer vacation, you can only leave school during the Christmas vacation. 2 moons appeared on the hill. One moon was hanging high in the sky, and another full moon was suspended above the Carshape castle. That was the masterpiece of Luna's mother, and it was said to be derived from a magic experiment. Since then, the darker the sky, the more obvious the full moon on the castle. If you use the magic eye to observe, can you see some unusual scenes? Vizette's heart moved, and his eyes were filled with silver blue light. The silver blue magic flowed like liquid, covering the entire castle, especially the full moon. The silver blue magic contained in it was extremely dazzling. The most important thing is that these are ancient magic powers brewed by time, and it seems that as long as he wants, he can integrate them into his eyes. He didn't do that. Because at night, Luna likes to come to the top floor for a walk and stare at the moon above the castle. Vizette suddenly had a whim. Did Luna's mother study ancient magic? This is my first time here at night. It's so beautiful. Molly suddenly said, and stuffed the basket to Vizette. I'll take you here. These vegetables are all grown at home. Say hello to Mr. Lovegood and Luna for me. Vizette's eyes returned to normal, and he said sincerely, Okay, Aunt Molly, I really don't know how to thank you. Molly's figure disappeared in the night, and the furry owl made a cheerful cry and dived into Vizette's arms. Coo coo coo. The birdcage on the crucible shook gently, and the bronze owl inside called eagerly, as if to say hello. The sound of fine and soft footsteps came, and Luna looked at Vizette quietly with a faint smile. Diagon Alley is magical, right? Her voice was still light. You were entangled by a harassment horsefly? If you get to school, you can write to me. Cuckoo. The owl Diana held her head high and chirped twice in agreement. Yes, you can write a letter. Vizette smiled with relief and shook his head gently. Luna always has such a magic that can easily resolve his confusion. Discarding his worries, Vizette pointed to the restless owl. What do you think this little guy should be called? A cute little guy, so energetic. Luna thought, let's call him Thor. The sun and the moon always appear alternately. It's a good name. The two walked on the soft grass and walked towards the castle with 2 moons in the sky. Unconsciously, it was the end of August, and tomorrow was the day when Hogwarts would start school. More than a month is not long. Vizette used this time to prepare for school and reorganize the room. Among them, Luna made a great effort. Or it should be said that she took care of the decoration of the room. In addition to replacing the mattress and wallpaper, she also strung together the airships as decorations for the bed curtains. This is a magical material that looks like a pocket carrot. It is said that as long as you have more contact with Airship Lee, you can improve your ability to accept abnormal things. Airship Lee can be seen everywhere in the castle, such as Luna's earrings, which are also made by Airship Lee. As the editor of the Quibbler, Xenophilius will work in a room full of Airship Lee, which is said to be to generate inspiration continuously. The second floor of the castle is particularly lively. These days are the printing period of the Quibbler. The magic printing press is in full swing, and the click-click sound can be heard from day to dusk. The printing press used by wizards is very special. The whole structure is made of wood, and only iron sheets are used to fix it at key positions, like a spinning machine during the Industrial Revolution. With the blessing of magic, a magic printing press includes the functions of a series of machines such as folding machines, binding machines, and cutting machines. What Xenophilius has to do is very simple. He only needs to design the first draft and then put the first draft into the entrance of the printing press. The machine will automatically operate and print out one finished magazine after another. The efficiency of the machine was not very high, and less than 100 copies of the Quibbler were printed in a few days. During this period, Vizette also rewrote the textbooks that he would use. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. In the process of copying the textbooks, he had a better understanding of the teaching content of the new school year. Get a general understanding. The illustrations used in the textbooks were also done by Luna. She is very good at painting. As long as Vizette dictates, she can draw the corresponding image. Especially in drawing magical animals, she shows unparalleled talent, and each magical animal is drawn vividly. Mom and I have read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them together. Luna explained with a smile, I have seen all the magical animals in it, except the scimitar-horn snorkel. Vizette asked, Scimitar-horn snorkel? Next time I will go to Flourish and Blots to see if there are any related books. It should be difficult to find. Luna showed a regretful expression, it is a very rare magical animal. Dad told me that they live in Sweden. When the time comes, I will find them myself and draw them. Go to Sweden. Vizette made a note of this matter in his heart. On the last night of August, Xenophilius did not cook himself, but ordered from a nearby Muggle restaurant and arranged a sumptuous dinner at home. Remember to write back more often. This was his only instruction, Share with us what's going on at school, no matter what. You know what I'm saying. I know. Vizette smiled and threw 2 stakes out the window, then they'll have to work hard. The 2 owls turned into fluffy lightning, holding the stakes in their mouths in the air, and responded with 2 cooing sounds. On the first day of school, Vizette checked the admission notice again, checked the items in the suitcase again and again, and finally felt relieved and walked downstairs with the suitcase. Luna sat in the living room. The bright sunshine broke into the window, and coated her light golden hair with a layer of golden light. She was combing Thor's feathers, taking care of every feather meticulously. Vizette whispered, "I'm going to school." Yet. Luna's voice was a little dazed. Although farewell is always a little sad, every farewell is to prepare for the next reunion. She handed over a lush and green GOD-CHAPTER. If you encounter difficulties or confusion, it will bring you good luck. Inside is the taste of home. This sentence is not wrong. The appearance and taste of GOD-CHAPTER are similar to those of green onions, and only Luna's family will squeeze GOD-CHAPTER into tea. It is indeed the taste of home, the taste that belongs to this place. Vizette nodded. This gift is very characteristic of Luna. Chapter 18 King's Cross Station and Ancient Magic, Improvement. King's Cross Station is located in the centre of London. It is a very important transportation hub for England. It is still early now, and there are not many passengers coming and going. Vizette walked into the station smoothly. After many inquiries, he found the direction to the 9th platform. The closer to the 9th platform, the more people in groups around. They all looked like parents sending their children to school, but their clothing styles were really weird. Some people's clothes were very eye-catching, like costumes borrowed from a circus. Some people's clothes were in sharp contrast, with a large cotton jacket on the upper body and shorts on the lower body. Some people may not have chosen the right clothes, and they were obviously middle-aged bald men with stubble on their faces, but they wore a long floral skirt. Although their clothes were out of tune with the surrounding passengers, their movements were surprisingly consistent. They approached the pillars of the 9th and 10th platforms, slammed into them, and finally disappeared. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes noticed something strange, ran up to him with a puzzled look, and even stretched out his hand to touch the pillar. Just then, a strong man in a pleated skirt suddenly appeared, raised his wand, rushed to the middle-aged man, and muttered something. A flash of light passed by, and the middle-aged man showed an extremely urgent look, and ran out of the station at the speed of a 100 sprint. Wizette wiped his sweat, not knowing where to start complaining. Everything was too weird. A pleasant female voice came to his ears. Muggle studies should be popularized to all grades, not just as an elective course. This is an Asian girl with delicate features, long black hair to her shoulders, and a few freckles on her delicate nose. She was wearing a sky blue hoodie with 2 dark blue letters T on the front. The girl pulled the suitcase in one hand and held an old-fashioned broom in the other. The broom was well maintained and had never been used to sweep the ground. Both the handle and the branches were varnished, and looked very smooth and shiny. "You are Wizette, right? You look familiar. I remember that you often appeared on the front page of the Daily Prophet last month." The girl introduced herself with a smile. "My name is Chu Zhang. I am a student of Ravenclaw." Wizette nodded. "Hello, Chu Zhang." "Hello." Chu Zhang said with a smile, "We should go. Just rush in, the staff of the Ministry of Magic can only disperse muggles." "The staff of the Ministry of Magic?" Wizette pointed at the burly man in the pleated skirt. "Are you dressed like this?" "Really? It's hard to understand, right?" Chu Zhang smiled helplessly. "So I say that Muggle studies should be popularized and the knowledge of Muggle studies needs to be updated. I'm wearing the Tate Hill Tornado uniform and holding a flying broom in my hand. So what? They won't notice me. Muggles nowadays have to be more tolerant, can you believe it? It's already 1991, and Muggle studies still has the same knowledge of Muggles as it did 300 years ago. It's incredible." Chuzhong walked in front, quickening his pace as he spoke, and disappeared into the pillar. Vizette followed closely behind him, and after a very short period of darkness, a bright platform appeared in front of him. Behind him was no longer the King's Cross Station Hall, but a wrought iron archway, with the sign of Platform 9 3/4 hanging on the ceiling. Woohoo! It was a crimson steam locomotive, full of strong Victorian style. In fact, this steam locomotive did come from that era, and it belonged to the Ministry of Magic to Inga. The transportation tool requisitioned from England. The Minister of Magic at that time was Adeline Gamble. In order to escort the students of Hogwarts back to school safely, the female minister overcame all objections and mobilized the Ministry of Magic to carry out a major project. This project involved 167 forget spells, the largest hidden magic in the history of England, and finally built a 9 3/4 station. The steam locomotive was also completely transformed, from steam engine drive to magic drive, and was named Hogwarts Express. The platform was very noisy, white the blue magic smoke was swirling above, and all kinds of pets were walking under people's feet. Parents were clinging to the windowsill of the Hogwarts Express, muttering the instructions before departure, and the children were nodding like chicks pecking at rice. Weizet used the magic eye, and the ancient magic power brewing here was very abundant, and the silver-blue magic power almost overflowed the platform. He moved his mind, and countless ancient magic powers rushed to him, and the wizard practical guide in his mind turned to the 4th page. Ancient magic, improved, elementary, guiding ancient magic power to improve magic spell. Enhance the power of magic. Increase the special effects of spells. Improved magic is different from shield magic. It cannot be used directly and must be combined with other magic. It is very practical. It can enhance the power of magic and add some special effects. Weizet used the time before school to study the Wizard Practical Guide to learn how to use ancient magic power. If we understand it from the perspective of the previous life, this notebook is equivalent to providing him with special skills, which is the so-called special skills, SP skills. Whether it is the shield magic at the beginning or the magic I obtained in Diagon Alley later, they are different from the current wizard magic. Especially the emergence of improved magic helped him confirm the relevant conjecture. The notes mention 2 ancient magic powers. One ancient magic power comes from Obscurus and can be used to cast magic directly. The other ancient magic power is more special and comes from those ancient magic buildings. These magic buildings have been brewing for a long time, and the ancient magic power produced can be directly absorbed to promote the growth of the magic eye or open a new page of the notes. Feeling shocked, right? Chu Zhang's voice sounded. When I first came in, I was actually shocked. Such antiques can usually only be seen in museums. The first few carriages were already full of students. Some of them were playing in the corridor, some were doing homework with school bags in front of them, and some were chatting idly. Why did you bring a toad? Is this popular now? It's called Lev, a toad. My uncle bought it for me. He's very happy that I have the talent of a wizard. Are you sure your uncle is happy? And not some other emotion? Are there still people using toads as pets? Chu Zhang is an enthusiastic girl. She took Vizette all the way to the middle of the train and found an empty carriage. The two worked together to move the suitcase onto the shelf. They still have to make up their homework at this time. They are basically Gryffindor students. How do you know? Vizette asked curiously. He didn't know much about Hogwarts. Although he had a book called Hogwarts, a history in his mind, he hadn't had time to read it because it was not a textbook. Chu Zhang took out a rag and wiped the already shiny broom. As far as I know, Gryffindor students have a very rich schedule for summer vacation. They will arrange to explore wizard ruins, or indulge in Quidditch all day. Anyway, homework is usually the last option. Weizet couldn't help laughing and said, on the day before school starts, you have to choose between finishing homework and sleeping. Chu Zhang also chuckled, yes. That's it. A black guy suddenly popped up, holding up the pocket of his clothes and said, "Dude. Can you lend me your homework to copy? I have a bag spider from Africa, I can let you touch it." In the original book, Chuzhong is described as a beautiful Asian girl, so I would like to explain this. Chapter 19 Homework has no weight in Gryffindor's heart. Chuzhong raised his hand and introduced, Lee Jordan, a third-year student of Gryffindor, is a well-known commentator of Quidditch matches. Hee. Not that famous. Lee Jordan walked into the carriage. Have you done Professor Flitwick's homework? I just found out when I got home yesterday that I forgot my new textbook in Africa, and it can only be mailed to school tomorrow. But I didn't do any of the preview test assigned by Professor Flitwick. Chu Zhang's mouth curled up into an arc that seemed to be smiling, as if saying, "See. Gryffindor students are like this, and homework has no weight in their hearts." Chuzhong patiently explained, "You should ask someone else, I am a second-year student, and this Vizette is a freshman this year." Chuzhong. I know you. Lee Jordan showed a teasing expression. In the game last school year, Cedric failed to catch the golden snitch, as if he was distracted by watching. Ahem, cough. Chu Zhang's cheeks turned red, as if he was choked, and he coughed several times. Did you see the wrong person? I am a student of Ravenclaw. Lee Jordan raised his eyebrows high, looking indignant. As a commentator, my duty is to capture the wonderful moments of the game. You were also wearing this Tuthill Tornado uniform at the time. I remember it clearly and it is absolutely correct. I can swear on a bag spider. But I still suggest you ask someone else. Chuzhong interrupted Lee Jordan quickly, we really can't help you. Then can I stay here for a while? Lee Jordan sighed, wait until Fred and the others get on the bus, I'll see if they have brought their textbooks. Whatever you want. Chuzhong did not refuse. Vizette asked, Fred? Is it Fred Weasley? Lee Jordan was beaming with joy, yes. That's him. Fred and George are twins, and I am close friends with them. Do you know them too? Weezette nodded, the Weasleys helped me before, so we know each other. So we are acquaintances. Lee Jordan sighed and complained again, I really don't want to spend all my time doing homework. The venom of this bag spider is amazing. When I was in Africa before, I did an experiment with this bag spider. Even if the tongue only touched a little bit of venom, it would swell up immediately. If Fred and the others come, we can do experiments together. If there is no such a crappy homework. Unfortunately, I have asked several people, but I can't borrow the homework to copy. I can't borrow. Weezette noticed Lee Jordan's pocket again, you want to borrow the homework to copy, and the reward is to let them touch the bag spider. Lee Jordan nodded repeatedly, of course. This is not an ordinary bag spider. Its venom contains magic, which is rare. As rare as wizards among muggles. Weezette finally understood why no one lent homework to Lee Jordan. Touching a spider, it's a little creepy no matter how you think about it. This black guy is a restless guy. Perhaps because of his racial talent, he has an especially strong desire to talk. When Lee Jordan knew that Weezette knew Fred and the others, he immediately started to talk about each college in a familiar way and introduced each college. Gryffindor is of course the best college. Do you know the headmaster Dumbledore? He is a member of our Gryffindor. Everywhere is the best. Ravenclaw is not bad either. It would be great if Chuzhong was in the same grade as me. Ravenclaw has the highest accuracy rate in homework. The people in Hufflepuff are very friendly. That charming boy Cedric. They eat the most food. I really don't know where they get it from. Slytherin? It is the worst college with a large number of dark wizards. The mysterious man is a member of Slytherin. Those people will do anything to win the college cup. Their dean is a point-deducting devil. The mysterious man, this title is quite strange. Vizet felt that this title sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered that this was one of Voldemort's real code names, and he was generally called the Noseless Monster or the Two-Hall Socket. That name was not funny back then. Lee Jordan swallowed his saliva and his voice became twisted. That was the most dangerous dark wizard in history. I heard from my father that those killed by the mysterious man were enough to form an army of infernal corpses. Even the so-called mysterious man is just a nickname, because we dare not call him by name. Is it so dangerous? Vizet frowned. I have heard of Grindelwald. He seems to be a very dangerous dark wizard. He knew the name Gellert Grindelwald from the movie Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. At least in the movie, Grindelwald's combat power is extremely strong. Even if he faces the horrors of the Magic Congress alone, he can do it with ease. That was a long time ago. Lee Jordan shrugged. It was Headmaster Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald. I know this. It's right to come to Gryffindor. After wiping the broom, Chu Jong said, if you are interested in Grindelwald and the mysterious man, you can read Modern History of Magic, which has more detailed records. Time soon came to 10:30, and Lee Jordan, who was dry-mouthed, settled down and began to try to make up homework. Repair spell. The spell is spelled R. R what? Repair. It is a spell used to repair things. Who invented it in England? Before I seem to have seen it. Chu Jong buried his head in a book called The Origin of Quidditch, his shoulders trembling violently, and occasionally he could hear a puffing sound. Vizet scanned the books in his mind and found Standard Spells, Level 3. These books recorded in his mind. As long as Vizet intentionally searches for relevant texts, he can find the corresponding text paragraphs at a very fast speed, just like searching for keywords on a computer. There are 7 volumes of Standard Spells, corresponding to the 7 years of spells classes at Hogwarts. It was for this reason that when he was borrowing books at Flourish and Blotts, he simply recorded all 7 volumes. He read according to the introduction of Standard Spells, Level 3, Mr. Jordan, the spell of the repair spell is Reparo. If you need a complete explanation of this magic, it should be a spell that can be used to seamlessly repair most damaged objects. Are you sure? Lee Jordan's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and he grabbed Vizet's shoulder directly. Is the book you left in Africa called Standard Spells, Level 3? Yes, yes, yes. That's it. That's right, when I bought the book before, I thought it was interesting, so I wrote it down by the way. Right, write it down? Is this something a normal person can do? Do you really not know the mysterious man? Well, you just read out the question, and I remembered it immediately. Vizet nodded. If you are worried, you can ask Fred and George for the answer when they come over. I'll try it myself first. Lee Jordan took out a tissue from his pocket and tore it into several pieces. Republic Arrow, repair it as new. He kept practicing according to the question on the preview test paper. After more than 10 attempts, the paper towel was barely pieced together. Magic requires multiple attempts. The paper towel can be pieced together without falling apart, which shows that the principle and spell of the repair spell are correct. Genius! Good brother, you are a genius. Lee Jordan changed his name for him and pulled the preview test paper over directly. Help me look again. Chapter 20 Gryffindor needs talents like you. There are a lot of fill-in-the-blank questions on the test paper. If you have really done the preview, the difficulty of the test paper is not too great. Vizet pointed to the empty space and said, in 1754, Arabella Nutley, Office of the Prohibition of the Improper Use of Magic of the Ministry of Magic in England, repaired the accidentally destroyed Colosseum in Rome. Dude! You are so strong! Lee Jordan gave a thumbs up and immediately wrote down the correct answer in the blank. The Patronus Charm, the spell is Expecto Patronum, and the explanation is an ancient and mysterious spell that can summon a magical patroness. The blanks on the preview test paper were filled one by one. Zhang, who was still laughing, changed his expression and looked at Vizette in surprise. Woo woo woo. The loud whistle sounded, and the Hogwarts Express finally set off. Outside the window were countless parents waving goodbye, and there were many younger children, crying and chasing the train. The train was going faster and faster, and those crying and chasing children were left behind, and could only wave goodbye. Really free from the constraints of their parents, many children now showed expressions of relief, and pulled out their wands from their pockets, and the laughter and playfulness on the train were endless. After finishing his homework, Lee Jordan was full of energy again. I tell you. I met many wizards in Africa, and learned a magic that doesn't require a wand. Zhang became interested. Wandless magic? I've read in books that Africa seems to be very good at this. Lee Jordan waved his hand. It's not a simple wandless magic, it's a magic done by gestures. I'll show you, show you. He rolled up his sleeves, fiddled with a set of fancy moves, and clapped his hands. But nothing happened, no special light appeared, and no special things happened. Zhang hummed and asked carefully, "Are you sure this is a magic? What kind of magic does it work? Or should I try again?" Lee Jordan scratched his head, pulled his sleeves directly to his shoulders, and clapped his hands again. "Merlin's briefs. Are you controlled by an African wizard?" An exaggerated voice sounded. Fred slipped in, put his hands on Lee Jordan's shoulders and shook him hard. "Don't get hurt. We are still waiting for your bag spider." "Hey! Vizette, you are here too." George followed closely, waved and greeted, "Oh, and the girl who distracted Cedric." Zhang nodded, didn't say much, but his ears were a little red. "Of course I'm fine." Lee Jordan shook off Fred's hands. "Be careful, you might crush the bag spider to death. Then we will regret it for the rest of our lives." George made a praying gesture. "Take it out quickly." For a moment, the attention of the 5 people was attracted. Zhang was mainly on guard, afraid that the hairy spider would jump up and jump in front of her. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were admiring and praising the dense bristles on the bag spider. Wizette used the magic eye, like an X-ray machine, to scan the body of the bag spider back and forth. In addition to the fangs and the venom gland emitted a faint green light, while the rest of the bag spider did not glow, appearing grey. Wizette focused his attention and focused on the green light of the fangs and venom glands. There seemed to be a symbol in the green light. It was just that the symbol was too blurry to see the specific structure of the symbol. A hand suddenly appeared at the location of the fangs. The bag spider did not hesitate at all, bit the hand directly, and injected the venom-containing magic into it. As the venom was completely injected, the green light of the fangs and venom glands dimmed directly. The hand came from Fred, and the bitten area swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang widened his eyes and subconsciously drew out his wand. "Why did you put your hand over there yourself?" "Don't worry, it's just a small problem." George was very calm, and took out something like a suction cup from his pocket, and slapped it on the bite site. The suction cup seemed to come alive and actually made a gurgling sound. The magical poison flowed down the wound, was absorbed by the suction cup, and gathered in the small glass bottle at the top. Fred's hand quickly swelled, leaving 2 rice-sized wounds. Lee Jordan was not idle either. He took out a green leaf, chewed it hastily, and spit it on the wound. A few wisps of green smoke slowly dissipated, and when he pushed the green leaf away, the wound had completely healed, but the wound was smoother than the surrounding area. Fred then grimaced and let out a long breath. "This bag spider is really awesome. It hurts me so much. But we got this." George took down the glass bottle and gently shook the green venom inside. "Fat tongue toffee, here we come." Fred smiled, "But you have to remember, you will be the one bitten next time." Vizette dispersed his magic eyes and asked curiously, "Excuse me, is that dictamnus? You're an expert." Lee Jordan held his head high and took out a bag full of green leaves as if showing off. "I got it in Africa, and this bag is free. No wonder it healed so quickly, it turned out to be this rare stuff. Fred exclaimed in amazement, I wonder how long we have to wait before we can earn enough money to take our family on a trip. It should be soon. George consoled, and he looked at Vizette again. I didn't expect that you could recognize Baxian at a glance. My buddy is really good. Lee Jordan put his arm around Vizette's shoulders and started to treat him like a brother. Guess how I finished my homework while I was waiting for you guys? Fred said, I must have guessed it. It's just Professor Flitwick's homework, not Professor McGonagall's. It's not a big deal. Ahem, Chujong coughed twice to show that he was still a Ravenclaw. I'm not as irresponsible as Fred. Lee Jordan said with a smile, with the help of Vizette, I have finished the preview paper. George touched his chin, what's the difference between you and blind guessing? Lee Jordan suggested, how about checking the test paper? Anyway, I believe him, and I don't need a reason to believe. Fred and George are both action-oriented. They quickly took out their own preview papers and checked them word by word. At the end of the check, George still didn't believe it, so he found the standard spells, level 3, and checked the corresponding spaces again. Merlin's Mediterranean. How can it be all right? I was careless in some places and didn't spell the words correctly. Really? Lee Jordan said very proudly, if I hadn't really cast the restoration charm, I wouldn't have believed it. He's just a freshman, but he memorized the standard book of spells, grade 3 by just buying books in Diagon Alley. Isn't it amazing? Are you interested in coming to Gryffindor? Fred's expression suddenly became serious, and he patted Vizette on the shoulder, we need talents like you. Chapter 21 Practicing the Summoning Spell, Meeting Miss Otter. It's hard to say, the sorting is determined by the sorting ceremony. George smiled evilly. If you want to pass the sorting ceremony, it may be a bit difficult. Yet. Fred blinked, and then said with regret, if you want to enter the school, you have to pass the terrible sorting ceremony. Lee Jordan said solemnly, brother, I believe you, it's just a life and death duel, it will definitely not be difficult for you. The three of them were in sync, and each of them left a bluffing word and slipped out of the carriage. Vizette was very calm, the sorting ceremony shouldn't be so scary, right? I can't say that either. Chujong couldn't help laughing, we should be able to arrive at the school in the evening, and everything will be revealed by then. The train drove out of London and galloped across the wilderness. There were few people here, only herds of cattle and sheep accompanied the train. It was soon 12 o'clock, the warm sun shone into the carriage, and the sound of cartwheels clicking came from the aisle. The plump middle-aged woman pushed open the compartment door. Honey, do you want to buy some food? Candies, cakes, snacks, pies, everything. As the middle-aged woman spoke, she took out a wide variety of snacks to show. When Vizette was at Luna's house, he ate homemade cookies made by Xenophilius, named after GOD-. The ingredients are roots and flour, and the taste is mainly a strong onion flavor without any fragrance. Although the meals in the welfare home in the previous life were nutritionally balanced, the taste was hard to describe, which led to him not pursuing too much food, and being full was the primary goal. Suddenly faced with a choice, he asked Chujong for help, do you have any recommendations? I haven't seen those snacks. It's a bit difficult to choose, each has its own characteristics. Chujong frowned and thought, if you want to experience the fun of snacks, BB multi-flavored beans, Jawibeo super bubble gum, and chocolate frog are all good. The price of snacks is extremely affordable. Vizette bought a few of the snacks that Chujong mentioned, and it only cost 15 coppers. Vizette sighed, this is the most magical place. If converted into the price of the previous life, these snacks are only about 5 yuan, which is incredibly cheap. Not only that, the outer packaging of these snacks is brightly colored and very eye-catching. Especially the blue paper box containing the chocolate frog, which has gold edges on the top and bottom, looks very exquisite. Thank you. Chuzhong took the chocolate frog handed over by Vizette. She opened a box of chocolate frogs, and the chocolate frog in the box jumped up and drew a brown arc in the air. Vizette was quick and gently pinched the chocolate frog, with a surprised expression on his face. This can actually move? It's amazing. Through the magic eye, he found that the surface of the chocolate frog was attached with magic and an equally vague symbol. The picture inside is also magical. Chuzhong took a picture from the box. The picture was also attached with a vague magic symbol, with the white-bearded grandfather and the name of the character Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled, nodded slightly to Vizette, and then disappeared in the picture. Vizette said quickly, "Why did he disappear?" "This is magic." Chuzhong explained with a smile, "There are many pictures in the magic world that can move, and they may leave this picture and visit other pictures. The most valuable things in the chocolate frog are these pictures. If you are interested, you can also start collecting them. The character introductions on them are quite interesting." Character introductions. Vizette turned the picture to the back and read the introductions on it. The recognized greatest wizard, defeated the leader of the witch party, Gellert Grindelwald, in 1945. And Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, were very effective in alchemy. Not only are the pictures interesting, but the chocolate frog tastes delicious. The milk and chocolate aromas are very rich. After entering the mouth, the chocolate frog melts quickly, and the mouth is full of silk. The just right bitter taste combined with the sweet taste deserves the highest evaluation. Not very sweet. It should be sent to Luna, and Mr. Lovegood. Vizette's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran up the aisle to look for the witch who was selling. Chuzhong should be very popular in Ravenclaw, and students would come to visit from time to time. Just after noon, another beautiful brown-haired girl found this place. The girl is a fifth-year student in Ravenclaw, named Penelope Clearwater. Penelope hugged Chuzhong's waist and confided, "Chu, I feel so stressed now. I have to take the OWL exam this school year, and I ended up being a class leader." As she said that, she pulled the badge on her chest, and the blue and bronze badge sparkled. Chuzhong patted Penelope's shoulder and comforted her, "Isn't this a good thing? I heard that you have a special bathroom, and it's a very luxurious one. To enjoy the benefits, you must bear the obligations." Penelope sighed, "For example, patrolling on the train. I just changed shifts with Percy Weasley, and I have a meeting later. I came here to sit during the break between shifts and practice magic. I can't cast spells during the summer vacation, which delayed me a lot of time." After that, she took out the wand from her pocket and handed a notebook to Chuzhong. "Chu, help me check if the content is memorized correctly. Summoning spell, the spell is Oxio, fly. This is a spell that can make a distant target fly to you. The precautions for casting the spell. You must concentrate your will and clearly imagine the target. It cannot be used on living things." She pointed the wand in the direction of Chuzhong. "Notes fly over." The notebook turned a few pages in Chuzhong's hand, and then there was no movement. "I neglected to practice." Penelope showed a look of annoyance. "I need to concentrate, imagine clearly, the notes are flying." Vizette had some impression of this magic, and flipped through the standard spells, level 4 in his mind, and there was indeed a description of the summoning spell. The description of the summoning spell in standard spells, level 4 was very long, and Vizette was a little dizzy. On the contrary, he understood the contents of Penelope's notes, and even felt that he could try it. In fact, when Lee Jordan was practicing the repair spell, he wanted to try it. It was just that the situation was special at that time, so he couldn't put it into action. Now is a good time to practice. He placed the chocolate frog opposite, took out the bayonet-like magic wand, and gently pulled back. Chocolate frog flies. The blue box containing the chocolate frog shook, as if it was pulled by a silk thread, and moved twice in his direction. The learning environment is very important. Penelope summarized her experience while trying, which benefited Vizette a lot. As he repeated while practicing the flying spell, the blue box moved farther and farther. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is lost." Vizette raised his head and a panting girl appeared in front of him. The girl had fluffy brown hair, chubby cheeks, and a pair of large front teeth that were very conspicuous, like a sea otter. Vizette subconsciously wanted to take back the chocolate frog, but habitually chanted the spell, "Chocolate frog flies." Successful. The blue box drilled into the palm of his hand at a very fast speed. The girl widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. "What kind of magic is this? Why haven't I seen it in the book?" Chapter 22 Ancient Magic, Improved Summoning Spell. The girl sat down. Penelope and Chuzhong stopped practicing magic, turned their heads and looked at Vizette and the girl. "Oh. I also tried a few magic tricks at home." The girl seemed a little excited. "It was just a simple practice. I thought I knew all the magic I was going to learn this year. A lot of strange things happened when I was in school. When I got the admission letter, I knew it was magic. As far as I know, Hogwarts is the best magic school. I mean, I have memorized all the textbooks this year, but I haven't seen your magic. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger, what are your names?" Hermione finished her words in rapid succession, looking at the other people in the car a little awkwardly. "She is Chuzhong, and my name is Pinlo Clearwater." Pinlo introduced. "Did you see Vizette casting a spell just now?" "Yes." Hermione nodded repeatedly, her eyes bright. He shouted, "Chocolate frog fly!" Then the chocolate frog flew from the seat to his hand. Penelope asked in disbelief, "Have you learned the summoning spell?" "I tried it a few times, and just now it was the first time I succeeded." Vizette nodded gently, recalling what happened just now. He was very devoted to the magic practice just now, and subconsciously wanted to clean up the seat, and then habitually recited a spell. For some reason, he thought of what Luna had said to him, when wizards cast spells, they always need a wish, which can make the magic power docile. Penelope came over. "Can you try again?" "I'll try." Vizette did not refuse, and pointed the wand at the notebook in Chuzhang's hand. According to Pinlo's experience, he first memorized the appearance of the notebook and tried to imagine the specific details of the notebook as much as possible. After the specific image of the notebook appeared in his mind, he added the inspiration given by Luna to himself. He gave a wish. He wanted to get the notebook in Chuzhang's hand. Notes are flying. Swoosh! The notebook in Chuzhang's hand was like an arrow from a bow, drawing a hard straight line in the air and piercing into Vizette's hand. Merlin's beard. "This is 4th grade magic." Penelope said in a daze. "Is there something wrong with my magic talent? Is this 4th grade magic?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Did you buy the 4th grade textbooks in advance? Have you mastered the previous textbooks?" Vizette shook his head gently. "They were practicing there just now, and I just sat in." "Sit in." Penelope covered her cheeks, her voice full of frustration. "He is a freshman, but he has already mastered 4th grade magic, but I can't even review." Chuzhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only comfort him as gently as possible. "You got the prefect badge, which is the school's recognition of you, and Professor Flitwick's recognition of you. Could it be too anxious?" Vizette tried to combine his previous life's pre-exam experience and talked about his own experience. After all, the big exam is coming. In fact, it's normal to be uneasy. "Miss Clearwater, after patrolling the train, did you have lunch?" "No." Penelope shook her head. "I just finished my patrol and came to see Chu." "That's why." Chuzhang's eyes lit up. "Why don't you eat something first?" "My grandfather once told me that people rely on food, iron relies on steel, and if you don't eat, you will be hungry. Miss Clearwater, here's this." Vizette handed over a box of chocolate frogs. replenish some sugar, and it can also relieve depression and anxiety. There is absolutely no problem with your notes, otherwise I wouldn't have mastered the summoning spell in just one afternoon. I practiced step by step according to your experience. I think this is not your problem. But your current state is not good enough, so you need to adjust a little, at least to return to your usual level. Is that so? Thank you. Although Penelope was a little skeptical, she still obediently ate a chocolate frog. How did you do it? Hermione asked in confusion. Why would she listen to you? None of my classmates listened to me. Did I do anything? Vizette shrugged. I just let her replenish some sugar. She just lacks a sense of calmness. Just now she said that she will face OWL exams this school year. It is very normal to have anxiety before the exam. But school has just started. What can I do in the future? Were you also a muggle before? Why are you so familiar with exams? Hermione asked. I read in the book that wizards will educate their children in person in order to hide, and will not arrange for them to go to school. She really looked at Vizette. A handsome face with a steady look between his eyebrows. Are you Vizette? The silent one who appeared in the Daily Prophet? I'm not saying I'm afraid, because I'm new to the magical world, you should understand what I mean, right? Another barrage of speeches. Vizette could only nod helplessly. Maybe you don't need to explain too much. Sometimes the more you say, the more mistakes you make, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. Is that so? Hermione frowned, as if she was thinking of some bad experience. Maybe it's really like this. The note is flying. Penelope suddenly shouted, her tone much more sonorous and powerful. The note broke free from Vizette's palm and flew back to its owner. It feels completely different from just now. It worked in one go. She said excitedly, and put the notebook in Chu Zhang's hand again. Notes fly over. The notebook returned to her hand again. That's the right feeling. I could do this before, how could I fail suddenly? Penelope cheered up, looked at Hermione and asked curiously, Miss Granger, I remember what you were looking for just now. Yes. I want to find a toad for Neville. Hermione reacted and showed an annoyed look. That's Neville's pet. I read in the book that wizards in the past liked to raise toads. Anyway, I can't stand it. Penelope shuddered. Hogwarts itself has raised some toads. If you want to practice magic or test potions, you can apply to the school. Hermione widened her eyes. Test potions? Test with pets. Penelope, who had recovered her spirit, was very talkative. At least in the Middle Ages, the wizard's first choice of pet was a toad, which was very convenient for various tests. I remember there was a description in the history of magic about the misunderstanding of muggles about wizards. They thought wizards would persecute muggles and turn them into toads. Magic can indeed do this, but it requires very high magical abilities. Later, the Ministry of Magic banned the abuse of toads, and fewer people kept toads. Thank you, Miss Clearwater. You let me know so much, but I promised Neville that I would help him find a toad. Hermione stood up and prepared to leave the carriage. Vizette stopped her. Miss Granger, maybe I can help. When Penelope talked about the history of toad magic just now, he tried to merge the summoning spell with the improved magic and got a new page. Ancient magic, improved summoning spell, elementary biological capture, guide ancient magic to cast the summoning spell, enhance the power of magic, and make it effective on creatures. Chapter 23 Untraceable Dark Wizard. Have you seen it? Hermione asked quickly. It's Neville's pet toad, named Leviticus. Weezet shook his head gently. I haven't seen it, but I hope you can describe what this pet toad looks like. I'll go call Neville over. Hermione left the carriage in a hurry. Penelope asked gently, are you going to use the summoning spell? Weezet nodded. Yes, I want to try it. But you should know, right? Penelope didn't rush to deny Weezet's idea. the summoning spell can only be used on inanimate objects. Even if there are exceptions, it's only creatures like flobberworms, whose structures are very simple, so the summoning spell can work. Why don't you let him try? Qiu Zhang suggested on the side. Wei Izet is quite special. In the morning, he helped a third-grade student complete his Press-2D homework. There is such a thing. Penelope said in surprise, putting curiosity into practice is not wrong in itself. As a Ravenclaw, what I said just now was indeed inappropriate. Wei Izet smiled slightly, and he had a good impression of Ravenclaw. After a short period of time, he appreciated the atmosphere of getting along with Ravenclaw. Coming to this magical world, in addition to going to Sweden with Luna to find the scimitar Snorlax, learning and exploration became his primary goal. There are too many unknowns and magics in this world, and those magics that can cover all aspects of life are worth his continuous learning. In addition, there are also those various magical animals, or the wizard relics that have not been seen yet, which make him yearn for it. Through Lee, after Jordan's introduction to the 4 colleges, Vizet now has a basic impression of the 4 colleges. If he can enter Ravenclaw, he should be able to have a good student life and lay a foundation for his future exploration journey. Soon, Hermione led the boy who lost the toad back here. The boy had a round face and tears on his red cheeks. Thank you, Hermione said you can help me find Lefou. Vizet handed over a few tissues. I need a more specific description. What does Lefou look like? It's better to be clearer, so that the goal is clearer, and I can help you better. Thank you. The boy blew his nose, and the sobbing sound disappeared a lot. It is as big as my 2 palms, dark brown, and there are 13 bumps on its back. The boy was very happy with the toad. Lefou was very attentive and described the details very well. A few words and gestures were enough to give Vizet a concrete image. What to do next was very simple. He pulled out his wand and waved it gently, while shouting the spell, Toad Lefou is flying. The Obscurus core jumped suddenly, bursting out an ancient magic power, which flowed into the wand, and the wand emitted a silver blue light at this moment. Several people in the carriage looked towards the door at the same time. There was a sudden commotion in the aisle. Look! A flying toad! Ah! So disgusting, it touched my hair. How could someone bring a toad on the train? Where is it going? Accompanied by a panicked quack, a fat toad appeared at the door. It paddled its limbs desperately and struggled hard, but could only helplessly pounce on Vizet. Vizet's eyelids jumped and he took back the wand. Losing control of the summoning spell, the toad leaf fell freely and fell into Neville's hands. Merlin's beard. The summoning spell shouldn't work for such a big toad. Penelope rubbed her eyes and silently opened a box of chocolate frogs. It's true, Qiu Zhang said with a smile, it's really interesting. Neville kept thanking him, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. My name is Neville Longbottom. Hermione began to speak rapidly again. Vizet, which college are you going to? Gryffindor? Headmaster Dumbledore is from that college. I haven't thought about this question yet. It should be Ravenclaw, right? If I can choose. Vizet answered absent-mindedly. His attention was focused on the chocolate picture card. He seemed to see Dumbledore coming back just now. The picture card of Dumbledore who came back seemed a little different. His eyes were more lively. Vizet could feel the kindness in it. Should you tell the other people who helped? After all, the toad has been found. Qiu Zhang's words finally sent Hermione and Neville away. Hey! Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, Wei Izet let out a long breath. The 2 people's half-hour of thanks and questions made him a little exhausted. Qiu Zhang chuckled and said, this year's freshmen are really energetic. Yes. Penelope stood up and adjusted the prefect badge on her chest. I'm going to a meeting, and this badge actually reminds me to go to the meeting in a hot way. The sky was getting darker and darker, and large patches of crimson-purple smudged the sky. The mountains and forests below the sky quickly passed by the window, giving a feeling of ghosts. Not long after, a hollow voice echoed in the train. In 5 minutes, the Hogwarts Express will arrive at the station. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will deliver it to the dormitory. Dumbledore put down the chocolate picture in his hand, with a smile on his face. Amazing magic talent, just touching the wand, can you do this? He quickly restrained his smile, thinking of the not-so-good past, and sighed softly. We still need correct guidance, and we can't let the past happen again. Harry, Vizette, both need special arrangements. It seems that there is a lot of work to do. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Professor McGonagall in a dark green robe walked in. Principal Dumbledore, is the list of this year's house ready? Of course it's ready, you're just in time. Dumbledore stood up and waved his fingers like a conductor, and the sheepskin scroll on the table flew up and fell into Professor McGonagall's hands. The list of sorting houses was in beautiful cursive script. The emerald green ink on it did not completely dry until Professor McGonagall caught the parchment scroll. Professor McGonagall glanced at the list of sorting houses. Vizette's last name is Lovegood? What about his original last name? There is no way to verify it. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. I also investigated the Dark Wizard. Everything is full of mystery. So I can only use the last name Lovegood. It was to protect his safety before, so it has not been made public. Until today, after Vizette took the Hogwarts Express, I asked Xenophilius to complete the formalities. Professor McGonagall nodded. This is a necessary measure. I didn't expect the news to leak out before. The Parkinson family is still so extreme. It's over. Dumbledore waved his hand. Old runes don't have much value, and using runes' eggs as compensation is a small punishment. Professor McGonagall was a little worried. Will they take revenge again? No. Dumbledore smiled. I said to him in person that I will always keep an eye on this child. As long as Voldemort has not returned, they dare not be so bold as to do that. That's good. Professor McGonagall said, I should go, the train is about to arrive. She walked to a cabinet, took out a tattered hat, and left the headmaster's office with the list of houses. Looking at Professor McGonagall's back as she walked away, Dumbledore waved his hand again, and the purple robe with star pattern flew up and automatically put on him. The same purple wizard hat also flew up and landed on his head. After getting ready, he gently closed the door of the principal's office. Chapter 24. The train finally arrived at the station. So magical? How did they do it? Vizette was very curious about this. It shouldn't be just magic, right? How did they determine where we live? This question is a bit complicated. Maybe it's some kind of magical creature. Chuzhong tilted his head and thought, according to our guess, it should be the house elves who helped us move our luggage. Vizette heard a new term, house elves. Chuzhong stretched his waist. The height and appearance are very similar to goblins, but house elves look much friendlier. Generally, they live in ancient magic manners, do housework every day, and unconditionally meet all the requirements of the wizard master. A qualified house elf is difficult for wizards to detect, so I haven't seen their specific appearance. The train gradually slowed down, and there was another commotion in the carriage, accompanied by wow screams. Many students changed into robes and rushed to the end of the carriage after hearing the sound. It seems that Harry Potter is fighting with someone. Harry Potter? The boy who lived? He finally enrolled. Go and have a look. The one who started it seems to be someone from the Malfoy family. He is fighting with the savior. Wizette walked out of the aisle and found that the aisle was full of students, all pushing to the back. It's crazy, like chasing stars. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally stopped at a small platform with uneven road surface. There were no lights or torches around the platform. The cold wind was blowing, and many students who got off the train sneezed. We'll say goodbye for now. Chuzhong waved to Vizette. You freshmen need to follow tradition and enter Hogwarts from another place. Vizette asked, follow tradition? Is it the sorting ceremony? No. Chuzhong blew a breath into his palm and rubbed it hard. It's to walk the road where the 4 founders found the castle. Anyway, that road is more rugged. First-year students. First-year students come here. A thunderous voice sounded, worry about your feet. Be careful. Come to me quickly. Vizette turned his head and saw a huge lantern in the distance, and the person holding the lantern was Hagrid. Hey! Vizette! Finally found you. Hagrid also found him and waved his big hand to greet him, come here quickly. Come to my side. Hagrid relied on his height of more than 3 meters to pass several people and carry Vizette to his side. He said cheerfully, it's great to see you. Have you been harassed recently? The Daily Prophet is much more obedient, I think it shouldn't be. After all, Harry is enrolled, and the focus of the reports is on him. He is very famous in the wizarding world. Let me introduce you to him. Harry, where are you? Hagrid's height is really an advantage. He is like the grip of a claw machine, and he easily grabbed Harry. Harry has a pair of emerald green eyes, his black hair is messy, and he looks a little thin. He was carried over, and another familiar face squeezed out of the crowd and came to Vizette. Ron waved and said, we've met before. That time on the Flu network. Do you remember me? Vizette nodded, of course I do. Nice to meet you. Ron said to Harry again, this is Vizette. I told you about it in the car. Harry looked enlightened, it's you. When Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, he often talked about you and said that you helped him a lot. Vizette explained, it was just a piece of cake. I was forced to do it at the time. Hagrid interrupted, it wasn't just a piece of cake. Not only did you help me, you actually helped Headmaster Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore. Vizette looked puzzled. Oh. Nothing. Hagrid realized something and awkwardly changed the subject, we should set off. There's still a long way to go. The road to Hogwarts is not easy to walk on. The ground is bumpy. If there is no lantern lighting, it is easy to step into the pit and trip. Accidents like this happen all the time, and Hagrid needs to stop frequently to pick up the fallen children. Due to Hagrid's amazing size, the children didn't cry, but tears could be seen in the corners of their eyes. Ron sighed, fortunately I squeezed to the front, there are still many tests today. What other tests? Harry asked hurriedly. Ron said seriously, anyway. Fred and the others said that the sorting ceremony is very scary, and we may have to fight giants. Giant. Harry looked up at Hagrid, taller. Ron shook his head, I don't know, but taller than Hagrid. Hermione's voice seemed a little abrupt, real giants are at least 20 feet tall, and those short people are discriminated against. Oh! Ron wailed and suddenly stopped talking. Harry's reaction was similar to his, and they both shut their mouths. Just when Hermione was about to say something else, Hagrid made a deafening sound again. Hold on a little longer, and you'll see Hogwarts after turning this corner. Not long after, a black lake appeared in front of Vizette. On the other side of the vast lake, there was a high hillside, where a magnificent castle with towering spires stood. This was a castle with a strong Gothic style, with warm lights shining through windows after windows, like twinkling stars under the night sky. Vizette let out a long breath. Although he had seen many magnificent buildings on TV in his previous life, only by being there could he truly feel the magnificence. Especially under the eye of magic, this towering castle glowed all over, and the silver-blue magic was as dazzling as the sun, making him dare not look directly at it. This castle contained a huge ancient magic power, which seemed to be a treasure sealed in a box, attracting him to explore. A lot of information poured into Vizette's mind, and he suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly ran the Guardian meditation method, and the dizziness and swelling disappeared. At this moment, the wizard's field guide in my mind suddenly opened, and a map appeared on the notebook, which was the map where Hogwarts was located. This map was shrouded in fog, and the castle and the lake could only be barely seen. Only one route was clearly visible, which was the rugged path from the station to the lake. Obviously, if you want to dispel the fog on the map, you have to explore the surroundings of Hogwarts. It seems that life in the future will not be boring. Vizette smiled. Hagrid pointed to the boats. Get on the boats in order. We are going to the other side of the lake by boat, and each boat can take up to 4 people. Vizette got on the boat, accompanied by Hermione, Ron, and Harry. With Hagrid's order, the boat started moving by itself and sailed to the other side at a fast speed. Rivet! Don't run! With Neville's scream, the pet toad broke free from his owner's arms again and jumped into the water. Ron looked at the toad-lef who fell into the water and whispered softly, "At least Scabbers is not so rebellious and won't think of running away." Vizette drew out his wand. Toad-lef comes flying. With the help of the Guardian meditation method, he cast the spell faster this time. As soon as the toad-lef touched the lake water, it was pulled by the magic and flew out of the lake, bringing up a splash of water. Amid the children's exclamations, the toad-lef drew a half-arc in the air and fell into Neville's arms again. Harry and Ron widened their eyes. What kind of magic is this? Chapter 25 Retracing the Founder's Path. Summoning spell. Hermione answered, "Didn't I tell you before? You wanted to turn the mouse. Scabbers yellow, remember? There's something wrong with that spell, seriously." Ron was a little uninterested. "Can you please not mention that?" Harry wanted to say something, but after seeing Ron's strangeness, he also closed his mouth. Hermione did the same, lowering her head, looking listless. Vizette was the one who felt most comfortable. He maintained the Guardian meditation method and enjoyed this trip to the Black Lake with the purest state of mind. A cool breeze blew, and the lake surface was covered with layers of ripples. The moon in the night sky was like a scimitar, and the moonlight fell on the lake, coating the rippling lake surface with a layer of brilliance, and the sparkling waves were like a beautiful oil painting. There are many creatures in the Black Lake, some of which will float to the surface and look at them with curious eyes. Unconsciously, the boat passed through an ivy curtain and gently knocked on the lake shore. Hagrid walked in front with a lantern, leading the children through the dark tunnel to a place like a dock. From here, traces of artificial excavation can finally be seen. Go up the path covered with small pebbles, climb a long flight of stone steps, walk into the wide courtyard, and finally arrive at the door of Hogwarts Castle. During the short break, although the children were panting, they did not rest and started talking and laughing again. Dong dong dong. Hagrid raised his sandbag-like fist and pounded it heavily on the oak door. The door slowly opened, and Professor McGonagall stood in front of the door. With her tall figure and serious expression, the children's laughter was instantly restrained. Hagrid walked to the door. "Professor McGonagall, I've brought the first-year students." "Thank you, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall nodded gently and glanced at the children. "Come with me, the opening dinner is about to begin." The hall inside the door is very wide, with a luxurious marble staircase in the center. The group stepped onto the marble staircase, turned to the corridor on the side, and entered a small house with a fireplace. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, dispelling the chill from the children. There was another door at the end of the small house, and noisy sounds came in through the crack of the door. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall stood in front of the door. "Before entering the hall, you need to perform a Ceremonith sorting ceremony. The college is equivalent to your home in Hogwarts. You will study and live with your classmates in the college, and spend your spare time in the same public lounge. Therefore, this ceremony is extremely important and determines your college affiliation. After the ceremony, you will become Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ragnarok. Each college has a glorious past and has produced countless outstanding wizards. Your performance in daily life and study will determine the selection of the year-end College Cup. This is the highest honor you can get in school. No matter which college you will be assigned to, I hope you can bring honor to the school. She suddenly raised her head and chest, exuding a kind of aura of majesty without anger. Wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will be held in a few minutes. All teachers and students in the school will participate in your sorting ceremony. I hope you can take advantage of these few minutes to adjust yourself and show your best state. She turned around and opened the door, and then turned back to add, when the stage over there is ready, I will come to pick you up. Please keep quiet. Adjust yourself. There is no doubt that Professor McGonagall's series of remarks, coupled with her serious expression, made the children fall into an unspeakable tension. They looked at each other, but could only see the tension revealed, and the atmosphere of joking was no longer there. We may have to fight giants. Or dragons. Ron's tone was extremely firm. I didn't believe what Fred and the others said before, but now it seems, what they said is true. Vizette, aren't you nervous? Harry blew on his glasses and wiped them clumsily. The sorting ceremony will be held soon. Not nervous. Vizette shook his head gently. Just keep a normal mind, this is also a kind of adjustment. Perhaps it was the help of the guardian meditation method that made him feel a little amused from Professor McGonagall's serious tone. Adding to what Chu Jong had said, he did not feel any worries about the upcoming sorting ceremony. Vizette's calm speech seemed to have a kind of magic, making those who heard him less nervous. With the help of a short rest time, Vizette walked around the room and took in everything here. A hint of enlightenment came. He released his magic eye and saw the room the ancient magic power contained in the book is absorbed. These powers are transformed into silver blue liquid like ink and stored in the notebook. It is also within Vizette's expectation that the ancient magic power of just one room cannot continue to turn over new pages. At the same time, a small bright area appears on the map in the notebook. The power contained in this room is not much, not enough to make the magic eye grow. However, Vizette still summed up some experience. Only by continuing to explore Hogwarts Castle can more ancient magic power be gained. Ghost. Ghosts appear on the wall. It's haunted. The screams attracted the attention of the children, and they all looked at the wall at the same time. However, the focus of these ghosts was not on them, but on discussing something fiercely. Until a monk-like ghost floated down, it caused another commotion. You can call me Fat Friar, the ghost said cheerfully, sorting ceremony. I really hope you come to Hufflepuff, I am from that college. Disgusted with the world? 170. As soon as these words came out, the nervousness returned and surged into the hearts of the children. Professor McGonagall also returned to the room at the right time and said loudly, line up in a single row and follow me, the sorting ceremony will begin soon. The hall has an extremely rich magical color. The high dome seems transparent, and you can see the bright starry sky. Under the starry sky are thousands of candles. These candles float in the air, but they do not drip a drop of wax or emit a trace of black smoke. They are wonderful products of magic. As a top student who has memorized textbooks, Hermione's way of relieving tension is very interesting. She recites long paragraphs about the ceiling. The ceiling is enchanted. You can see the sky outside. You can also change the weather. From Hogwarts. A History of the School. Professor McGonagall brought a four-legged stool and put a pointed hat on the stool. The pointed hat looks dirty and full of patches. It hangs on the four-legged stool, which is particularly conspicuous. Vizette half-jokingly guessed, do I have to use a repair spell to restore this hat to its original state? I haven't practiced this magic. Hermione's tone seemed to be crying, what should I do? Just then, the pointed hat cracked open by itself, and a singing sound like a saw pulling wood came out from the crack. Apart from the extremely unpleasant singing of the hat, Vizette could still hear a lot of interesting content from the song. For example, this hat is the executor of the sorting ceremony. As long as you put on the hat, you can be assigned to the appropriate college. For example, it takes courage to enter Gryffindor. Hufflepuff values integrity and loyalty. Ravenclaw likes smart students, and Slytherin prefers people who do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. At the end of the song, Professor McGonagall opened the sheepskin scroll. Whoever I call, come and sit on the stool and put on the sorting hat. Hannah Abbott. Chapter 26 The Sorting Problem. The girl with 2 golden braids ran forward, put on the sorting hat with a red face, and pulled it down, so that the brim covered her eyes. Vizette seemed to understand why the sorting hat was full of patches. It was probably not to reflect the heavy sense of history, but that the hat was really torn. After a while, the sorting hat was torn again. Hufflepuff. Cheers and applause came from the long table on the right. The ghost who had spoken to her earlier appeared on the long table and waved his hands in the air to express his congratulations. Hannah Abbott pulled down her hat and let out a long breath. She seemed to be too relaxed and confused, stumbling towards the long table that was applauding. It's that simple. Ron was very angry and secretly glanced back. George is making faces at me, he did it on purpose. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. The children are now more relaxed, and many of them are eager to try, expecting that he will be the next person to wear the sorting hat. However, the first letter of the surname determines the order of sorting, so they are destined to be anxious. The time it takes for the sorting hat to call out the college varies. Some people just put on the hat, and the sorting hat screams out their college. Some people need to go through a long silence after putting on the sorting hat before the final result is announced. Like Hermione, who sat on the 4-legged stool for more than 4 minutes, the sorting hat reluctantly called out the house, Gryffindor. Oh! Ron groaned. Neville also sat on the 4-legged stool for a long time before the sorting hat firmly called out, Gryffindor. Wizard Lovegood. Wizard walked forward calmly and covered his head with the sorting hat. With the help of the guardian meditation, he could feel the attention of many people. There were 2 girls sitting at the long table on the left. Chu Jong and Penelope both cast their attention on him. There were also attention eyes beside him, and Professor McGonagall leaned forward slightly, looking forward to the result of the sorting. Behind him, there were 2 different attentions. One attention eye was familiar and kind, and it should be from Dumbledore. The other attention eye was full of malice. Like a robber coveting treasure. This gaze lasted only a few seconds before disappearing without a trace. It even made Vizette think that the malicious gaze was just an illusion. Does it take so long? He was a little confused. More than 4 minutes had passed, and the sorting hat still hadn't called out the affiliation of the college. This auditorium is beautiful, of course I know. A subtle voice appeared, as if it was everywhere like surround sound. Although you are a freshman, so many people are paying attention to you. It's really very interesting. The voice suddenly came with a bit of helplessness, but I must say that you should think about your own things. You are too special, I don't know where I should let you go. Are you the sorting hat? Vizette raised his eyebrows and his lips moved slightly. Oh. Yes. The voice of the sorting hat was a little excited. I don't know where you want to go. I can only follow your thoughts and feel the various gazes in this auditorium. Vizette's heart moved, and he immediately understood that it was because of the guardian meditation method. He suddenly became curious about the principle of the sorting hat. Mr. Sorting Hat, how do you sort people? Very polite child. The sorting hat said happily, have you heard of legilimency? If you don't know, it may be difficult for me to explain it, after all, I'm just a hat. I don't know. Vizette thought about it, and it seemed that there were no related books in Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Where can I find an introduction to legilimency? Of course, it may also be because he didn't record all the books. The sorting hat suggested, maybe you can go to the library. There must be something in the forbidden area. Hogwarts has the oldest magical knowledge. But now, I still need to fulfill my duties. Since you are so special, why don't you decide which college you want to go to? Vizette said without hesitation, "Let me go to Ravenclaw." "You like knowledge, right?" The Sorting Hat's tone was full of joy. Powerful wizards always like to explore and swim in the ocean of knowledge. "The library welcomes you, child." Then, the Sorting Hat finally cracked and shouted the name of the college, Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore looked at each other and shook their heads gently, looking a little helpless. The long table of Ravenclaw burst into warm applause, which was louder than the applause for other freshmen. Vizette found a gap and sat down. Facing such warm applause, although his face remained calm, his ears were a little red. Chuzhong smiled brightly. "Congratulations, you've become a difficult student to sort." Vizette asked, "Difficult student to sort? Is that a good thing?" "Of course. This word is an ancient term." Chuzhong explained, "Only students who take more than 5 minutes to sort will be called by this term. You know how fast the Sorting Hat sorts? If you want the Sorting Hat to be entangled in the school, the student must have multiple qualities and characteristics." Vizette nodded. He felt that he was lucky to become a difficult student to sort. At that time, he maintained the Guardian meditation method, which caused the Sorting Hat to be in trouble, and finally let him choose the school by himself. Penelope said, "As far as I know, this century has only known that here were 2 students who were difficult to sort, but unfortunately they both went to Gryffindor. Perhaps you need to have extremely unique characteristics to become a difficult student." Like Professor McGonagall on the stage, she was once a difficult student in the sorting house, a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall is the vice president and is also proficient in transfiguration magic. You will understand when you attend class. Another difficult student in the sorting house is Peter Pettigrew, but unfortunately he is also a Gryffindor. When the you-know-who fell, he faced Sirius, the subordinate of the you-know-who, and finally paid the price with his life. In order to commemorate him, the Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him a Medal of the Order of Merlin, First Class. Gryffindor suddenly became noisy, shouting, "We have Potter. We also have Vizette." Chuzhong said jokingly, "It is also very rare to be a difficult student in the sorting house." "You are a difficult student in the sorting house of Ravenclaw." Vizette thought of the house cup mentioned by Professor McGonagall, and couldn't help but sighed. It seems that the competition for the house cup is quite fierce. "Yes." Penelope nodded in agreement, "That's the highest honor in the school, representing the recognition of the college." The sorting ceremony finally ended, and Ron finally became a member of Gryffindor. When Professor McGonagall took away the 4-legged stool and the sorting hat, Dumbledore walked to the front of the stage and stood in front of an owl statue. The owl statue immediately spread its wings and turned into a small podium. "The new school year starts tonight, welcome everyone back to Hogwarts. Before the banquet begins, I plan to say a few simple words." This statue seemed to be a megaphone, amplifying Dumbledore's voice by multiples so that everyone can hear it clearly. Vizette looked at the bare plate and suddenly remembered the headmasters he met in his previous life. Those headmasters said they would just say a few simple words, but they ended up talking for at least an hour before putting down the microphone. "That is, idiot. Crybaby. Dregs. Twist. Everyone can enjoy the banquet. Thank you everyone." Before Vizette could react, the rich aroma had already flooded into his nose. Amidst a round of warm applause, all kinds of food appeared on the plate. Whether it was roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, potatoes, roast chicken, sausages, or potato chips, there was everything. The food piled up like a mountain exuded heat, instantly arousing his appetite. While Penelope took out a spoonful of mashed potatoes, she didn't forget to say, "Dumbledore is such a special headmaster. It would be great if he was a Ravenclaw." Chapter 27 Ravenclaw's Opening Method. It must be said that at least the Hogwarts opening dinner was excellent. The various meats were cooked to perfection, not only tender and juicy, but also full of flavor. The reasonable use of spices such as black pepper and rosemary set off the mellowness of the meat itself. The same is true for various gravies, ketchup, and dips. Spreading a little on sausages or potatoes can play a icing on the cake. Vizette took another piece of lamb chop and poured a spoonful of gravy on it. The atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. Around senior students talked and laughed, discussing all kinds of interesting things, from current affairs to gossip about magic celebrities, from spell casting experience to teaching teachers. Although Wizard has not yet systematically studied magic, he can still gain a lot from it. Professor McGonagall has a good reputation and is very responsible for her work and students. As the head of Gryffindor, she is particularly strict with the students of her college and never hesitates to deduct points. Professor Snape is the professor of potions and the head of Slytherin. If Professor McGonagall is a positive example of strict self-discipline, then Professor Snape is a counterexample. Professor Snape is particularly tolerant of his own college, but very strict with other colleges, even finding faults and deducting points for various trivial matters. However, this behavior is mainly aimed at Gryffindor, and Gryffindor's college scores are always at the bottom. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick is responsible for the teaching of charms. The classroom atmosphere is very interesting, and all Ravenclaw students love him very much. Professor Sprout is a kind middle-aged woman who usually works with various magical herbs. The reputation among Ravenclaw students is also good. After the main course, there are desserts, including not only various pies and trifles, but also puddings, jellies, and ice creams. The syrup of these desserts is too solid and the taste is too sweet. Weezette just scooped a small piece of ice cream and savored the rich milky flavor of ice cream. Desserts can make people happy. Those senior students changed the topic and talked about their summer vacation experiences and the recent invasion of Gringotts by thieves. Have you heard about the recent incident in Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has published many headlines. Robbery of the underground vault, or the highest level vault. I don't think there will be wizards so stupid as to do such a thing. I think so too, maybe it was directed and acted by the goblins themselves, showing the so-called service spirit. Of course, it is only shown to the wealthy pureblood families. Maybe it's another goblin rebellion? During the summer vacation, I visited the Eye of the Mine, where some facilities of the Goblin Rebellion are still preserved. Their smelting technology is indeed very interesting. The dessert disappeared from the plate, which meant that the opening dinner was coming to an end. Dumbledore stood up again and walked to the owl podium again. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk enough, why not listen to me, an old man, talk more. A few words. With a burst of brisk laughter, he continued with a smile, first, let me introduce to you the new defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirinus Quirrell. A middle-aged man with a thick purple turban on his head and dressed in an Indian style stood up. He waved his arms awkwardly and stammered in a low voice, "Hello, everyone. I am Quirinus Quirrell. I am very glad to be in charge of the defense against the dark arts class." "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore motioned Professor Quirrell to sit down, and some old-fashioned precautions. Please note that first-year students are prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest on one side of the campus. It is very dangerous there, and you must be very sure if you want to enter. If you want to know more about school rules and deduction details, you can find our administrator Mr. Filch, who has prepared a brochure. In addition, the selection of Quidditch players will be held next week. Please pay attention to the notice board in the lounge for the specific selection time. Dumbledore added a lot of details, and finally cleared his throat, put away his smile, and became serious. There is one more thing, and it is the most important thing. If you don't want to encounter an accident and a painful death, don't go near the corridor on the right of the 4th floor, remember. There was a brief silence in the hall until Dumbledore smiled again. He pulled out his wand cheerfully. "Before you go back to the lounge, let's sing the school song together." Bang! A long golden ribbon flew out from the tip of the wand, floating in the air of the hall, twisting outlines of text like a snake. Dumbledore used the wand as a baton. Just follow the tune you like, and prepare to sing along with the lyrics. Sing. Gryffindor sang the loudest, followed by Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw and Slytherin performed similarly, just lip-syncing, and few people really sang out loud. The slightly awkward school song session ended, and the prefects led the students out of the hall and went to the corresponding lounges. Vizette walked along the marble stairs. The portraits around them would whisper and point when they saw them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A heavy sound came from the front. Those were magic stairs, constantly moving, sometimes stretching and sometimes shortening, sometimes coming to a door, and sometimes sticking to the wall. The leader was Penelope, who pointed at the magic stairs with a proud face and said, "The designer of the moving stairs is the founder of Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw. As a magic school, the stairs naturally cannot be too ordinary. The moving stairs must be as free as wizards. Okay, now it's time to go up, let's go." She led the students up the moving staircase and continued to introduce the history of Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is as free as the sky, and our lounge is set up high. Bronze and blue are the representative colors of the college, and these two colors symbolize the eagle of freedom and the sky. We have set up a college library in our lounge. Although it is not as good as the collection of the school library, it is not much worse. At least when we read these books, we will be freer. The journey to Ravenclaw's lounge is long, and you need to keep walking through the moving staircase. During this process, many freshmen began to get confused and dozed off while walking. Weizet was not one of them. He looked around curiously, whether it was the moving oil painting or the fighting armor, they were all so magical. Chuzhong smiled and said, "It seems that you are very suitable for Ravenclaw. You are not confused at all." Weizet nodded, "This place is really interesting. I can't see enough. I hope I can sleep tonight." Chuzhong reminded, "There are classes tomorrow, so it's better to get up early and leave a good impression on the teacher." Finally, they came to the tower where the lounge was. A bronze door stood in front of them, with a bronze eagle statue with its wings folded. The eagle statue looked lifelike, as if it would flap its wings and fly high in the next moment. Penelope walked to the bronze door, and the copper ring under the eagle statue shook, and a pleasant female voice came out of it. "I was here and didn't know it. If I abandoned it, I would be dead." Penelope looked at Vizette and the others. "Ravenclaw is different from other colleges. We don't need a password. As long as we can answer the questions correctly, we can enter the lounge. Today's questions are not difficult. Why not let the freshmen answer them? See who can guess. What is the answer to this question?" She found that many freshmen were at a loss, and gently reminded them, "Remember, there is no single answer. As long as you can explain it, you will pass." Chapter 28, Ravenclaw Common Room. Vizette, read the question again. "I am here and I don't know it. If I leave it alone, I will die. Is it the air? It is everywhere and difficult to detect. If you can't breathe air, you will lose your life, which means you will die." The eagle statue seemed to come alive, stretching its wide wingspan. The bronze door slowly opened, revealing the marble spiral staircase inside. "Perfect, the answer and explanation are also very reasonable." Penelope applauded, "This is our way of life, welcome to Ravenclaw." Going up the marble spiral staircase, the highest point is an extremely bright circular lounge. The dome of the lounge is painted with stars, which complement the clear crystal floating in the air. The marble walls are as white as snow, the carpet curtains are as blue as the sea, and the bronze decorations are simple and heavy, which together create the solemn and quiet main tone of the lounge. Several desks, benches, and armchairs are lined up in the lounge, and the niches on the wall are filled with bookcases, which are filled with thick books. The atmosphere of a cultural salon is overwhelming. There are arched windows on the wall, and the stars outside the window are particularly clear, like swaying lights dotted on the sky. The senior students found a place with ease. and either read a book or looked up at the clear crystal in the sky, as if they were emptying themselves. Many freshmen were eager to try, wanting to climb to the window and enjoy the bright night sky. Penelope clapped her hands and said, "Professor McGonagall should have told you that the college is your home, and you will stay here for 7 more school years. The most important thing now is to take you back to the dormitory. I saw many people dozing off just now. You must be very sleepy after tossing around all night, right?" She first led the girls to the other side of the lounge and headed for the girls' dormitory. On the other side of the lounge stood a statue, which was very tall, and the top almost touched the dome. The statue was a beautiful woman in a gauze, wearing a luxurious crown, and her long hair almost fell to the ground, giving a sense of being ethereal and out of this world, which made people feel daunted. The base was engraved with the introduction of the statue Rowena Ravenclaw, "Extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of mankind." Just when the freshmen began to doze off again, Penelope finally returned to the lounge and led them to the boys' dormitory. She suddenly stopped and pointed to a double door and said, "This is the bathroom. If you want to wash up later, come here." Although the lounge only occupies one tower of the castle, it is unexpectedly spacious, with at least 3 spiral staircases and several dormitories for rest. "This is your dormitory, I won't go in. By the way, the stairs in the girls' dormitory are magical. If the opposite sex enters, those stairs will become oily slides." A freshman asked hurriedly, "Then why can you come here? Is it the prefect's privilege?" "Of course not, the prefect's privilege does not include this." Penelope shook her head. "The most reliable statement is that the school founder believes that girls are more reliable than boys. The dormitory space is also very large. Everyone has a 4-poster copper bed and wardrobe, and each person has a set of desks and chairs. The 4-poster copper bed is hung with azure curtains, and the curtains are embroidered with eagle patterns in bronze thread. The thick blue carpet is laid on the ground, and it feels soft when you step on it. The voice on the train did not lie, the suitcase has been delivered to the dormitory. This place seems to have been cleaned by the snail girl. Not only the suitcases are placed, but also the bedding and pillows are laid out, and the air is filled with the smell of being exposed to the sun." The other freshmen were so tired that they fell on the bed and fell asleep without even saying hello. "Koa-cuckoo!" Owl Thor called out, his claws constantly clasping the bird stand, as if he was expecting something. "You're tired of holding it in, right?" Vizette smiled and opened the bird cage. Sol couldn't wait to fly to the suitcase, pecking at it with his sharp beak. "Don't disturb them." Vizette quickly picked up Thor, opened the suitcase and took out a big thick cloth bag. Inside was the snacks he bought from the witch who was selling goods. "Are you sure you can do it?" He stroked Thor's crest, "Or I'll ask the owl shed for the location and find a companion to help you." "Coo!" Thor groaned, looking confident. "Okay." Vizette smiled slightly, sat on the desk and spread out a piece of parchment. He thought for a long time. Until the ink on the tip of the feather pen dried up, but he didn't write. He had never really written a letter to anyone, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Even with the help of the guardian meditation method, he still felt that his thinking was confused. Where should I start? From King's Cross Station? Or from crossing the lake to the castle? Coo! Thor bent down like a bow and pecked Vizette's heart. "That's right, you seem to have learned the true teachings of Luna." Vizette dipped the ink again, and the tip of the pen smudged an ink flower on the parchment. Snape had a stern face, and after knocking on the door, he didn't wait for a response, and directly pushed open the door of the principal's office. A boy who lived, an obscure, a young 3-headed dog. "This year's Hogwarts is really lively. Headmaster Dumbledore, isn't that right?" Dumbledore put the sorting hat on the table and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's very lively." "Hee hee." Snape snorted stiffly twice, his voice was extremely cold. "I really didn't expect that when I came back from vacation, Hogwarts would become so safe. When he said the word safe, he deliberately dragged his voice. His eyebrows were raised high. I'm thinking about a question. How exactly are you going to protect Harry Potter? As long as the prophecy is not fulfilled, it will be considered a victory. A person who may lose control of his emotions at any time and then turn into an obscurus, you actually approved him to enroll and become a classmate of Harry Potter. Severus, please be patient. How about a cup of tea? Dumbledore sat back in his seat and conjured up a set of tea sets. My suggestion is that you can read The Quibbler. The Quibbler has become interesting recently. It talks about a lot of knowledge about Obscurus and how to get along with Obscurus. As far as I know, the response to these issues is quite good. But as far as I know, Snape finally sat down. The editor-in-chief of The Quibbler is Xenophilius Lovegood, and the Obscurus also has this surname. Yes. Dumbledore made a pot of tea. Xenophilius would do this, which obviously shows that he recognizes Vizette. In addition, I found something interesting. Snape glanced at the teacup and continued, is it also about the Obscurial? Well, this is what the Sorting Hat told me. Dumbledore knocked on the table, can you tell us more? That child is not simple. The Sorting Hat suddenly cracked, I seem to be able to see what he is thinking, but it seems that I can't see it clearly. This feeling is very wonderful. I think he is very friendly. I'm not saying that he is also an old antique. I mean, it considered the wording for a long time, I can see you from the perspective of that child. This is really interesting. I like this feeling very much, I like this child very much. Snape frowned and showed a thoughtful expression, you mean? Chapter 29 Demon King, Revolutionary, Nova and Prophecy. Snape picked up the teacup and took a sip. Brain occlumency. This is the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore added sugar to his teacup, one piece after another. For Vizette, brain occlumency is very important. Being able to control emotions freely, and to send and receive extreme emotions freely, the so-called silent rampage will become controllable. Before he finished speaking, Snape directly refused, don't look for me. I don't plan to look for you for this matter. Dumbledore seemed to have expected it, and shook his head with a smile, I have a more suitable candidate. Who is the intruder? Snape changed the subject, his eyes sharpened, what is in the corridor on the right of the 4th floor? Is it, the Dark Lord is back? It's not certain yet. Dumbledore sighed lightly, just received some rumors, found some clues, and still need to obtain evidence. Obtain evidence? Snape's eyes flickered, as if thinking about something, is it related to the thief who broke into Gringotts? What is in the vault? An alchemical product that is enough to attract Voldemort is worth his risking his life and making such a big noise. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Only it can attract the Dark Lord's attention. Severus, you are too sensitive. This makes it difficult for me to continue communicating with you and exchange more information. That's your freedom, but I have to reiterate my point just now. Hogwarts is really safe. Dumbledore laughed and followed Snape's words and said, such safety is maintained by us all, and we need your help. His smile was like a hunter who captured a wild animal. In addition to you, I will ask other professors to increase the safety of Hogwarts together. Maybe I came at the wrong time. Snape's face turned bad, from the moment I knocked on the door, it was a wrong decision. You came at the right time. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, even if you don't come to me, I will visit you and make a sincere request. I think you seem to have something to say. Snape became alert, what are you going to do next? Is the intruder confirmed? It's not certain for the time being, but there will be a moment when he will be exposed. Dumbledore shook his head gently, it's getting late, the new school year has begun, let's cheer together. Late at night, a female portrait in the principal's office suddenly spoke, as you expected, someone did go to that room. Dumbledore, who was still working, raised his head, Ms. Wilkins, who is that person? Wilkins said, Quirinus Quirrell, he didn't open the door directly, but used magic to keep testing. As expected of Ravenclaw, it's a very smart move. Although Dumbledore said compliments, his tone revealed unspeakable disappointment. This is not his style, things are moving towards a worse direction. The final candidate can be confirmed. He picked up the quill and filled in the last name on the list. The list included not only Quirinus Quirrell, who had just been written, but also Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rubeus Hagrid and other names. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window into the dormitory, Vizette just opened his eyes, and the snoring and dream talk echoed in his ears. He felt that his head was empty, as if he had received too much information, but in the end he could not remember anything. 1, 2, 3. I maintained the guardian meditation for at least 5 hours yesterday. This was the longest time he maintained the guardian meditation. With the help of the meditation method, he spent a wonderful magical night, feeling everything that happened here with his whole body and mind. The guardian meditation can restrain emotions internally and control the silent within the core. It can improve perception externally and even increase the speed of casting, giving a feeling of both offense and defense. It's just that you need to pay attention to the time of use, and you can't improve perception all day for the time being. There is an extra piece of parchment on the desk, and all the courses are written in the grid. Vizette picked up the schedule and glanced at it. The 2 classes in the morning were potions classes, and there was a history of magic class in the afternoon. Vizette first walked around the dormitory, absorbing the ancient magic power contained here, and then went to the bathroom. After washing, Vizette came to the common room and planned to review the textbook again. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life. It was not even 7 o'clock yet, and many people were already in the common room, holding various reading materials in their hands and reading with relish. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Chuzhong sat in a corner of the common room, his voice was very gentle. Are you still adapting? Very good. Vizette nodded. I am looking forward to today's potions and history of magic classes, both sound very interesting. It seems that I am going to pour cold water on you. Chuzhong teased, these 2 courses, you should be mentally prepared. Professor Snape will appear silently behind you, don't be scared. As for the history of magic class, if you see someone sleeping, it is normal. Vizette asked curiously, history of magic class? Why is it like this? Chuzhong explained, Professor Binns is the oldest professor here. He is a ghost and is said to be the only professor of history of magic in the school. He speaks slowly, and that classroom is very comfortable, even I fall asleep occasionally. Vizette smiled indifferently, that's also amazing. Vizette sat in the common room for a while until his stomach growled with hunger, and then he planned to have breakfast. Not long after he walked out of the lounge, he heard a sudden burp and bumped into a drunken woman. The woman was as thin as a bamboo pole and wore a pair of thick and large black-framed glasses, which magnified her eyes many times. She was decorated with many things, with countless beads and chains hanging on her slender neck, and various bracelets and rings on her skinny arms. She looked like a typical charlatan. But that was based on his judgment in his previous life. After all, magic really existed in this world. It was just dawn now, and Vizette could be sure that the corridor was empty and the woman appeared out of thin air. He stood up first and said calmly, Sorry, ma'am, I didn't notice you. Burp. The woman burped, and the disgusting smell of alcohol spread. It's okay. This is the guidance of fate. Her voice was weak and vague. Yes, I knew it a long time ago. I would bump into someone this morning. I saw it in the crystal ball. Vizette was speechless at this time. He didn't know what this mysterious woman was doing in school. Since you are okay, I will leave first. Vizette said hello and didn't intend to continue to care about this woman. However, the woman opened her eyes wide, and her 2 eyeballs moved rapidly. Her mouth was wide open, and she looked sick. Vizette subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the woman caught up at a very fast speed, and her spider-like fingers clamped his arm. The woman made a harsh voice like a sawing saw, "The Demon King who defeated the revolutionaries in the armor of a brave man. He found the rising star." The rising star reminded him of the past. He passed on the armor and the sword. The former Demon King has made a comeback, and the disguised Demon King must defeat the former Demon King. The rising star gave the disguised Demon King a reason to take off the shackles. Is it the former Demon King who brought down the old fear, or the disguised Demon King who brought new disasters? The future is still unknown. The rising of the rising star will illuminate the way ahead. Chapter 30. Trelawney, who is keen on death prediction. Footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. "George, did you hear any sound? Just go over and take a look. It's probably the people of Ravenclaw studying ancient books." The footsteps gradually approached, and Vizette looked up and saw two familiar faces, the twins Fred and George. "Vizette." Fred showed a playful expression, "It's only the first day, and you have inherited the fine tradition of Ravenclaw and got up so early. It doesn't seem like you got up voluntarily." George frowned pretentiously. Professor Trelawney must have been itching to do the most primitive divination. "Got it." Fred nodded in understanding. "Randomly select a freshman and obtain the revelation of fate through blood sacrifice." Vizette didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The twins' ability to talk nonsense was a bit scary. Is this lady also a professor at Hogwarts? Why is she drinking so early in the morning? And she said a bunch of incomprehensible words. "Professor Trelawney is in charge of divination," George introduced. "I remember she is the great-great-granddaughter of a famous prophet. In fact, I think she is more like a dark wizard." "That's right." Fred agreed deeply. "She especially likes death prophecies, and she hopes these prophecies will come true." "That's a death prophecy. If you really want the prophecy to come true, you can only rely on evil black magic curses." Bang! Trelawney rolled her eyes and fell down softly. Her head hit the ground with a crisp sound. The twins shook their heads and exclaimed as if they were appreciating the sound of nature, "It sounds so good." It was the first time that Vizette met such a weird professor and had no experience in dealing with it. He saw that the twins seemed to be very familiar with the professor and asked, "What should we do now?" Fred half crouched forward and pushed Trelawney, unconscious. As expected of Professor Trelawney, as a fortune teller, every step can surprise me. He looked up at Vizette again. "What is your first class?" "Potions." "Then let's do it." Fred put Trelawney's hand on his shoulder and lifted it up. George walked forward very tacitly and put his other hand on his shoulder. Fred said slowly, "Your first class is still Professor Snape. Knowing the way to the school hospital can increase your chances of survival." "Yes, remember this way of survival." George said with a serious face, "If Professor Snape says he wants to poison, as long as you find something wrong, go to the school hospital as soon as possible." "Poisoning?" Vizette's eyelids jumped. "Is this also part of the potions class?" "No." The twins shook their heads together. "This is part of Professor Snape's bad taste. In a sense, he is still very powerful." George recalled, "Many of our prank props are inspired by the poison he has used. As long as he doesn't poison us to death." Fred winked at George. George said knowingly, "The poison will become the gold galleons in our pockets." Vizette's curiosity was aroused. "What is the relationship between pranks and poisons?" "You are very smart." Fred praised. "I can see that you are asking us sincerely. You want to get to the bottom of everything. This is Ravenclaw." George agreed. "You don't know much about the magical world, and you must have never come into contact with prank props. That's a scene you have never seen before. The collision of potions and creativity, the combination of magic and alchemy, can give birth to the great category of prank props. They have a strong sense of belief in the so-called prank props." Before setting off, Vizette released the magic eye and looked at the tapestry not far away. "This tapestry has magic," and the characters in the painting are alive. The giant monster in a ballet skirt swings a wooden stick and keeps attacking a thin wizard who jumps up and down. There is indeed something strange on the wall opposite the tapestry. The strong power of ancient magic gathers there, forming the outline of an arched door. Vizet thought to himself, could it be that this professor came out from inside? The magic world is really magical. The school hospital is located on the second floor of the castle. Before the door is opened, a strong smell of herbs hits the face. Madame Pomfrey is the manager of the school hospital. It is well equipped and has a full range of potions. It can deal with most diseases and various magical injuries. A stern voice sounded, "Trelawney. You are drunk again early in the morning." Just as Vizet was about to knock on the door, a tall and thin middle-aged woman came out first, with a temperament similar to Professor McGonagall. The middle-aged woman's clothes were very distinctive, and the style was very similar to the nuns' clothes in the Middle Ages. The skirt had many pockets, and various tools and potions could be vaguely seen. "Thank you." The middle-aged woman's voice became gentle, "You helped to carry her down again. It's just the beginning of the school year, and a drunkard is lying in the middle of the corridor. It's really ugly." Fred walked to Vizet and pushed him with his elbow. "This is Madame Pomfrey." Vizet nodded and carefully observed Madame Pomfrey's treatment process. Healed as before. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and the emerald green light gathered on Trelawney's forehead, and the bruise caused by the bump disappeared instantly. She took out another test tube from her pocket, skillfully opened Trelawney's mouth, and poured the potion into her mouth. Trelawney coughed violently, spitting out amber smoke mixed with the smell of alcohol. "Disappear." Madame Pomfrey frowned, waved her wand again, and the unpleasant amber mist dissipated instantly. "Professor Trelawney, I hope you can restrain yourself. It's too bad to be seen by the freshmen like this." "Freshman." Trelawney was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She covered her face and disappeared around the corner of the corridor at a very fast speed. "Cool." Fred and George whistled. If Professor Trelawney didn't become a fortune teller, but became a seeker, she would definitely do a lot. Madame Pomfrey picked. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the twins. "You two. Why do we give freshmen BAFE brain refresher? Although there are no side effects, it will cause dependence if you take too much." "Who are you talking about?" "Us." George pointed at his nose in confusion. "Madame Pomfrey, you know us, we don't have the money to use this." "That's right." Fred nodded in agreement. "We can only afford rosemary at most. How many galleons does the tree monkey frog brain cost?" Vizet also helped explain. "Madame Pomfrey, I didn't drink the potion, and they helped me send Professor Trelawney over." "Maybe." Madame Pomfrey bent down and looked at Vizet carefully. "Do you think empty head? This is easy to happen if you take BAFE's brain-stimulating agent for a long time." Vizet didn't want to expose the Guardian meditation method, so he could only stick to what he said just now. "I didn't take BAFE's brain-stimulating agent. Maybe I went to bed late last night. Maybe." Madame Pomfrey didn't pursue it further, and took out a bottle of purple clear potion. "Just drink one drop, it can relieve this symptom." Vizet asked curiously, "Madame Pomfrey, is this lavender tincture? I saw a similar description when I was preparing this morning. Looks like a smart raven claw." Madame Pomfrey nodded, waved her wand and picked up a drop of lavender tincture. "You still have classes in the morning, taking these is enough to relieve the symptoms, and you won't get drunk. Since you are a Ravenclaw student, go back at noon to find a crystal to empty yourself, and you will recover in the afternoon." Leaving this sentence, she walked into the school hospital without looking back. "Madame Pomfrey is really amazing!" Vizet exclaimed. He felt much better now. Fred laughed. "It's a must. It's a pity that Madame Pomfrey will leave the castle during the summer vacation, otherwise we can stay in school all year round." "That won't work." Madame Pomfrey came back. "This is not your private clinic. Be safe when studying magic, so that I can save my trouble." Yes. Madame Pomfrey. Fred and George raised their right hands and saluted. We will definitely remember your words. Chapter 31 Professor Snape's Aura. After collecting the ancient magic power that could be obtained, Vizette came to the hall. This time he infused the power into the magic eye. Although the magic eye is still in the primary stage, it has a special ability making the magic circuit of magic materials clear and visible. Vizette walked towards the Ravenclaw table, and an inexplicable malice appeared from the Slytherin table. I heard from Miss Parkinson that he is an obscurial. An extremely dangerous person. He looks very obedient and good-looking. It's just a shell. Find a therapist to transform him with permanent transformation magic. You can become whatever you want. I don't want to be hospitalized in St. Mungo's. The transformation of permanent transformation magic is too risky. If this dangerous person goes crazy in class, we will all be buried with him. Why did Dumbledore let him enroll? It's too dangerous. I don't want to die. Such people should go to Azkaban and let the Dementors kiss him. I think so too. Azkaban is where these dangerous people should go. The Slytherins discussed loudly, as if they wanted to let everyone in the hall know that he was an obscurial, a dangerous person. Vizette laughed it off, without any ripples in his heart. In his previous life, he lived in an orphanage. In school, he would also suffer all kinds of criticism and exclusion, even bullying, because of his special identity. That was a common thing. So before he entered Hogwarts, he had already prepared himself mentally to face doubts and rumors calmly. However, to his surprise, it seemed that only the Slytherin table was particularly concerned about this matter. The other three tables did not react much to this. The focus of their conversation was Harry Potter, the boy who survived a catastrophe. The boy with a handsome nose and long black hair sat next to Vizette. You are eating breakfast in the hall after all. Chris told me that you were captured by a senior student from Gryffindor. I was going to report to Prefect Penelope. Michael, you just think Prefect Penelope is pretty and want to talk to her. Chris, with brown hair, sat opposite and said with a smile. Good morning, a blonde boy asked. Why is your book so small? Is it a hardcover edition? Good morning, Anthony. Vizette responded. This is not a hardcover edition, I just copied down the contents of the textbook, and Luna helped me with the illustrations and cover. Good morning, Vizette. Another brown-haired boy appeared, frowning, and asked, Luna? Is she a girl? Good morning, Terry. Vizette nodded, yes, she is my sister. Chris Moon, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, Terry Boot, the four people who spoke, are all Vizette's roommates. You actually have such a considerate sister. My sister only cries all day long, ah. Terry said with some discomfort. Will your sister go to school in the future? Chris also came over. Of course. Izette thought, we will meet next year. Chris said with envy, a sister who can help her brother draw, what a perfect life. His life is perfect, what can we do? Michael sighed, the first class is potions. Snape's reputation is indeed not good. A group of freshmen have just come into contact with potions and have already developed a fearful mentality. Despite this, they still took their textbooks and went to the potions classroom. The potions classroom is very unique. It is as wide as a medieval monastery, and as dim as a medieval monastery. The lighting depends entirely on a few torches. Before they entered the classroom, a cold breath hit them in the face. The classroom is located on the first floor of the basement. There are rows of tall shelves against the wall, filled with glass jars. Under the dim firelight, it is unclear what is in these glass jars that emit strange smells. Terry approached the glass jars and immediately took 2 steps back, hiss. Are these animal specimens? Why are they all so strange? They should be specimens of magical animals. Vizette also came over and carefully identified the specimens, some transparent furry monsters should be invisible beasts, and the snakes with bird heads should be bird snakes. Luna likes the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them very much. This book is also the first textbook he has read thoroughly. In addition, these specimens are well preserved, so he can easily identify the corresponding species. It seems to be a matter of course in his eyes, but it opened the eyes of all his roommates. Terry was amazed. No wonder you are the difficult student in the sorting. You know it so clearly. Vizette said, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is very interesting, so I watched it twice more. Isn't it just that? Chris interrupted, I remember you said just now that you copied the textbook. Michael scratched his hair, really? How come I didn't know? Chris teased, you only have the beautiful Penelope in your mind, it would be strange if you noticed that. The long tables in the classroom were scarred, with traces of burning and corrosion on them. The students of Ravenclaw came earlier, but because of Snape's notoriety, none of them chose to sit by the podium. Terry asked, Vizette, don't you want to sit at the back? Vizette shook his head, the light here is not very good. It's better to be closer to be safe. You can see more clearly. Awesome. Anthony said sincerely, there is a reason why you can understand so much at the beginning of the school year. Indeed. Michael echoed, to dare to face Professor Snape, it requires not only extraordinary wisdom, but also extraordinary courage. Vizette was a little amused, it's not that exaggerated, it's just convenient for learning. And you haven't gotten along with Professor Snape, why are you afraid of him? This potions class needs to be combined with Hufflepuff, and there are more and more people in the classroom. However, no matter how many people come, they will choose to sit at the back and try to stay away from the podium. Until there are 5 minutes left before class, no one dares to sit next to Vizette. Until the bell is about to ring, the girl with 2 golden braids hurried over. Except for the tables and chairs under the podium, the seats near her are occupied. She has no choice but to sit next to Vizette. It was Hannah Abbott, the first girl to be sorted. She wiped the sweat off her cheeks, hurriedly put her textbooks in order, and then let out a sigh of relief. Snape also stepped on the bell, his black robe fluttering, and floated into the classroom like a big bat. He stood on the podium and looked down, glancing at Hannah, whose face was flushed, 1 point deducted from Hufflepuff, and you were almost late for the first class. How dare you? Hannah buried her head in her chest, her body trembling slightly, her face turned red, as if she was about to cry in the next moment. Other students were silent, and the whole classroom seemed to be frozen. Start calling the roll now. Snape said no more, his tone was cold and short, Hannah Abbott. Here, here. The roll call was very fast, and everyone did not relax their vigilance, and almost shouted as soon as the name was called. Yes. There is only one fool today. Snape made sure that everyone was present, and his tone finally softened. As beginners, if you don't even have a sense of time, my advice is to leave here as quickly as possible to avoid hurting others and yourself. Potions is a precise and rigorous subject. Whether it is destruction or rebirth, it is contained in the steaming crucible. I don't actually expect you to really understand the charm of potions and understand what potions can bring to you. As long as you follow me completely and imitate every step obediently, wealth, reputation, and honor will be at your fingertips. There is indeed a reason why students are afraid of Snape. He is like a king, and the potions classroom is his palace. Here he can control everything, even the behavior of students. After saying this, he did not start the formal class, but glanced at Vizette with the corner of his eye. Mr. Lovegood, don't you have a textbook? Why are you bringing a children's picture book to class? This is not a painting class. Michael Connor is quite interesting in the Harry Potter series. He once dated Ginny and they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Later, Ginny dumped him, and he started dating Chu Jong in the same school year. It is basically confirmed that he is obsessed with looks, and he adjusts very quickly. These contents are recorded in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. If you are interested, you can check it out. Chapter 32 The Use of Magic Eye. Vizette stood up and explained calmly, Professor Snape is like this. My scholarship is only 30 galleons. If I use it to buy new books, the remaining money is not enough to buy the consumables on the list, so I copied down all the textbooks. Touching, like listening to a vulgar inspirational story. Snape had a blank expression and his voice was long, since you can make your own textbooks. You must know the contents inside very well, right? What materials are used in the formula of the boil treatment potion? What symptoms are it mainly for? Hearing this, the other students hurriedly opened the book. Before they turned to the page of boil treatment potion, Vizette had already spoken. He said clearly, half a crucible of water, 4 ground snake teeth, 3 horned slugs need to be steamed, 2 portions of dried nettles, and a porcupine quill. The boil treatment potion mainly deals with common pustules, measles, and boils. It can also have a good effect on some symptoms of lymph tuberculosis. As long as it does not involve magical damage, it is a special medicine. Before adding the porcupine quill, if the boiling temperature is in place, pink smoke will rise from the crucible. The purer the pink smoke, the more skilled the potion master is. Snape curled his lips and swept his cold eyes across the classroom. Why don't you start preparing the materials? Are you waiting for me to serve you? Except for Vizette, everyone else shuddered and hurriedly took out the materials and took out the corresponding amounts. Snape was not idle. He waved his wand to make various materials fly to the table and wrote down the key points on the blackboard. Grind the snake fangs as finely as possible, open the lid to observe the steamed horned slugs more often, and it is best to see the black color under the transparent cortex. Stir 5 times clockwise when bubbling, remove from the heat and add porcupine quills. Although the method of making boil treatment potion is not difficult, it takes a lot of time to prepare the materials, and the operation must be meticulous. Even if the preparation time is not counted, they have to boil for at least half an hour to complete the potion. In such a tight time, they also have to record the time spent on each step and endure Snape's inspections. Snape walked with his long robe flying in the wind, wandering in the classroom like a ghost, and almost everyone felt a chill on their backs. Faced with the slugs covered with mucus, Hannah held the tweezers but did not dare to do it, and her body trembled violently. Vizette noticed Hannah's embarrassed expression and pushed the snake tooth over. Why don't you handle this? Don't worry, there's enough time. Hannah nodded with gratitude and focused on grinding the snake tooth. Vizette picked up 6 slugs with tweezers and put them into the steamer. Under the high temperature steaming, the slug's mucus solidified and its body shrank. He used the magic eye and found that the slugs in the steamer were different. The loose magic circuits of the slugs were also shrinking, and a regular symbol was about to form. Is this the reason for steaming the slugs? Vizette thought to himself, without opening the lid, and only used the magic eye to observe the symbol changes. Why don't you open the lid? Snape appeared behind him, and a sinister voice sounded, or do you plan to steam the slugs for 10 minutes according to the content of the book? Hannah's hands trembled, and she almost crushed the stone mortar. The people around him reacted quite well. They held their breath and hardly dared to communicate. Of course not, Professor Snape. Vizette didn't even raise his head, paying attention to the changes in the magic circuit of the slug. If you open the lid frequently, it will affect the final product. That's right. Snape pursed his lips and stood behind Vizette, paying attention to the timer next to him from time to time. After 7 minutes, Vizette picked up the tweezers, took out 2 of the slugs, quickly covered the lid, and recorded the time. Snape's eyes narrowed. The 2 slugs taken out were translucent, and the transparent cortex was deep black. His cheeks moved, and he folded his hands across his chest without saying a word. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Vizette opened the lid again, took out the remaining slugs, and recorded the time again. There were a total of 6 horned slugs. After steaming, they were of the same shape and size, and the appearance was exactly the same. They were all excellent products. Good. Snape looked at Vizette deeply and wandered around the classroom again. The potions classroom was still very depressing, but Vizette was not affected by the atmosphere. Instead, he enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. Whether it was slugs, snake teeth, dry nettles or porcupine quills, they all had their own magic symbols. With the help of the magic eye, Vizette put the materials into the pot and boiled them, watching the symbols being broken and reshaped into exquisite and complex patterns. He enjoyed the process and felt like a painter, sketching various materials into interesting pictures. As Snape said at the beginning, both destruction and rebirth are contained in the steaming crucible. The mixture in the pot turned into a deep green, then turned into a turbid blue, and began to gurgle and bubble. Vizette glanced to the side. At a glance, Hannah, it's already bubbling. Now you should stir it 5 times clockwise. Okay. Okay. Hannah nodded repeatedly, picked up the spoon and dipped it into the crucible, stirring it carefully. After stirring, the big bubbles turned into fish-eye bubbles, the turbid blue gradually became clear, and the impurities gathered in the middle little by little. The potion in the crucible turned into a clear light blue, and the impurities suddenly flew up at this moment, forming pure pink smoke at the mouth of the crucible. It looks so good. Hannah's face flushed with excitement, and she couldn't wait to grab the porcupine quills and throw them into the crucible. Vizette quickly reminded, Hannah, add the porcupine quills after leaving the fire. I almost forgot. Hannah said gratefully, and quickly picked up the rag and picked up the crucible, adding the porcupine quills. The porcupine quills slowly melted in the residual heat, turning into stars, dotted in the potion. Snape came over again. Picked up a spoon and scooped out the boil treatment potion to check, is this your first time making a potion? You've never learned it before? Vizette asked back, helping Mr. Lovegood squeeze Gordigan to make tea, does this count? Making tea with Gordigan. Snape's hands trembled, and he looked at Vizette very seriously, don't be influenced by those ridiculous theories, can you do it? Vizette was a little confused, are you talking about Mr. Lovegood? I think what he said to Luna makes sense. You have some talent. Snape didn't respond, his voice was dry. He changed the subject and continued, since you have finished the potion, why don't you look at the classmates around you? Do you want to make yourself stand out from the crowd? Vizette still answered calmly, okay, Professor Snape. Hannah followed him, and the two of them walked around the classroom like Snape. If Snape brought fear to the students, then Vizette brought hope. With the help of the magic eye, Vizette helped improve the potion-making process by observing the completeness of the material symbols. Not long after, all the students helped by Vizette successfully completed the potion. In the eyes of the students, the originally hot crucible now looked more pleasing to the eye. Even the rising pink smoke was as festive as the fireworks of celebration. Chapter 33 The Charm of Magic History. When the bell rang, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned towards Vizette, wanting to say something. Do you want to stay here to clean the classroom? Snape said slowly with his eyelids drooping in a cold voice. Everyone was like a frightened bird, quickly packed up their textbooks, and pushed and shoved out of the classroom. Snape said suddenly, Vizette, you stay to clean up. Michael and others showed a good luck expression, waving their hands and leaving the classroom. Hannah said weakly, her face flushed, can I stay with you? Hat. Snape sneered and did not give a direct response. Vizette waved his hand, there's not much to clean up, I can do it alone. If it weren't for you, I would definitely not be able to finish the potion. Hannah didn't explain too much, rolled up her sleeves and began to wipe the table. Thank you. Vizette thanked softly, picked up the broom and dustpan in the corner, and swept away the snake tooth fragments and dry nettles on the ground. Duo, duo, duo. The sound of the stone pounding against the snake teeth echoed in the classroom, and Snape handled the materials as if no one was around, preparing to brew the boil treatment potion. The cleaning work was completed quickly, and Vizette stood in front of the podium, carefully observing Snape's medicine-making process. Snape's movements were very steady, without any unnecessary movements, but after 10 times of crushing, all the snake teeth turned into extremely fine powder. When dealing with the slug, he did not use tweezers, but pinched the slug with his fingers and put it into the steamer. The whole process of brewing the potion was smooth, and Snape, who was skilled, boldly used high heat to shorten the brewing time of the potion. In just 10 minutes, the extremely pure pink smoke bloomed like a flower, announcing that the pot of potion was completed. Snape looked up at Vizette and asked in a cold tone, "What did you see?" Vizette thought for a moment, and Lang Sheng said, "Familiarity with potion materials. Whether you handle snake teeth or dry nettles, it is just right and precise. The same is true for steaming slugs. You need the slugs with your hands to judge the quality of the materials, so you can get the best quality slugs without opening the lid. Before adding porcupine quills, you use a scraper to scrape off the impurities on the surface of the porcupine quills, so that the potion is flawless. This is the most beneficial point for me." "Yes, it seems that you are not stupid," Snape said softly, "and it is impossible to tell whether he is happy, angry, sad, or happy. Talent can raise the upper limit, but potion science is not a simple subject. Experience is as important as talent. If you can judge the quality of materials with experience, you can go further on the road of potion. Ravenclaw adds 5 points, you can go back." Hannah showed an incredible expression and even covered her mouth. "Thank you, Professor Snape. We'll leave first." Vizette looked at Snape, and he seemed to see a hint of appreciation in Snape's eyes. But this appreciation was fleeting, and he thought he might have seen it wrong. When she arrived at the door of the auditorium, Hannah was still a little dizzy. "This is the first time I know that Professor Snape would talk so much, and even add 5 points. 5 points? Is it not possible?" Vizette asked. "I remember Chuzhong told me that every professor has the power to add or deduct points. Professor Snape is different." Hannah looked back and explained in a low voice, "Professor Snape only adds points to Slytherin and deducts points from the other 3 colleges." "Is that so?" Vizette smiled slightly. "It seems that I am quite lucky." After a morning of potions class, Vizette gained a lot of favor among the Hufflepuff freshmen. When passing by the Hufflepuff table, the freshmen would smile at him. Madame Pomfrey's medical advice was indeed useful. After a noon of meditation, he appeared in the History of Magic classroom in high spirits. This classroom is located on the 2nd floor of the castle. The layout of the classroom is well organized. It is not only well ventilated, but also has very good lighting. In the afternoon, the bright sunshine sprinkled into the classroom, nourishing a peaceful and warm feeling. As the only ghost professor in Hogwarts, Professor Binns's way of entering the classroom is particularly special. As soon as the bell rang, Professor Binns came through the wall and floated to the podium. "It's time, let's start the class." He did not call the roll, and the students in front of the stage did not even glance at him. He began to teach in a dull voice without any ups and downs. There was a period of stability and prosperity between wizards and muggles. Wizards lived in muggle villages, exchanging potions and healing magic for necessities of life. The devil Emmerich rose in southern England, where he ruled with terror. The appearance of this dark wizard was the fuse for the muggles to carry out the witch hunt. The relationship between wizards and muggles broke down, and wizards began to stay away from muggle villages. Although muggles could not deal with adult wizards, they could attack young wizard children. The bright and warm sunshine, coupled with the drawling voice, was really suitable for catching up on sleep. Around Vizette, those roommates who were planning to take notes seriously could not stand the voice of Professor Binns, and dozed off like chickens pecking at rice. Unconsciously, the whole classroom was there were only two sounds left in the room: Professor Binz's lecture and the rustling sound of Vizette's notes. The book History of Magic was too thick. Even if Vizette copied the whole book, it was still difficult to remember all the contents. When Professor Binz taught, he did not read from the book, but would summarize the contents concisely, which benefited Vizette a lot. It's a pity that these contents were hidden in the drawing, and you need to have the patience of a gold digger to find the shining golden advice from them. Professor Binz continued to teach. Some wizards gradually went to extremes because their children were killed, and used killing muggles as a means of revenge. The emergence of these dark wizards has intensified the fear of muggles against wizards. The witch hunt has intensified, resulting in more wizard children being killed. Wizards have developed methods specifically for muggles, such as muggle-repelling spells and anti-muggle door handles. The emergence of these methods further reduced the communication between wizards and muggles. As the saying goes, history is a mirror that can help us understand the rise and fall of things. Through Professor Binz's lectures, Wieizet gradually understood why wizards would isolate themselves and form a magic world. Wizards are born to cast magic, and their way of thinking is very different from that of muggles. For wizards, when they encounter troubles in life, they will use magic to solve the problem at the first time, which is also the reason for the emergence of muggle-repelling spells and anti-muggle door handles. However, this is the same goal. Muggles create various tools for production, and wizards also invent various magics to deal with troubles. Thinking about it this way, Wieizet realizes the charm of magic history more and more. The bell rang, and the roommates woke up one after another, wiping the traces of saliva from their mouths without any agreement. Terry rubbed his eyes and asked in a confused voice, "Ah, Wieizet, why do you look so energetic?" "I'm taking notes," Wieizet said with lingering interest. "The magic history class is so interesting." Michael opened his mouth, patted his face and said, "Maybe this is the real Ravenclaw. Even the history of magic class can be so hard-working." Wieizet smiled noncommittally and cast his eyes on the scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt that writing letters was not difficult, and there were too many interesting things to say. Chapter 34: Luna and the Letter. Devonshire, Ottery St. Catchpole Village, Lovegood's house. On a bright morning, the powder blue curtains swayed gently with the breeze. The warm sunlight shone through the window, coating the bedroom floor with a layer of golden sand. The girl murmured like a cat and slowly opened her eyes. She slowly sat down on the bed, her light golden hair hanging down like a waterfall. Luna rubbed her eyes, stretched her waist lazily, and looked at the blue sky outside the window. What a nice day. Walking down the stairs, she looked at the closed door not far away, and the smile on her lips gradually disappeared. Since yesterday, this door has not been opened. Yesterday was the first day of school at Hogwarts. I will also be enrolled next year, yes. She whispered, as if reminding herself of something important. Love. Xenophilius was already in the restaurant. His hair was a mess, he was holding a writing board in his hand, a charcoal pencil between his ears, and was thinking about the new issue of the Quibbler. "Luna, today is a good day for drawing," he said, and brought the prepared breakfast over. Luna sat down at the dining table and took the knife and fork in her hand. "Yes, the sky is like a blue curtain." The restaurant was very quiet, with only the rustling of charcoal pencils and the occasional sound of knives and forks hitting the plate. Xenophilius put down the writing board. "Luna, are you feeling okay? Do you think the breakfast is not delicious?" "I'm fine, Dad." Faced with such a concerned look, Luna shook her head gently. She didn't want her father to worry about her, so she changed the subject lightly. "Is this issue of the magazine ready?" "I can't wait." The response to the previous issues was good. "That boy Vizette is quite creative." Xenophilius was excited. More people have submitted articles recently. They are very interested in the content of hometown specialties, and even sent me some samples. I added a little to the bread for breakfast. The contributor said that this bee will collect laurel honey, and people who use laurel honey can get good luck. How do you think it tastes? So it was Vizette's idea. Luna murmured. She picked up a piece of bread with a fork and put it in her mouth. Revealing a faint smile, I think it tastes good. Luna's life is still the same, just like a hard-working bee, taking care of the whole garden. The owl Diana accompanied her and sang happily. Collecting dew, loosening soil, watering flowers, feeding. She can still get happiness from it, but these happiness are a bit strange, as if something is missing. Mistletoe and blimps are growing well, and no nymph hooks are found. Luna said while picking blimps. Vizette, do you know nymph hooks? Dad told me that this is a little guy similar to maggots. It has 3,000 teeth when it is young, and it will grow more teeth when it grows up. They have 3 eyes and sickle-like hooks on their tails, so they are called nymph hooks. Vizette, isn't it interesting? Vizette. The gentle response in her impression did not appear, and Luna could only hear the wind around her. She now felt that something seemed to be locked up along with the closed door. Yes, he went to Hogwarts. Luna stood up and walked towards the stream in the distance. She sat on the shore, looking at the trickling stream and thinking. Only one day had passed, but she felt empty. There are more harassing horseflies. She murmured to the airship Lee. This feeling was familiar, she had experienced it before. Time can smooth everything out. As long as she is given a few more days, she can adapt to life without one person. This change is common to her. The sky is still clear and the stream is still clear. Although everything is the same as before, she feels that she is far away from everything around her. Luna sat by the stream for a long time, staring at the water, until a familiar owl sound appeared. She quickly raised her head. Coo! Coo! The owl grabbed a large cloth bag, like a propeller plane with damaged wings, and was about to slide into the stream. Luna quickly reached out and hugged Thor to prevent him from becoming a drowned chicken. Thor, I got you. Coo! Coo! Thor struggled to rub Luna's sleeve, and his eyes closed. You must be exhausted after carrying so many things from Hogwarts here. Luna said gently, stroking Thor's drooping crest. Back home, Xenophilius had just taken off his apron, and there was a pot of steaming stew on the table. I was just about to find you. Why did you come back so late today? Luna carefully placed the cloth bag on the table, picked up the owl excitedly and said, I met Thor. That kid still knows how to send a letter back. Xenophilius raised his eyebrows and took the owl from Luna's hand. Look at what the kid wrote. I'll find some tonic to feed Thor. It looks exhausted. Opening the cloth bag, the first thing is 2 large boxes of snacks. The heavy weight makes Luna instantly understand why Thor is so tired. There is also a letter underneath, and a line of words is written on the thick parchment envelope, to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. The words and Mr. Lovegood were a little far apart, as if they were added later. Luna put her hand on her chest and felt her heart beat faster. She exhaled gently and then opened the letter. Dear Luna and Mr. Lovegood. Sol brought me a bag of chocolate frogs. This snack tastes great. I want to share it with you and Mr. Lovegood. Hogwarts is beautiful and magical. I saw so many interesting things that I can't describe them in words. I think it's okay, because you will come to Hogwarts next year, and we can go shopping together then. How are the mistletoe and airship Lee at home? I remember that the airship Lee is almost ripe. Last time when I was fertilizing with you, you mentioned the nymph hook to me. What kind of creature is that? I am still very curious now. You kept it a secret with me last time. Are you willing to tell me about it now? There are still many wonders in Hogwarts. I hope you won't think I'm too long-winded when I write to you later. Please give my regards to Mr. Lovegood. I hope everything is well with you. Vizette Lovegood. The letter was plain, but it was precisely because of this plainness that Luna felt that she was very close to Vizette. The Vizette in her heart was not someone who was as high-spirited as the sun, but someone who was as subtle as the wind and accompanied her silently. She could say what she thought without any burden, and Vizette could easily tolerate everything. Luna opened a box of chocolate frogs. The silky and rich chocolate melted on the tip of her tongue, and the sweet taste occupied her heart. And Xenophilius' voice sounded, and the owl Thor on his shoulder recovered a little bit of energy and could hook his shoulder to take a nap. Luna, are you going to write back to this kid? Then tell him to be careful next time and not to add and in front of me when he addresses me. Okay, Dad. Luna put the envelope away and took out a set of painting tools from the cabinet. Xenophilius asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Lunch is ready. I know, Dad. Luna said as she ran upstairs, didn't you tell me this morning that today is a good day for painting? Chapter 35 Transfiguration Magic Class. It is a wonderful experience to be favored by Hufflepuff. At breakfast, Vizette always received jams of different flavors from Hufflepuff classmates. According to Hannah and the others, these jams are specially provided by teachers, and only Hufflepuffs have the opportunity to enjoy them. Vizette must admit that these special jams do have their own flavors. Through the magic eye, you can see the magic symbols contained in them, and these symbols are the source of the flavor. At noon, an owl with shiny feathers flew into the auditorium. The owl circled over the auditorium and then landed on Vizette's shoulder. Vizette gently stroked Sol's crest feathers. Thank you for your hard work. You must be tired from running back and forth, right? Coo. Sol rubbed his cheek with his beak, flapped his wings and left the auditorium again, probably planning to go back to the owl shed and have a good sleep. As soon as Vizette took off the envelope, his roommates turned their heads and showed curious eyes. Chris leaned over and looked at the envelope with a circle of mistletoe and asked, "Who sent this letter? Why is it so fancy?" "It must be Vizette's sister." Michael was like a keen hound and guessed the correct answer at the first time. "It's a letter from her." Vizette opened the envelope. In addition to a text message, there was also a small bottle and a blimp pendant. "What is this?" The roommates were even more curious. Many carrots as pendants? "This is the first time I've seen such a novel gift." Terry asked, "What's in the bottle?" "Are they seeds?" "Seeds of Airship Lee." Vizette nodded, raised the pendant and introduced, "This is the Airship Lee pendant, which can improve the ability to accept abnormal things." Anthony frowned. "Airship Lee? Improve the ability to accept abnormal things? Can it keep me awake in the history of magic class? Professor Binz's course has a special magic." Vizette smiled, "If you adapt to his tone, you will definitely gain something. As for the special effects of Airship Lee, Luna told me that it varies from person to person. At least for me. The effect of Airship Lee is outstanding." Terry was a little eager to try. "Then will you plant these seeds?" "We can try it then." Michael immediately teased, "Maybe you still need a clever sister who can help you make pendants." Vizette didn't care about his roommates' quarrels, his mind was on Luna's reply. Luna's reply was simple, introducing her day in a long and slow manner. She harvested a flying boat Lee in the garden, tasted a sweet chocolate frog, and painted a picture in the bedroom. She also mentioned Xenophilius's praise for him and the flying boat Lee pendant, hoping that the pendant could bring him inspiration. Vizette hung the pendant around his neck, looking at the red flying boat Lee. His mind seemed to travel through the Scottish Highlands and return to the garden full of strange magical plants. There was another transfiguration magic class in the afternoon, and Ravenclaw needed to take the class with Gryffindor. When Vizette walked into the classroom, he saw that there were many Gryffindors standing by the podium. While Professor McGonagall hadn't entered the classroom yet, they tried their best to tease the tabby cat on the podium. They laughed and played, but they couldn't make the tabby cat move at all. Vizette frowned. Seeing this tabby cat, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Soon, he remembered that when he faced the runes, a cat exactly like him had appeared, and that cat was actually transformed by Professor McGonagall. Faced with the joyful atmosphere of Gryffindor, his roommates also wanted to join in the fun, but Vizette quickly stopped them. Anthony sat in his seat, still paying attention to the tabby cat. "Don't you like cats? The pattern of that cat is so beautiful, especially the eye. The black spots around the eyes are like frames." Wheezet explained, "This is not a simple cat, but..." Before he finished explaining, the loud bell rang. The tabby cat squatting on the podium turned from static to dynamic, took a big step forward, and turned into a human form in the air. "Professor McGonagall! Professor McGonagall!" The Gryffindors screamed and returned to their seats at a very fast speed. They tightened their faces and put on serious expressions, sitting upright and trying to get away with it. Anthony said with lingering fear, "How did you see it?" Wheezet whispered, "You just said that the black spots around the eyes are like frames, and such patterns are rare." Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression, "Perhaps in your opinion, transfiguration magic is like a cat, which seems to be able to be teased at will without paying any price. But in fact, this is the most complex and dangerous magic you can come into contact with in school. I don't want you to get hurt or even lose your life because of it. Anyone who wants to make trouble in class, I will make him leave here forever, lest he encounter an accident because of his arrogance. Please keep this in mind." As she saw the students nodding, she softened her tone, "As your first transfiguration magic class, what you need to master most is not the spell, but caution. Take care of transfiguration magic. Even if it looks like a cat, you must be cautious to prevent it from becoming what you fear the most. That's enough of the exhortation. Turn to page 4 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and start learning about the techniques of performing transfiguration magic." Transfiguration magic is indeed a complex subject. Although Vizette copied the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration into a book, he still only had a vague understanding of the contents. At this time, an excellent guide is particularly important, and Professor McGonagall is such a guide. Based on her own experience, she deconstructed the contents of the textbook, and the originally difficult and obscure transfiguration theory was no longer so difficult to understand. After half a class, Professor McGonagall finished explaining the theory from the simplest to the most complex, and officially entered the practical operation stage. She gave everyone in the class. The students were given a match, and what they needed to do was very simple: change the match into a needle. After enduring half a class of theoretical knowledge, the students couldn't wait to start practicing. For a while, the classroom was filled with chaotic chanting. As Professor McGonagall said, transformation magic may seem as cute as a cat, but in fact it can be extremely difficult and dangerous. After a burst of colorful magic light, the matches in front of some students burst into a loud noise, and instantly exploded into countless sparks, flying around. Professor McGonagall was quick-witted and waved her wand to turn the scattered sparks into birds. The bird made a pleasant cry, circled over the classroom, and disappeared without a trace. "Focus! Be careful!" Professor McGonagall shouted loudly, "You need to have a clearer goal. Imagine the shape, size, and texture of the needle." Such a light-hearted transformation magic greatly increased the students' passion for practice. Not long after, Professor McGonagall came to the table where Vizette was. She noticed that Vizette did not cast the spell immediately, but closed his eyes and started to imagine. As if he felt Professor McGonagall's gaze, Vizette opened his eyes. Through the imagination just now, he constructed a clear enough image, and now he only needed the assistance of the spell. Change in a proper way. Chapter 36: Maintaining the Essence. The feeling of performing the transformation magic is amazing. With the help of the spell, Vizette's consciousness covered the surface of the match, as if it had turned into a pair of hands, able to knead the match at will. He had a sense of déjà vu, dreaming back to his childhood playing with mud in his previous life. A clear goal. A silver needle appeared in Vizette's mind. He drove his consciousness to knead the match, and the match really began to stretch and become pointed. More details are needed. He tried his best to replicate every detail of the silver needle. It must have a shiny silver metal color, the needle tip must be more delicate, there must be a needle hole that can lead the wire. The matches on the table kept changing their appearance, the edges of the matches became softer, and the red and wood colors on the surface gradually faded. The bright luster of the metal became more and more obvious, and the shape of the match became longer and longer, and the end kept shrinking to form a sharp needle. This is the first time I cast a spell, and it actually worked. Anthony glanced at the match in front of him and couldn't help but praise, "Isn't this too fast?" Professor McGonagall also nodded gently, approving of Anthony's words. Transfiguration magic requires not only caution, but also sufficient patience and imagination. Vizette took the first step of closing his eyes and imagining, and did not act in a hurry, which was a manifestation of caution. Professor McGonagall saw the orderly process of change, and each step was steady and steady. He did not rush for success, but changed little by little, which was a manifestation of patience. Vizette has not stopped casting, obviously because the magic has not been truly completed. A pinhole for Leiden appeared at the end of the silver needle, and fine lines appeared on the surface. Professor McGonagall leaned over to observe and found that it was a mistletoe pattern. The mistletoe pattern is the finishing touch, making this silver needle not just a daily necessity, but more valuable. Generating complex patterns through wool is the role of imagination, which is an advantage unique to wizards. She held the silver needle in her hand and shouted loudly, "Mr. Lovegood completed this magic and successfully turned the match into a silver needle. Ravenclaw plus 5 points." The students looked up and looked at her at the same time. "Get bigger quickly." Professor McGonagall cast a magic spell, and the tiny silver needle quickly stretched and thickened, turning into a beautifully carved awl. She raised the awl and gestured to the students, "Everyone can see, this is a very successful transformation magic." In addition to the pinhole, Mr. Lovegood also created beautiful patterns. Not only did he create a silver needle, but there are also patterns on it. Anthony patted Vizette's shoulder heavily, "You are like this. It makes me feel very stressed." "Stop the spell." Professor McGonagall restored the silver needle to its original size. "Vizette, good job." "Thank you." Vizette took the silver needle and suddenly thought of a question, "Professor McGonagall, is this needle now wood or metal?" "Very interesting question." Professor McGonagall smiled, "You only changed the appearance of the match, so it is still wood." "Head?" Vizette asked, "Can the essence of the match be changed through transfiguration magic and turned into a real silver needle?" "Of course, but I don't recommend you to do that." Professor McGonagall patiently explained, "The danger of transfiguration magic comes from this. For dead things, changing the essence may just make it less fragile and better used by people. But what if you change your own essence? After changing your essence, are you still you? Having a real steel body means that your essence also needs to become steel, and your original essence will be lost." "The essence will be lost." Vizette opened his mouth and felt a chill on his back. Professor McGonagall saw that Vizette was afraid and nodded gently, "This is the essence. In my opinion, the essence of a wizard comes from his thoughts and wishes, that is, the soul. When your body becomes stronger, but your soul changes, are you still the same person? If not, who are you? These are all issues that need to be considered. The soul is a wonderful topic. If you want to explore the mysteries of magic, deepening the exploration of the soul is an indispensable step. Many wizards will go astray and become dark wizards, playing with souls for fun." Professor McGonagall suddenly shook her head, "I seem to have said too much. You just need to remember that if you want to go further on the road of transformation magic, you need to recognize and maintain your essence. If you are interested, go find information about animagus." What Professor McGonagall said was undoubtedly beyond the scope, but it also benefited Vizette a lot. The magic world is like a big treasure, and there are so many secrets to explore. He quickly picked up his notebook and wrote down what Professor McGonagall said. There is still a long time left in this class. Many students gathered around Vizette and asked him for advice on transfiguration magic. Vizette was not vague and shared his experience. In his opinion, being able to answer other people's confusion can also consolidate the knowledge he has learned. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. Try to sharpen one end of the match first, one step at a time. Didn't you see? The color of the match has become lighter. This is a good start. Changing the color first is also a good choice. Don't be so nervous. Hold the wand farther away. The explosion just now was just an accident. If you are really scared, you can break the red phosphorus in front. The most important thing is to try. Looking at Vizette, who was surrounded, Professor McGonagall sighed softly. She envied Flitwick now. How could such an outstanding student choose Ravenclaw? In fact, Hermione's performance was also good, and she could also make the match have the prototype of a needle. It's a pity that this child doesn't know how to get along with others. When answering questions, he always feels like preaching. Professor McGonagall understood why Dumbledore admired Vizette so much. It was rare for someone to cultivate such a humble and harmonious character under the torture of the Dark Wizard. It seemed that Vizette had the potential for brain occlusion. In order to develop this potential, I don't know what Dumbledore planned to do and who he would find as a guide. Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore walked out of the firelight and appeared on the second floor of the Hog's Head. Not long after, hurried footsteps sounded. A tall, thin, grey-bearded old man appeared in front of him. The old man raised his eyebrows and asked in an unpleasant voice, "Why are you here?" Dumbledore said softly, "Aberforth, I want to ask you for a favour." Chapter 37 Invisible Rich Man Hagrid. The first-year courses at Hogwarts are very easy, and there are no classes on Friday mornings, so you can move freely. After breakfast, Wezette walked out of the castle and walked along the lawn towards the Forbidden Forest. Just yesterday morning, Hagrid sent him a letter through an owl, inviting him to come to his cabin, sit down, and want to know how he's been doing recently. Before entering Hogwarts, Hagrid was one of the few people who had no prejudice against him, and what happened in Diagon Alley made him not refuse this invitation. Besides, he was also very interested in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's hut was right next to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid called the place where he lived a hut, but Vizette felt like he was in a giant's castle. The oak door frame alone was nearly 4 meters high, and the one-story hut gave him the feeling of a 2-story building. Outside the hut was a farmhouse atmosphere, with many strange tools hanging. Before Vizette knocked on the door, a dull dog barking like thunder came from the side. "Oh! It should be Vizette." Hagrid's voice sounded, "Yay! Slow down. This will scare him." Accompanied by the whistling wind, a huge black dog suddenly came out. The big black dog stuck out its tongue and jumped up to pounce on Vizette. "Hey! Fang! You'll scare Vizette." Hagrid followed closely, pinched the big black dog's neck with his big hand, and lifted it up. Although the big black dog was 1 meter tall, it had no room to resist in Hagrid's hands, because the size difference was too big. This is a Neapolitan Mastiff, which looks a bit like a Shar-Pei, with wrinkles all over its face and looks very melancholy. It's just more excited. There are not many students here during the day. Hagrid greeted Vizette to come in. Actually, it's easy to get along with, even a little timid. Woo-woo. Fang stuck out his tongue and sniffed Vizette's body. Although it was a mastiff, Fang was unexpectedly docile, and even turned over to let Vizette touch his belly. "You are my friend, so it will treat you well," Hagrid said cheerfully. "It is just timid at ordinary times. If it really encounters danger, it will make the right choice." The layout of the house is very simple, with only one room. There are tables and chairs of amazing size next to the fireplace, and a large bed covered with patchwork cloth in the corner. There are various things hanging on the wall, such as an umbrella, a huge leather coat and a crossbow. The size of the fireplace is also very large. The two sides can be used to hang bacon and smoked chicken, and the copper kettle and baking tray can be placed in the middle. Have some tea. I just baked cakes. Hagrid greeted enthusiastically. He put the baking tray in front of Vizette, picked up the copper kettle and started to make tea. How do you feel here? He continued, grabbing a piece of scones for Fang. It may be a little different from the previous life, but I think I will adapt to it. Click. Click. Fang's teeth and scones fought fiercely, making the sound of biting a big bone stick. Vizette's eyelids twitched. His teeth were not as good as a mastiff's. Thank you. He took the teacup and blew on it. I came here after breakfast. Just some tea will be fine. It was too early for him to have scones, but it was just right for Hagrid. You don't need to be polite when you come to my place. Hagrid grabbed a scone as wide as his head and chewed it. You can think of Hogwarts as your second home. No matter his age or height, his first impression on people is always distant. Only when you really get in touch with him will you find that his heart is still simple, he speaks very straightforwardly, and he is willing to share everything. He talked to Vizette about his youth, when he was expelled because of something and missed the opportunity to continue studying at Hogwarts. He also talked about the Forbidden Forest next to him, where there are a variety of magical animals and magical plants. Therefore, the twins of the Weasley family always find ways to sneak into the Forbidden Forest and make a fuss in it. They are doing experiments in there, and they have attracted centaurs several times. Not only they may be hurt by centaurs, but also the cuties in the Forbidden Forest. These two guys are very slippery. Every time I have to find them, it takes me a lot of time. Fortunately, they are in the 3rd grade now, and I can relax a little in a few years. Cute. Vizette thought of Hagrid's unique understanding of cute. Hagrid, which magical animals in the Forbidden Forest do you like? There are too many. When talking about Hagrid's favorite words, his tone was much higher: thestrals, invisible beasts, bird snakes, hippogriffs, unicorns. Listing the names of various animals, his smile became brighter and brighter. They are all my good children. He picked up the copper kettle and pulled out the mat underneath. This mat is the crest of the bird snake, which has a good heat insulation effect and can be stretched and shrunk. In the mood, Hagrid patted off the black and grey on the crest, revealing the bright blue inside. He pinched the ends of the crest and gently pulled it outward, and the crest became the size of a palm leaf fan. He pulled it back again, and the crest shrank to the size of a palm. In addition to the bird and snake crests, there are many materials from magical animals here. Like the bandage that Hagrid casually hung on the wall, the woven material is actually unicorn tail hair. In addition, the dirty and greasy handbag at the head of the bed is also made of unicorn tail hair. Hagrid said casually, I sold some unicorn tail hair to buy Fluffy before. I have to find some more when the time comes, otherwise there will not be enough bandages. Vizette covered his chest. Bandages? Collecting unicorn tail hair is just for making bandages. Yes. Hagrid nodded. You know, I was expelled from Hogwarts, so I haven't had time to learn more. There will be animals injured in the Forbidden Forest. Bandages made of unicorn tail hair are the most effective. Not only can they speed up treatment, but they will not affect the activities of those cute little ones. Treat magical animals with sincerity. Perhaps it is for this reason that Hagrid is favored by various magical animals. But such a reason is really rough, which makes Vizette feel painful. He has learned about the prices in the magical world. The price of a unicorn tail hair is 20 galleons, and a bandage requires at least more than 10 tail hairs. Hagrid is definitely an invisible rich man. The value of his handbag alone is inestimable. As a gamekeeper, Hagrid can also obtain materials continuously, which is also very critical. Vizette stood up and asked solemnly, Hagrid, when you master healing magic in the future, I will help you treat magical animals. Can you give me some unicorn tail hair? Ah! Of course, no problem. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. He scratched the back of his head. Actually, if you want it, just tell me. Chapter 38 Flying Lesson. It was noon when Vizette said goodbye to Hagrid and left the hut. Before leaving, Hagrid, relying on his physical advantage, stuffed a lot of materials into his pocket. In addition to the unicorn tail hair, there were many materials that he didn't have time to identify. Vizette felt lightheaded, and his current state should be very suitable for the afternoon flying class. It's almost the weekend, there are so many materials. I can study how to make a wand. Healing magic, animagus mentioned by Professor McGonagall. I have to learn about them. There are 2 more classes in the afternoon. Professor Sprout will teach the herbology class and the flying class that we haven't experienced yet. The herbology class is taught in the greenhouse, and there are not many herbs that the first graders can touch. Before the start of the school year, Vizette had learned a lot of relevant knowledge from Luna. Whether it is digging, fertilizing, or taking care of it, he handles it with ease and gets extra points from Sprout. Not bothered by the mud on his body for a moment, Vizette packed up his textbooks and planned to go directly to the grass, which is the gathering place for the flying class. Chris hurriedly grabbed him. Vizette, don't you go back and wash it. It's not good to go there like this, right? The Slytherin who shared the herbology class with them, a sturdy black-haired female student, suddenly said, "That's right. A dirty obscure, no matter how you wash, can't be washed clean." Her tone was contemptuous, and she raised her head with her hands on her chest, showing her fat chin. Really? I thought that as a wizard, I could use a more magical way. Vizette smiled slightly, pulled out his wand and drew a beautiful S-curve, clean it up. But in the blink of an eye, all the dirt on his body disappeared, and his clothes became shiny again. He continued to cast spells and helped his roommates clean up the dirt. He even spread his hands and asked in a calm tone, "Do you need help cleaning? Or maybe you can do it yourself. Please." The female student's face turned red. "You." Seeing Vizette's humble action, the female student was choked and speechless, and his roommates laughed. "Millicent, it's time to go." A thin-lipped girl interrupted and walked straight past Vizette. "Pansy, I'm helping you." "Miss Bulstrode. Please call me by my last name, it will make you look more educated." Pansy shouted, and left the greenhouse without looking back. Millicent's face became even uglier, and tears could even be seen in the corners of her eyes. She could no longer say a word, and ran away quickly with her face covered. "What's going on?" Terry asked curiously. "I wanted to ask you before, why are they so hostile to you? After all, he has the identity of an obscurial." Anthony frowned. Fear and rejection of magic will become obscurials, and these characteristics generally belong to Muggles. Slytherin believes in pure bloodism and even despises Muggle-born wizards. I am not surprised at all that this situation will occur. It's a pity that they don't know Vizette's magic. Michael hooked Vizette's shoulder. "Why can you be friends with Chujong, and know magic that we don't know? I'm so jealous." "This magic is learned from Chujong," Vizette explained, "the desk-alling charm, a very useful magic for life. Do you want to learn it? I'll lend you my notes. Let's talk about it when we get back." Michael waved his hands repeatedly. "The flying brooms may have been put out, let's go and pick a good-looking one first." Since ancient times, people have been full of yearning and curiosity for the sky. It is precisely because of this yearning that various flying machines have appeared. Wizards have the same yearning, so they invented flying brooms, and even a wizard sport was born, Quidditch. Mrs. Hooch is the professor of flying classes. She is also a Quidditch referee. Hogwarts Quidditch is judged by her. She came early and placed the flying brooms in 2 rows on the ground. "It looks like an eagle's eyes." Terry came over and whispered. Mrs. Hooch has a neat short grey hair and 2 eyes with a special bright yellow color. It is indeed like an eagle's eyes. Her eyesight was as sharp as an eagle's. When she saw Michael pick up the broom, she rushed over instantly. Please put the broom on the ground first. Even if you know how to use a flying broom, please wait until class starts and pick up the broom according to my instructions. Hiss. Michael threw the flying broom on the ground again as if he was electrocuted. Sorry. Madam Hooch. Ahem. Madam Hooch coughed twice, showing a little embarrassment. I should apologize. I'm a little too sensitive. Yesterday afternoon I taught flying lessons to 2 other colleges, and one of their children had an accident, so I have to be more careful. Michael and the others gathered together, wondering, who is it? It's Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. Hannah's voice sounded. He broke his wrist, it must be painful. More and more Hufflepuffs gathered together. They knew a lot of anecdotes in the school and shared them with great interest. Draco Malfoy seems to have taken Neville Longbottom's things. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy have a conflict. Harry Potter has become a seeker. Michael and the others were even more confused. What is going on? How did he become a seeker? Didn't the Quidditch selection start this weekend? At the ringing of the class bell, Madam Hooch clapped her hands and shouted loudly, since everyone is here, let's start today's class. You stand next to a broom first. Remember. Don't touch it with your hands. Then wait for my next instruction. The students did it with a smile, and they all felt that Madam Hooch was a little too nervous. Okay. Move your hand close to the broom over, and don't move yet. Wait for my next instruction. After the students cooperated and did it, Madam Hooch continued, you shout get up, and then when the broom flies to your palm, grab it. Then stop. Wait for your next instruction. The students said helplessly. Yes. That's it. Madam Hooch nodded, we have to take it step by step to avoid accidents. After a series of get-up sounds, not everyone can hold the broom. For example, Hufflepuff students will roll their brooms on the ground twice before slowly flying into their hands. Hannah's broom seemed to be broken. She didn't respond at all, and she was so anxious that her face turned red. Perhaps because they lived in a higher place, Ravenclaw performed much better. As long as they called a few more times, the broom would respond to the call. Vizette's broom was very obedient. He didn't even call out, but just had this thought, and the broom flew into his hands quickly. Chapter 39 Natural Flying Talent. Being able to call the broom is only the first step. These brooms are a bit old, and it is not easy to call them. Some brooms will fall halfway even if they accept the call, and a few branches will fall out when they roll on the ground. After everyone was able to hold the handle, Madam Hooch continued to give orders cautiously. She instructed everyone on the preparatory posture and precautions, taught some tips, and demonstrated how to ride without slipping. Okay. She became nervous, sweat on her forehead. I'll blow the whistle, you get on the broom, and you can fly into the sky with a kick of your legs. Don't be nervous. This is just a flying lesson, not a competition. There is no comparison, don't have any pressure. Remember. Hold the flying broom tightly. Pull the handle up when you want to rise, and lean forward to press the handle when you want to descend, and the broom will take you to the ground. Listen to my whistle. Don't be nervous. She bit the whistle in her mouth and took the lead in getting on the flying broom, looking very cautious. The students followed suit and sat on the flying broom. As the whistle sounded, everyone rose into the sky together, and no accidents happened in the middle. Madam Hooch's tone was much lighter. Okay. Try to land again, don't be in a hurry, just take your time. After completing the descent, she instructed everyone how to hover and turn in the air. These are advanced skills. Students who have just started flying need time to adapt to being calm. Seeing Vizette make a beautiful S-shaped detour, Michael couldn't help but say, Vizette, how can you do this? Madam Hooch hasn't taught you yet. Vizette shook his head. He also felt very strange. Why flying is as simple as drinking water and eating. However, he soon realized the reason he is an obscurus. When he came through, he floated in the form of obscurus. It is precisely because of obscurus's natural flying ability that he is familiar with flying. If he was not worried that Madame Hooch would be stimulated, he would fly to a higher place and perform some more difficult actions. Michael sighed, "How can you be so skilled? I was here first, and I was the first to touch the broom." Chris teased, "You were the first to touch it, but Madame Hooch yelled and you dropped the broom in fear." Terry replied, "That's right. You abandoned it first, so you're flying like this now." Michael raised his voice and said, "This broom is too old. Look, when you fly, there will beta branches are falling down. I'm doing this for safety." "Yes, for safety, you have a point, you can replace Madame Hooch to teach." Anthony flew higher and teased from above. "You are not much better." Michael immediately retorted, "You claim to have a distant relative who is an auror, how can you ride a flying broom like this?" He lay on the handle, his legs tightly clamped around the broom head, tremblingly flew forward, winking and saying, "This is how you ride a flying broom, very safe, right? How am I like this?" Michael's ridicule made Anthony's face red. "You say, am I like this?" There were only a few snickers in response. Vizette shook his head gently, "Safety first, that's right. Look." Anthony got the affirmation from Vizette, and he became much tougher. Michael said with a smile, "That's because Vizette is easy to talk to." "Didn't you hear Chris and Terry's laughter? Damn it! You wait." Anthony was so angry that he gritted his teeth and rushed up. Michael was still laughing, and he never stopped. He didn't worry that Anthony would hit him. Anthony had lost his mind and didn't look scared at all. He ran straight into Michael, and the two brooms wailed at the same time. They were like magnets of the same sex that repelled each other. At the moment of collision, they flew backwards in two opposite directions. "You two!" Madame Hooch noticed something was wrong and whistled immediately, "Everyone! Get back to the ground now! Get back to the ground now!" Before she finished speaking, she swooped down on her broom at high speed and landed one step ahead of Michael. She quickly dropped her broom and rushed forward, just catching Michael. Both of them were not hurt. "Look up!" The students screamed and looked up at the sky. Anthony's broomstick emitted green smoke, carrying him to a higher place and crashing towards the castle. "Can this job still be done?" Madame Hooch's voice was a little desperate, and she got on the broomstick again. She was too far away from Anthony. "I'm afraid there will be another injured person in class today. I don't know what Madame Pomfret will talk about again." Just then, she caught a figure from the corner of her eye. "How can it be so fast?" Vizette rode the broomstick and flew into the sky, leaving a residual image in the air. The strong wind roared in Vizette's ears, and the airflow poured into his robe along his sleeves, and the robe rustled and made a rumbling sound. The broomstick was indeed a little old. When the power was fully turned on, the broomstick was also making a sad cry. But if you want to save Anthony, you can't let the broomstick stop. Just when Anthony was about to hit the castle window, Vizette just raised his wand. "Robes are flying." Anthony's robe was suddenly pulled by a force to prevent him from hitting the window. The flying broom under him made a crackling sound and finally broke into two pieces. Anthony screamed as he fell, grabbing everywhere with his hands, as if he wanted to grab a life-saving straw, but unfortunately he could only grab the air. The real life-saving straw Vizette controlled the flying broom, shot down like an arrow, and cast a flying spell again. Anthony's falling speed slowed down again, but his robe made a tearing sound at this time. His robe could not withstand the third flying spell. Vizette was not surprised. He expected this to happen and was ready. He was not idle this week. In addition to integrating the knowledge he had learned, he used the remaining time to explore the Hogwarts castle. It was just that the castle was too big, and there were countless secret passages and secret rooms in it. He could only try his best to explore. The ancient magic power collected during this period was enough for him to enhance and improve magic. The summoning spell had many wonderful uses, and he decided to further improve the power of the summoning spell. The current summoning spell can capture larger creatures, such as Anthony, who was about to fall to the ground. Many students covered their eyes, and a bloody scene seemed to appear in front of them. Anthony's back of the head was torn into pieces, and blood splattered all over the ground. "Anthony is flying!" Vizette shouted, and the ancient magic power flowed into the wand, and the wand instantly lit up with a brilliant silver-blue light. Chapter 40 Wood, can Vizette join the Gryffindor team? An invisible force wrapped Anthony's whole body, lifted him up a little, and stopped at a position 10 centimeters above the ground. Anthony gasped heavily, his nose was full of the smell of soil and grass, and the feeling of surviving a disaster made his back cold. "Vizette? Mr. Goldstein?" Professor McGonagall's serious voice sounded. "You? Why did the flying class have another accident?" Time went back to 3 minutes ago. "Professor McGonagall, after tomorrow's Quidditch selection, can we use the Quidditch field? Harry is only a first-year student, he needs to practice more cooperation with us." Oliver Wood asked behind Professor McGonagall. As the captain of the Gryffindor team, he has always set his sights on the Quidditch trophy. With the graduation of Charlie Weasley, this goal seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him, until Professor McGonagall recommended Harry Potter to him. "I can work with Snyder." Professor McGonagall agreed to negotiate with Professor Pu, and he had applied for the requisition of the court the day before yesterday. Professor McGonagall nodded. Wood was a little impatient. "How about letting them practice for 2 hours less? Half the time on each side is just right." "I'll try." Professor McGonagall turned around and looked at Wood with a serious expression. "I know you are anxious, and I am anxious too, but the court is shared by everyone." Looking at the anxious Wood, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Mr. Wood, it's class time now, why aren't you in the History of Magic classroom?" Wood was sweating profusely, his eyes darted around, trying to find something irrelevant to divert Professor McGonagall's attention. "Professor McGonagall, look! There's a flying class over there, and it seems that there's another accident." Professor McGonagall was unmoved. "Mr. Wood, I hope you can answer my question directly." As the head of Gryffindor, she knew Wood too well. As long as it was not related to Quidditch, Wood was still very law-abiding. Once something related to Quidditch happened, Wood seemed to have changed into a different person, becoming extremely enthusiastic. Like now. Incredible speed. Beautiful dive, so flexible. How come he seemed to be born to fly? This is the meteor. An antique from 1955. A lot of questions. Wood spoke at an amazing speed, saying a lot in a crackling manner, so he was saving someone. He should be able to be saved. No. Professor McGonagall, someone is going to fall. Professor McGonagall turned her head quickly. When she saw that it was Vizette who was flying on a broomstick and another student falling to the ground, her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. She quickly drew out her wand. Just as she was about to turn the lawn into an air cushion, Vizette's wand burst into a silver blue light, stopping the student's fall. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief that nothing happened to the two of them. She walked towards them quickly. "Vizette? Mr. Goldstein? You, what happened to your flying class again?" Merlin's beard. Madame Hooch finally arrived, panting. "Are you okay? Is there anything broken? I'll take you to Madame Pomfrey." "That's enough. Yesterday a child was too competitive and broke his wrist. Today the broomstick broke down again. Why is it always like this lately?" "Madame Hooch, you're too nervous." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "It's common for accidents to happen during flying classes, please don't worry about it." "Mr. Wezette, Mr. Goldstein, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to be taken to the school hospital?" "It's okay." Anthony waved his hands repeatedly. it's quite exciting. I almost thought I was going to die. Stop talking. Madame Hooch covered her chest. This has happened for 2 consecutive days. Professor Trelawney is right. I'm going to be unlucky recently. Professor Trelawney. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows and coughed lightly. You really don't need to worry about it. This is just an accident. Wood picked up the faulty broom and checked it. It was indeed an accident. The branches are so old that they can't be used. Even if nothing happens today, something will happen one day. These brooms are antiques of 40 or 50 years. It's better to replace them as soon as possible. If you continue to use them, many good seedlings may be buried. Mrs. Hooch, go back to class. I will submit an application to replace a batch of flying brooms. Professor McGonagall said, Wood, you should go back too. Mrs. Hooch took Vizette and the others away, and Wood's face became very tangled. Professor McGonagall, can Vizette join our team? Although I haven't seen Harry's true strength, I have seen Vizette. If both of them join the Gryffindor team, we can definitely win the championship this year. His eyes seemed to be shining, revealing full of longing. If we can't win the championship, I will eat pasta upside down. Mr. Wood, you should go back to class quickly. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows high. Otherwise, I have to deduct points. Looking at Wood's fleeing back, Professor McGonagall covered her forehead. I also want Vizette to join the team, but it's a pity that he is from Ravenclaw. Late at night, in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, Dumbledore flipped through a book called Transfiguration today. A week has passed. How do you feel? Snape paced back and forth in the headmaster's office. His tone was as slow as his steps. Bad. Very bad. As mediocre and arrogant as his father. He likes to violate discipline and has the same enthusiasm for being in the limelight. He just likes to attract other people's attention, but he doesn't understand anything. It's ridiculous. Severus, you may only see what you want to see. Dumbledore said softly. Other professors say that he is humble and easygoing, talented, and a likable child. Oh, so what? Snape responded expressionlessly. Dumbledore put down the Transfiguration today in his hand. What about the other child? There was once a person who had similarities with him, with the same outstanding qualifications and a more handsome appearance. He has an extreme desire for knowledge and is favored by professors, especially Professor Slughorn, who even allowed him to join the Slug Club. I also heard an anecdote that you added 5 points. If you want to achieve this, the difficulty will not be less than joining the Slug Club. Snape seemed to think of something bad. His face became even uglier, and even his pacing stopped. Dumbledore continued to ask, Severus, what do you think of him? Snape's cheeks moved, and his voice became more ups and downs. Since you noticed the similarities, you can strangle him in the cradle directly, no need to ask me. Chapter 41 The First Weekend at Hogwarts. Severus, I don't have such an intention. There are no two people in the world who are absolutely the same. Dumbledore smiled with interest. Just like two feathers on the same phoenix, as long as the wand body and length are different, two different wands will be born. Another weapon. Snape's face was very bad. The wand will not be 100% submissive. You should know wand tempering, right? Of course I know. Dumbledore sighed and frowned. In the past, I had to face Grindelwald and ignored Voldemort, who was still studying here. Severus, now my energy is not as good as before, and the situation I face is still serious. I need help from others even more. Why do you always tell me this? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Just because I gave him extra points. He is different from Voldemort. He is willing to feel the beauty around him. Dumbledore shook his head gently. You should have noticed his uniqueness, right? It's just a little cleverness. Snape did not deny it and sat in front of Dumbledore. His eyes can see the essence through the appearance. Sure enough. No wonder. Dumbledore nodded, his brows relaxed. I not only told you this, but I also asked Minerva and others. You don't have to do anything deliberately, just give appropriate guidance so that he can always walk on the right path. I believe his character will make him make the right choice. Minerva and the others? Haha. Snape crossed his arms and sneered, including Professor Quirinus. I don't need to tell you how important the defense against the dark arts class is, right? Dumbledore showed a painful expression. This is what I want to tell you, help keep an eye on Quirrell, okay? It's him. Snape's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then why did you let him participate in the level on the 4th floor? You're in a trap, Severus. Dumbledore said. At least for now, it seems that Quirrell is acting alone, and I want to lure out the people behind him. What about Harry Potter? Snape asked. If he really shows up, what will happen to Harry Potter? Dumbledore crossed his hands and circled his thumbs together. If the judgment 10 years ago was correct, there should be no danger to his life. The judgment 10 years ago. Snape took a deep breath. It was because of this judgment that he stayed with 2 stupid muggles for a full 10 years. Now you are so casual about it, you need to let him face Quirrell, or even the Dark Lord. And you say that there is probably no danger to his life. It is precisely because I need to pay attention to Harry that I can't be distracted. Dumbledore sighed again. Vizette depends on you. I hope you can remember what you said. Snape stood up, gathered his robes, and left the principal's office quickly. On weekends, Vizette's life is just as fulfilling. After sending the letter in the morning, he came to the auditorium and several roommates surrounded him. Good morning, Vizette. Chris handed over a glass of pumpkin juice. I saw you doing homework there last night. Have you finished it? Thank you. Vizette took the pumpkin juice. It's almost done. I want to find some information to enrich the paper on the match turning into a needle. How much content have you written? Chris then asked. Didn't I write enough? It's too long, said Vizette. Professor McGonagall taught me some more knowledge, so I want to add some content about animagus. Terry immediately suggested, then after you finish eating, how about we go to the library? The paper for Transfiguration Magic class. I didn't write enough. Anthony followed closely, and the homework for potions class, the material properties of the boil treatment potion, I feel I missed a little. Michael nodded and agreed, I haven't found that either, and I haven't written thousands of magical herbs and fungi in full. I wrote a little less than Anthony. The unpleasantness in the flying class did not last long. He and Anthony had reconciled and began to discuss homework together again. Looking at the buttered bread, bacon, and roast ham they handed over, Vizette asked with a smile, did you discuss it? The roommates smiled embarrassedly. Terry said, there's just a little bit of content left. We can go out and play after we finish it. Michael shrugged, there's a Quidditch trial in the afternoon. Anthony and I plan to go and see it. After finishing the homework, there's no burden. Anthony added. Yeah. Quidditch trial in the afternoon. Vizette recalled that Chuzhong also mentioned this to him last night. Chuzhong plans to participate in the selection to see if there is a chance to join the Ravenclaw team, and invites him to cheer. In the expectant eyes of his roommates, Vizette nodded and agreed. This is the first weekend after school, and there are not many students coming to the library. Most of the people who come here are in groups of 3 or 5. They either gather in front of the shelves to look for information or sit in the lounge to discuss quietly. That one seems to be Gryffindor, which is really strange. Michael looked at the corner of the lounge. Hermione sat there alone, with fluffy brown hair covering her cheeks, and seemed to be doing homework with her head down. Ravenclaw has its own library, but the collection of books is not complete, and some information still needs to be found in the library. Vizette is not surprised. He can often see Hermione here, and every time it is alone. He whispered to his roommates, regarding the homework for the potions class, you can look for the 7th issue of Practical Potion Master in 1986, which contains relevant content, published by Professor Snape. There is also the 2nd issue of Today's Transfiguration in 1895, which contains a paper on turning matches into needles, written by Headmaster Dumbledore. I also completed my homework based on these 2 magazines. Awesome! The roommates gave him a thumbs up. You've read so many. Vizette smiled and waved his hand. It's all thanks to Madame Pants that I found magic magazines so interesting. Irma Pants is the librarian of Hogwarts. As long as she doesn't break the rules of the library, she is a pretty kind lady. Although she is serious, her reading volume is amazing. Vizette can always get the whereabouts of the books she wants from her. The roommates gathered in the newspaper section to look for magazines. Vizette came to Madame Pants and said, "Madame Pants, I want to read a book about animagus. Where should I find it? At your age?" Madame Pants looked Vizette up and down. It may be dangerous to come into contact with animagus. Chapter 42 Ancient Magic, Throwing Mastery and Theory of Transfiguration. Vizette explained, "Professor McGonagall asked me to find some information about animagus. I don't plan to practice this magic." It turned out to be Professor McGonagall. Madame Pants said in a flat tone, "Theory of Transfiguration, the 7th row of the 103rd bookshelf in the Transfiguration section." She added, this time with a much heavier tone, "Remember, don't scribble on it." The library was expanded countless times by magic. Potions and transfiguration magic are 2 larger categories, occupying a large area. The entire library has thousands of bookshelves and hundreds of narrow aisles, with countless books of all kinds. It was the first time for Vizette to go deep into the library. Many of the books in the library were very old. They were more outrageous than the books in Flourish and Blots, and they could even talk. Some books would mutter obscure sounds, some would howl suddenly, and some would say some bewitching words. Number at asterisk, % and. Ah! They are all scum. They have tainted Hogwarts. Magic belongs to pure blood families. Open me. The power is waving at you. With me, you can have everything. Escape from death. Vizette was not afraid of this, but found it very interesting. He even released his magic eye to observe. Sure enough, as a place that has existed since the founding of the school, the library naturally contains a lot of ancient magic power. Although he only took this path, the ancient magic power he gained was also considerable, enough for him to turn to the next page of Wizard Practical Guide. Ancient Magic, Throwing Mastery, Master the Ancient Magic Power, Hide the Ancient Magic Power in Objects, and Burst the Ancient Magic Power after hitting the target. According to the description, this is an offensive ability, and it has a certain degree of concealment, which can achieve unexpected results. Weezet stopped where he was and digested this ability first. He found that throwing mastery is not simple, because this ability is used in conjunction with other magic. With the summoning spell, it can summon surrounding objects to attack. With the transformation magic, it can directly create throwing objects. You can even use the ancient magic power as fuel to increase the flying speed when throwing objects, so as to achieve unexpected effects, just like the nitrogen acceleration in the speed game. And the most important point is that this ability can also play a certain effect even with bare hands. If he had this ability in his previous life, he could consider developing in the direction of a shot putter, basketball player, or baseball player. Weezet shook his head gently and whispered, "But I like magic more." Without the ancient magic power, those strange sounds weakened a lot, as thin as mosquitoes. Weezet continued to walk forward, and it took about 5 minutes to come to the bookshelf mentioned by Mrs. Pants. Vizette found Theory of Metamorphosis and Deformation. A book with a black cover and an extremely complex pattern outlined with gold stamping. This pattern has a sense of Vitruvian Man. Vitruvian Man is a work by Leonardo da Vinci, depicting a man standing in the shape of a cross and a fire. This pattern is more complex, and between the circle and the rectangle, it includes the structural diagrams of countless animals. Vizette can only see the more classic images of pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, lions, tigers, elephants, etc. He turned the page, and the first thing that caught his eye was not the prologue, but a line of floating words made of magic. No scribbling on the book. Even Headmaster Dumbledore is no exception. Irma Pants left. Vizette smiled lightly. Leaving this sentence was in line with Mrs. Pants's attitude towards book collection. The magic text changed and became another string of words. It's true. When I was writing the annotation, this book actually flew up and hit my head. It hurts. You have to be careful. Albus Dumbledore left. Vizette almost laughed out loud, but he was still a little confused. Would Dumbledore really leave such a word? The Dumbledore he met was a kind and amiable old man. Vizette couldn't imagine that such an old man would leave such a witty word. Due to his desire for the content of the book itself, he did not continue to struggle, but reached out to open the page. As his hand touched the page, the magic words disappeared, and the real prologue appeared. Transfiguration and metamorphosis. This is a topic that can trigger debate among wizards. Many wizards insist that they change their essence and let their transformation magic reach a new peak. As a person who is keen on getting to the bottom of things, after contacting these wizards, I discovered a sad fact: they don't even understand themselves, but they think they have achieved growth and sublimation. In this book, I will serve as a guide to guide you to deconstruct yourself, recognize your essence, and even deconstruct everything, hoping to allow you to go further on the road of transformation magic. After reading the prologue, Vizette was deeply attracted and couldn't wait to turn to the next page. This book not only contains the author's insights, but also notes in the blank spaces to express his views. Combining insights and notes, he felt that he had a better understanding of transformation magic. Vizette even had a vague idea that it was his unique path of transformation magic. Now he has reason to believe that the second paragraph of magic text at the beginning may really be left by Headmaster Dumbledore. Focus. Start with the most familiar things. Relax. Don't let pressure control you, find a place to commemorate. While reading and trying, Vizette pulled out a hair and put it on the ground, and a familiar garden appeared in his mind. The tip of the wand hung above the hair, change in a good way. The hair quickly grew bigger and turned into a palm-sized, leaf-shaped bookmark. Vizette compared the deconstruction diagram in the book and improved the details of the bookmark. The color was more emerald and the veins were more distinct, as if it were a real leaf. He suddenly felt like a creator, as if he could really create things out of thin air. Luna's voice seemed to be heard in his ears. You need to have a wish. My wish is to make it really become a leaf. Vizette murmured, and the wand emitted an emerald light, drowning the leaf bookmark. In Vizette's mind, a branch appeared, with a few green leaves attached to the stump, emitting a faint sandalwood scent. His imagination became reality, the leaf bookmark stretched outward, the texture became tender, the color became more and more vibrant, and even branches grew out bit by bit. Vizette! Vizette! At this moment, Anthony suddenly stretched out his hand and shook Vizette, who was immersed in the book. Hurry up, if it's any later, there may be no food in the auditorium, and we have to watch the Quidditch selection in the afternoon. Chapter 43 Quidditch Selection. Vizette slowly opened his eyes and smelled the unique sandalwood scent. B. H. 436. In his hand, a branch appeared, emitting sandalwood, and a mistletoe leaf was attached to it. There is no doubt that this is a completely magical product, with a sense of mix and match. Why do you have a branch in your hand? Anthony asked curiously. Because I want to borrow this book. Vizette smiled and gently tapped the branch with his wand. The branch shrank rapidly and turned into a mistletoe leaf bookmark with a sandalwood scent. Let's go. He put the bookmark into the book. Theory of Metamorphosis benefited Vizette so much that he was still waving his wand on the way to the Quidditch field, trying more applications of transformation magic. If you have insights, you should practice more. This is the learning method he summed up in his previous life. Now that he is in the magic world, this method still works. He walked on the grass, waving his wand like a symphony conductor. Every time he took a step, the grass he stepped on would change and turn into a sparse white primrose. Theory of metamorphosis records a large number of structural diagrams, from plants to animals as a distinction of difficulty. Primrose is one of the structural diagrams. Its structure is not complicated and is very suitable for practice. Vizet turned around and looked at the primrose that disappeared behind him. A sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Every step he took was accompanied by primrose, which gave him a feeling of lotus blooming at every step. Transfiguration magic, as an important branch of magic, has its own unique charm. Freedom and unpredictability are both the characteristics of transformation magic. The uniqueness made him immersed in it. In fact, Michael had noticed this a long time ago. He looked at the primroses one after another, opened his mouth wide, and finally couldn't help picking one. The petals flew, and the sparse white primroses lay in his hands, turning into a piece of grass. He pulled Vizet's sleeve. How could it become like this? The most basic transformation magic, the difficulty of changing grass into flowers is not very high. Anthony explained on the side, it's just that Vizet is very skilled, very skilled. How can he be so skilled? He sighed a little frustrated, he casts transformation magic too fast. I'm afraid that for him, the first-year course has lost its meaning. It's just practice makes perfect. Vizet put away his wand, and the petals behind him flew instantly, and the primroses returned to the appearance of grass. I usually practice more, nothing special, it's no big deal. If you are interested, I can lend you my notes. He raised the theory of metamorphism and deformation and said, this book has given me a lot of inspiration. You can take a look. Facing the theory of metamorphism and deformation, which is more than 10 centimeters thick, Anthony swallowed subconsciously. Let's talk about it when we get back. It's a rare weekend to combine work and rest. That's right. That's right. Michael immediately agreed. Look. The selection seems to have begun. Vizet's range of activities is still in the castle. At most, he can see the Quidditch field from a distance through the window of the dormitory. The shape of the oval field is very similar to an olive, and the size is comparable to a football field. The serving area is located in the center of the field and is specially marked with a white ring pattern. As a ball game for high-altitude confrontation, the stands are also built high up. They are like the pillars of ancient Greek temples, surrounding the field. 3 gold-painted goalposts stand at both ends of the field. The top of the goalposts is connected to a ring. The function of the ring is similar to a basket. If you want to score in the game, you need to throw the ball into the basket. Facing Vizet, who didn't know much about Quidditch, the 2 roommates proudly raised their heads and chests, seized this rare opportunity, and talked about the configuration of Quidditch players and scoring methods. This is a long-standing project that has always been loved by wizards around the world. There is even a large-scale project such as the Quidditch World Cup. This project will use 4 balls, a quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. The 2 sides participating in the project will send 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, a keeper, and a seeker. The chaser's duty is to snatch the quaffle, and throwing it into the ring can get 10 points, which is the main scoring method of Quidditch. The bludger contains magic and will attack players randomly. The beater is equipped with a bat. They need to prevent the bludger from hurting teammates and hit the bludger to the opponent to create trouble. The goalkeeper is responsible for guarding the goalpost to prevent the opponent's players from throwing the ball into the ring to score. The golden snitch contains flying magic, and its size is similar to that of a ping-pong ball. It flies very fast and silently. The seeker needs to find the golden snitch as soon as possible and catch it to end the game. Vizet asked curiously, 150 points? If you catch the golden snitch at the beginning, you will win directly. This is the fascinating part of Quidditch. Anthony danced with joy. The team that was originally behind seized the opportunity and caught the golden snitch to turn the tables in one fell swoop. How exciting! Vizette nodded in agreement. The appearance of the golden snitch can indeed make the game full of variables and more enjoyable to watch. As soon as they entered the court, they heard Chu Zhang's call, "Vizette! Come here!" There were already many people sitting on the benches on both sides of the team lounge. Some of them would bring their own brooms to the selection like Chu Zhang, while others would use the brooms provided by the school. Chu Zhang wiped the broom and said hurriedly, "I thought you forgot." "Sorry, I almost forgot." Vizette sat on the bench. "Anthony reminded me." Chu Zhang waved, "Hello." "Thank you." "Okay, nothing, just like that." Anthony's ears were red, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Chu Zhang's face. Yes, Anthony is right. Michael's situation was not much better. His ears were red as if they were scalded by boiling water. Vizette couldn't help laughing. When these two were walking on the road, they could still point out the world with flying eyebrows, but when they greeted Chu Zhang, they became mimosa. It's not the time for Chu Zhang's favorite position selection yet, and she still needs time to adjust. In order to calm down her nervous mood, she talked to Vizette about the team's recent situation. The Ravenclaw team has a serious loss of personnel, whether it is a seeker, a beater, or a chaser. There are vacancies. Chu Zhang sighed, so the captain and the others are very anxious. Before you came, 20 people had been screened out. How were they screened out? Vizette asked. He was quite interested in Quidditch selection. Hover, accelerate, deter, sharp turn. Chu Zhang counted on his fingers. The captain will randomly say the action, and you will be eliminated if you can't keep up. Chapter 44 Rules can be broken. Vizette recalled yesterday's flying class. He felt that if he participated in the selection, he could at least enter the second round of selection. The second round of selection began, and the first to be selected was the beater. This position has high accuracy and strength, all have certain requirements. More than a dozen people participating in the selection rode on flying brooms, hung balloons on their chests, and were divided into two groups for testing. They were divided into groups of two, protecting the balloons on their chests while hitting the bludgers that might appear at any time. Just in time. A male voice came from behind. It was Oliver Wood, who had met Vizette once. Chu Zhang obviously knew Wood. She asked with some doubts, "Why did you come to the Ravenclaw selection?" Wood put down the writing board, glanced at Vizette, and said with a somewhat erratic look, "Just came to see, after all, I am the captain." "It seems to be spying." Chu Zhang smiled. "I heard Roger mention you. He said you are a Quidditch fanatic, you can give your life for Quidditch." Wood raised his head and chest, with a proud look. "It's my honor." The selection of batsmen is still going on. Vizette found that if he wants to become a batsman, it seems that he needs to take risks. The bludger's desire to attack is extremely strong. If it is not knocked away, it will hit the chest of the selector. They were knocked off the flying broom, not only hitting their mouths on the ground, but also breaking their teeth. It is difficult to fully describe it with the word miserable. Such an accident also scared away many people. They left the court in disgrace, saying that they were sending the injured to the school hospital. "So, Ravenclaw is too precious," Wood muttered. He noticed that Chu Zhang turned and looked at him, and immediately made up for it. "In fact, there are also brave ones. In fact, these two guys are not bad, they react quickly, and their skills are also good. They just need to continue to hone their skills." The two people who got the quota are both third-year students named Jason Samuels and Duncan Ingleby. After the selection of the batsman was completed, Chu Zhang suddenly stood up with a swish and walked forward with a stiff body. "Fred and the others told me that the sophomore, it seems that Cedric is interested in her." Wood muttered quietly, writing something on the handwriting board. The flying posture is very professional. She wore the Tuthill Tornado uniform before. It seems that she has loved Quidditch since she was a child, and she is probably the seeker. Vizette was a little speechless for a moment. You are quite professional. I am just interested in Quidditch. Wood nodded. Anything related to Quidditch can't escape my eyes, including you. Me? Vizette subconsciously shrank to the side. It should have nothing to do with me, right? Wood said seriously, I saw Harry's flying level last night. To be honest, although it is good enough, it is still a little worse than you. If his flying talent is excellent, then you are like a natural flyer. You can use an antique like the meteor to achieve amazing speed, incredible. He lowered his voice and asked Vizette, are you interested in transferring to Gryffindor? I can risk my life to apply to Professor McGonagall. Vizette shook his head without thinking, I am very happy in Ravenclaw. I do what I like every day. I also like the atmosphere here. That's a pity. Wood's voice was a little regretful. He didn't continue talking. He put his energy into the court and evaluated those seeker candidates. The most important thing for a seeker is flying speed, so that he can catch up with the golden snitch. Chuzhong is slender and flies a few points faster than others, which basically establishes an advantage. Roger threw marbles from different angles, and she could quickly detect them and catch them before they landed. The fact that she can do this relatively easily shows that her observation ability and reaction are very good. As Wood said, Chu Zhang's level was much higher than others, and he won the qualification of Seeker very smoothly. The future is really promising. Wood said with emotion, at least in the position of Seeker, Ravenclaw has found a good seedling. Chu Zhang, who won the qualification of Seeker, was very happy, and he laughed even more when he heard Wood's comments. The rest is Chaser. Wood wrote and drew on the board, I can go back and formulate tactics later. Just as he was muttering, a voice came from the side, Mr. Lovegood, so you are here. It was Professor Flitwick, the Dean of Ravenclaw, and Professor McGonagall in a green robe was beside him. Could it be? Wood's eyes flickered, as if he thought of something bad. He sighed, smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, Professor McGonagall, you are really too fair. Can you give some of the excess fairness to Professor Snape? Professor Flitwick is very small, and his two short legs run very fast. He came to Vizette in a blink of an eye. Professor McGonagall told me that you have a talent for flying. Do you want to participate in the selection? Vizette asked. I remember the bulletin board said that you need to be a second-year student to participate in the selection. Rules can be broken. Professor Flitwick said cheerfully, we think that freshmen have just joined Hogwarts and need time to adapt, so we added this rule. But you don't have such a problem at all. Whether in class performance or homework, your performance is excellent. We all know it. Vizette nodded and said, since Professor Flitwick said so, I am willing to try. Flitwick immediately took action, then come with me, I will talk to Arsenal and the others. Chuzhong smiled and made an encouraging gesture, come on. You will be fine. Anthony and Michael also stood up and tried their best to show their support with their eyes, but Chuzhong stood by and their actions were relatively restrained. Vizette. Come on. A few more people cheered him up. It was only at this time that Vizette noticed that many Hufflepuff students also came here. It seems that wherever there is excitement to watch, they who are keen on anecdotes will appear there. Vice Captain Roger is responsible for determining the candidates for the Chasers, and the first round of screening needs to be handed over to others. Arsenal Vincent is the captain of the team. He is tall and strong. He is in charge of the goalkeeper position and is also a 7th-year student. As a 7th-year student, he needs to prepare for the NEWT exam, so he doesn't have enough time. At the beginning of this school year, he handed over most of the team's affairs to Roger to take care of, while he read books and reviewed on the side. If nothing unexpected happens, Roger will successfully become a full-time employee after Arsenal graduates. I feel happy to see Wood's face so ugly. Arsenal smiled. He came to me to show off yesterday at noon, saying that Gryffindor has a talented player. He patted Vizette on the shoulder. I heard from Professor Flitwick that you are also very talented. Then ride on the flying broom and show me your strength. Chapter 45. If it doesn't work, then choose to trust Vizette. The first round of selection began. Just as Vizette expected, this part was very easy. Whether it was hanging in the air or making a detour, or even flying upside down, he was adept at all kinds of flying movements. When he returned to the ground, Arsenal smiled and said, "This is the first time I have seen a freshman who can fly so well with the meteor. This year is the most promising year for Ravenclaw." He was excited and excited. "Have you considered which position to go to?" Vizette suddenly remembered that he had gained new abilities in the library, and there might be a position that suits him very well. "Can a chaser be okay?" "No problem," Arsenal said with a smile. "I will make you a chaser anyway." As the captain of the team, Arsenal naturally yearns for the championship. Unfortunately, the team has suffered from serious talent loss in recent years, resulting in Ravenclaw's unsatisfactory performance and always being in fourth place. There are only 4 teams in the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup. Compared with the last place, the fourth place is just a more comfortable name. Ravenclaw claims to use the colors of the sky and the eagle, but Quidditch is always at the bottom, which is really unreasonable. The appearance of Vizette gave Arsenal, who was about to graduate, hope to win the championship. With excitement, Arsenal found Roger. "Have you found a suitable chaser?" "Jeremy Stratton." Roger pulled over a third-year student. "The reaction and accuracy are all good. It's no problem to train and play. But we need 2 chasers, and there are no more suitable candidates at the moment. We can only screen the list again to at least get the team together." "Then let's meet Vizette." Arsenal raised his voice unconsciously. "The genius recommended by Professor Flitwick. Impeccable flying skills." "Really?" Roger was a little surprised. "Vizette? I have some impression of him. Is he a freshman?" Arsenal was as excited as if he had won the first prize in the lottery. "I have taken him through the first round of screening. He even managed to fly upside down and dive. No matter the balance or speed, it is impeccable." Roger's eyes lit up. "Then I will add his name to the list directly." Arsenal nodded. "Bring both the quaffle and the bludger. Let's get familiar with them and have a brief training camp." Riding on the flying broom used by the team, Vizette came into the air with everyone. Arsenal came to the goalpost. "Jeremy and Duncan, you are responsible for snatching Vizette's quaffle. Chew, you and Johnson are a group. Johnson and Roger will hit the bludger together, and the target is Vizette." Chujong frowned slightly, raised his hand and asked, "May I ask, why are all the targets Vizette?" "Of course I have confidence in him," Arsenal said with a smile. "In the future, we will formulate tactics around him. Now let everyone understand clearly, and there is no need to explain more in the formal training next week. Blurred balls are an important threat on the court. This training is also a test for you. It can expose your shortcomings. I will formulate your training tasks based on this training camp." After everyone was ready, they immediately scattered. They kept a distance of more than 10 meters from each other with Vizette as the center. Roger opened the box containing the bludgers, and the 2 bludgers were like cannonballs, whistling in the air and drawing an arc, and began to attack the players on the field. Arsenal threw the quaffle. "Vizette, catch the ball!" Vizette, hovering in the serving area, caught the quaffle and shot it out like an arrow. Roger moved quickly in the air and successfully intercepted a bludger, swinging his bat and hitting it hard. The bludger made a loud noise, drew a dark arc in the air, and flew in front of Vizette in a blink of an eye. The distance between one person and one ball was no more than 2 meters. Chujong saw this scene and nervously held the flying broom. The reactions of the new players were very similar. They didn't expect Roger to be so serious and show no mercy. "Is it too cruel?" Roger muttered and continued to look for another bludger. Professor Flitwick, who was sitting in the viewing stand, clenched his wand. If Vizet fell off his broom, he would immediately help. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to him, adjusted his glasses, but her fingers were holding the frame without loosening, and her eyes were fixed on Vizet in the air. Wood narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists subconsciously, such a short distance. Most people don't have time to react, right? Roger is obviously a chaser, but he hits the bludger so hard. Arsenal held his breath and stared at the bludger without blinking. Vizet had already prepared himself mentally when he heard the whistling sound of the bludger. When he saw the bludger appear in front of him, he was not panicked at all, but felt a different kind of excitement, which made him continue to speed up. The flying broom used in the game was very easy to use, far better than the meteor in terms of acceleration and stability. He had no intention of slowing down, bent down and clamped the quaffle with his elbow, with his chest against the handle, and avoided the bludger in a very thrilling way. Vizet's speed was amazing, flying through the sky like a swift, leaving a trail of afterimages. He went from extremely active to extremely quiet, and appeared in front of Arsenal in a blink of an eye, also less than 3 meters away. Ancient magic, throwing mastery. He smashed the quaffle with force, and with the blessing of ancient magic power, the quaffle whistled. Arsenal subconsciously wanted to catch the ball, but the quaffle left a bright red trail of afterimages and flew straight through the ring. Less than 30 seconds after serving, Vizet actually scored a goal, which most people present did not expect. Chuzhong smiled brightly and shouted, "Vizet gets 10 points. Professor McGonagall, I don't know how to thank you." Professor Flitwick smiled widely, "I will definitely help you and snatch the trophy from Professor Snape. It's too early to say that now. Our Potter is not bad either." Professor McGonagall tried to smile, "You will know after the game. Anyway, it's enough to snatch the trophy." Wood looked at the writing board and didn't know what to write for a while. When the speed is so fast that it is unimaginable, you have to break through imagination to formulate tactics. Finally, he smiled bitterly and wrote this sentence, "Fortunately, Vizet is not a seeker, otherwise it is unimaginable how short the time will be for him to end the game." Roger flew to the goal post and complained with a smile, "Arsenal, don't let me go. I've tried so hard, why don't you resist at all? It's really hard to react at such a short distance." Arsenal said with a wry smile, "Give me another 5 minutes. You also have to work hard, don't let Roger work alone." The training camp almost became a personal show for Vizet. Although they didn't understand the shortcomings of other players, as Arsenal said, they all had confidence in Vizet. If it doesn't work, wait until half a minute after the game starts, and then you can choose to trust Vizet directly. Chapter 46: The Three-Headed Dog and the Package. After becoming a chaser for the Ravenclaw team, Vizet immediately returned to the dormitory to write a letter to share the good news with Luna. Even in Ravenclaw, which focuses on learning, topics related to Quidditch can also cause heated discussions. Captain Arsenal, who was preparing for the NEWT exam, was not in the common room. The people who had lost their target caught the Vice-Captain Roger and surrounded him, wanting to know the specific list of team members. Except for me and Arsenal, the others are newcomers. As you know, many people graduated last year. Next is Chuzhong, a sophomore. She is a seeker with a solid foundation and quick reaction, and Vizet. Come on. Say hello to everyone. Vizet, who had just come downstairs, was seen by Roger and greeted in front of everyone. Roger put his arm around Vizet's shoulders and raised his voice to introduce, "Top Chaser. Even I am ashamed of myself." Even Arsenal didn't react. "We can look forward to this year's Quidditch. We really have a chance to win the championship." With such an introduction, Vizet is considered to be a little famous in the college. Ravenclaw's Quidditch performance is not ideal, which makes many senior students hold their breath. After finally getting Roger's guarantee, they wanted to provide substantial help to Vizet so that Vizet could focus on training. Vizet did not refuse the help, He got a lot of useful notes from these senior students. This is also the reason why he likes Ravenclaw. Students here like to take notes. These notes full of personal ideas are very good learning samples. With the learning induction method he mastered in his previous life, he can sort out a set of unique experiences through different notes of the same magic. Just like the healing spell that Vizette just learned, the effect of this magic is similar to a band-aid, which can help ordinary wounds heal quickly. Like the soreness left after exercise, the healing spell can also be used to eliminate the soreness, which is very helpful for daily life. After summarizing the 4 notes, he had his own understanding of releasing the healing spell. He thought of the previous. According to the doctor's advice, doctors should let patients relax their body and mind, so that the disease will heal faster. This advice can be applied to magic, so that you can keep a relaxed state of mind and it will be easier to cast the healing spell. Heal as before. Vizette kept his experience in mind, and a ball of emerald green light emerged from the tip of the wand as he chanted the spell. The light enveloped the wrist, which would produce a feeling similar to hot compress, and the soreness caused by throwing the quaffle disappeared instantly. You learned too fast. Penelope doubted life again. I spent the whole weekend to master this magic. If it weren't for your notes, I wouldn't have mastered it so quickly. Vizette said quickly, I'm just lucky and fortunate to be able to stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm still very happy that you can say that. Penelope felt much better and started reviewing again. Vizette was not idle either. In order to continue practicing the healing spell, he aimed at other Quidditch players and treated them as many as he could. The next morning, before Vizette even entered the hall, he was blocked at the door by Fred and George. I heard you became a chaser. Why don't you consider being a seeker? I want to see you and Harry go head-to-head. Vizette asked, Did Wood tell you? Fred shook his head, Of course not. Wood wouldn't say that, he only makes tactics. Make the kind of tactics that can tire us to death. George continued. He sat in front of the fireplace all night and made a plan as thick as history of magic. Yes. It's terrible. Fred shuddered, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats and 10 miles of long-distance running. The most important thing is... George's face suddenly became serious, you can't wear thick clothes in winter. You have to use your willpower to fight the cold. He's crazy. Our hair will be frozen off. The twins' funny tricks made Vizette couldn't help but say, Don't worry. I just learned the healing spell, which can be used to save you. Ah! That's great! Fred screamed, If I'm dying in the future, remember to save me. George answered the question just now, if you want to know some news, it's best to find Hufflepuff. Their news is always the fastest. I will. Vizette smiled and nodded. His life is still regular. After breakfast, he went to the library to continue studying theory of metamorphosis and transfiguration. After an unknown amount of time, Ron's voice came to his ears, Vizette, have you finished your homework? Vizette looked up, I finished it the night before yesterday. Did I miss a note? Ask me if you need any help. Ron said to Harry beside him, See. This is the difference between him and Hermione. Harry glanced at Madame Pants in the distance and nodded in agreement. Vizette was a little confused about their purpose. What happened? Harry nodded quickly, that's right. We were so obsessed with that monster that we couldn't concentrate on our homework. Monster? Homework? Vizette was even more confused. Harry and Ron opened up and talked about their experiences these days. Malfoy proposed a midnight wizard duel to Harry. Harry and Ron were so excited that they sneaked out of the lounge at night to keep the appointment. They also met Hermione and Neville on the way. In fact, the midnight duel was a lie. Malfoy not only did not keep the appointment, but also reported them to Filch, intending to make them violate school rules. While frantically avoiding Filch, the 4 of them entered the restricted area mentioned by Dumbledore and encountered a 3-headed dog as big as a house. Vizette frowned, Three-headed dog? Guarding the trapdoor. Right. Harry nodded quickly. Do you know about the invasion of Gringotts? It should be guarding the package that Hagrid and I went to get at that time. Vizette said, I don't think this kind of thing should be your business. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore said that it was a restricted area. So we came to borrow homework. Harry said bitterly, completing homework is the most important thing. I don't want to be ridiculed by Snape. Ron echoed on the side, Hermione refused to lend it to us, so we can only come to you. Copying homework is not a good behavior. Vizette raised his eyebrows. With Professor Snape's ability, if you copy my homework, I'm afraid you will be seen through at a glance, right? Since you said so. Ron asked quickly, then what should we do? Vizette guided skillfully, go to the newspaper section and find the 7th issue of Practical Potion Master in 1986. After reading it, summarize the content above, which can help you complete your homework. Chapter 47 Defense Against the Dark Arts. Ron and Harry received tutoring and finally finished their homework with great difficulty. Watching the two men leave, Vizette began to think. No wonder Hagrid was so nervous when he mentioned Fluffy before. It seems that Fluffy became a trapdoor guard to help guard a treasure obtained from Gringotts. Why think so much? He thought about it and smiled softly. This matter had nothing to do with him. Not long after, another faint voice sounded. Did you let Harry and Ron copy your homework? This is wrong. We will definitely be deducted points again. Hermione hugged a thick books, still speaking at an alarming speed, with doubts between his eyebrows. Weezet raised his head. What are you talking about? I just saw it. Hermione pointed back. That was her exclusive corner. Ron and Harry brought their homework here. They must have come to borrow homework from you. So where is my homework? Weezet asked softly, spreading his hands to show the book Theory of Metamorphosis and Transformation. Hermione was speechless for a moment, her ears turned red instantly, and she said in a panic, I'm sorry. I don't know. Weezet responded calmly, they completed their homework by themselves, I just helped answer some questions, that's it. He now understands Ron and Harry a little, why they would be dissatisfied when mentioning Hermione. Such a straightforward and impulsive personality is really hard to accept. But I told them the same thing. Hermione said indignantly, I told them that if they copied homework, they would definitely be found out and lose points. And then I also said, come and ask me if you don't understand. I clearly explained it in class, why didn't they take notes seriously? Vizette suddenly felt a little funny, you said all these words. Yeah. Hermione nodded, all of them. Vizette continued to ask, do you think they are happy to hear you say this? Why not? Hermione hesitated, I don't think so. I'm doing this for their own good. Well. Vizette frowned, actually, I saw your last transformation magic, the match turning into a needle. You are too greedy. You think you can complete the magic transformation in a short time like me? Do you think you have the ability? Hermione's body trembled, and her eyes were slightly red. You. Don't you understand yet? Vizette smiled slightly, what I said just now was just imitating what you said to Ron and others. No one likes to hear preaching, and even less willing to be ordered to do something, accuse them of their shortcomings, and deny their abilities in a condescending tone. I know you are doing this for their own good, but if you want them to accept your advice, you can't just criticize them. It's almost time, I'm leaving first. He ignored Hermione, who was stunned, took the Theory of Metamorphosis and the notebook, and left the library. There was plenty of time on the weekend, and he planned to continue exploring this magnificent castle and gain more ancient magic power. Defense Against the Dark Arts is an extremely important course. The course content includes seeing various dark magic creatures and understanding the evil spells, poison spells, and curses related to dark magic. This course can also learn a lot of offensive magic and understand how wizards should fight. In addition, the course itself is also very popular since 40 or 50 years ago. No professor has taught for more than a year. Even Ravenclaw students will swear, "I'm afraid this course itself is cursed." Finding a new defense against the dark arts professor every year has become Dumbledore's primary problem. For this reason, the teaching level of the defense against the dark arts professors has become uneven. For example, Quirrell, who is now in charge of the defense against the dark arts class, is generally not highly regarded by students. First of all, Quirrell's appearance is strange, with a purple headscarf that smells of garlic on his head. Students need to endure the ubiquitous smell of garlic during class. Secondly, Quirrell's class content: he will stutter out the content of the textbook, then stutter to explain the content, and slightly extend it, lacking real practical content. Such a class experience is really not good. Many students call it a substitute for the history of magic class and sleep in class openly. The Snot Curse. This is an ancient magic. Quirrell began to teach stutteringly again. Wizards, after the Wizarding World War, the improved Snot Curse has returned to the textbooks. The most dangerous thing in the dark magic is the curse, and the Snot Curse happens to be a curse. However, in Quirrell's explanation, the effect of this spell is very simple. It makes the victim have a severe runny nose, just like having a bad cold. The name and description of the Snot Curse are very ordinary, and coupled with the stuttering voice, at least half of the students began to doze off. Even the Ravenclaw students couldn't hold on, so they simply took out the homework left by Snape yesterday and wrote furiously. Vizette always completed the homework left in class on the same day. In addition, he had rich experience in the history of magic class, which allowed him to organize the lecture content with difficulty and absorb a small amount of knowledge. It was also a pleasure for him to piece together the stuttering classroom content like a puzzle. The Snot Curse is not as simple as imagined. According to Quirrell, this spell has undergone several transformations. Especially after the Wizarding World War. The power of the Snot Curse was completely reduced. Professor Quirrell. Vizette raised his hand. "Excuse me, do you understand the original power of this magic?" The clear and loud voice instantly awakened the students in class, and they were confusedly looking for who was speaking. Oh! Quirrell also woke up from a dream. "Mr. Lovegood, why do you think so?" Vizette said, "Because this is a curse, as the most dangerous type of black magic, it shouldn't just make people have a stuffy nose, right?" "Haha, you listen to the class very carefully." Quirrell laughed, with a look of relief in his eyes. Among the students who were absent from class, Vizette, who listened to the class carefully, took notes and thought, was so different. Quirrell continued, "The reason why this magic is ancient is that the inspiration comes from disease or plague. Plague that is deadly. In other words, the original effect of this curse can be used to kill people. It is a murderous curse." Murderous curse. A magic related to death naturally attracted the attention of the students present. Chapter 48: Exploring Potential and Cultivating Containers. The earliest Snot Curse was very, very complicated. It was a compound curse that could cause people to have severe diarrhea, high fever, skin ulcers. Quirrell's stuttering was so severe that after only 3 minutes, the student who rarely perked up couldn't stand it again and nodded and dozed off. Vizette's seriousness touched Quirrell, and he opened up and gave a deep interpretation of the Snot Curse, which made him feel like he was sharing everything he knew. Only Vizette listened with great interest and wrote down a full page of notes. The bell rang, and Quirrell came to Vizette, and asked with a nervous expression and hoarse voice, How is it? Can you understand?" "Very exciting." Vizette smiled with satisfaction. "This is the first time I have come into contact with complex magic. Do the previous magics have similar characteristics?" Quirrell smiled happily. "Very exciting association. No wonder Professor Flitwick, they always like to praise you. Want to know more of this kind of magic? Come to my office at noon, I will recommend some books to you. Vizette nodded in response, of course no problem, then I'm sorry to disturb your lunch break. No, it's okay. Quirrell waved his hand, smiling even happier than before. It's rare to meet a good, studious student. He walked back to the office with heavy steps, his back against the door, and pain in his eyes. I have to do this. This is the master's order. He said hysterically, but he is just a studious Ravenclaw, just like me in the past. I'm sorry. Hiss. Quirrell took a breath and subconsciously covered his head. The pain made it difficult for him to breathe. This was a signal from Voldemort calling him. He walked to the middle of the office and took off the purple headscarf on his head in front of the mirror. The mirror reflected the back of his head, where a terrible face grew. The face looked like a snake face, with only 2 nasal slits where the nose should be, and the sinister eyes flashed with a strange red light. Voldemort, who was originally attached to the snake, was transferred to Quirrell, forming an irresistible subordinate relationship. Voldemort made a cold voice like a venomous snake, Quirinus. I hope you bring me good news this time. Master. Quirrell trembled, and said respectfully, I have invited one of the 2 boys you asked me to pay attention to. Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes were red, and then dimmed a little. No. That boy is of low level. You invited Wizard Lovegood. That's right. I explained the snot curse today and successfully attracted his attention. Quirrell said quickly, I invited him to come over at noon and recommended a few books to him. Like you, a Ravenclaw. The temptation brought by knowledge is fatal to you. Voldemort laughed sinisterly. Very good. Quirinus, you did a great job. After so long, you finally did something for me. Hurry up and find out how to enter the room on the 4th floor. After that, I will give you everything you want. Thank you. My master. Quirrell closed his eyes, his cheeks twitching slightly. What should I do next? What is the content of your course today? Why did it attract his attention? Snot curse, I told the history of this magic. Vizette thinks that since this magic is a curse, it should not be so simple. His intuition is very sharp. Voldemort sneered, in order to cover up their tracks, those idiots used such a silly and ordinary name as the Snot Curse to cover up the real name of this curse. Chronic Curse. Master, you just told me about this magic yesterday. Quirrell asked in confusion, but I don't understand, what do you plan to do with Vizette? Isn't it just Harry Potter? Quirinus, don't speculate on my intentions. Voldemort shouted. Quirrell suddenly felt his head was about to explode, and even his body could hardly maintain balance. He immediately fell to his knees in a cold sweat. Master! I know I was wrong. He begged for mercy. Master, what should we do? Let go of everything you have, Quirinus. Voldemort's voice was full of bewitching. I will instill the secret of the sickness curse into you, and you will teach him this magic. Quirrell had no time to respond. He tried to shake his head, but he felt his consciousness becoming more and more blurred. He could only nod with difficulty. Head. He dragged his heavy body and tried to walk to the chair not far away. A lot of knowledge suddenly came, and the severe pain in his head made him lose consciousness instantly, and he fainted on the chair. The soul's resistance to me is weaker. Voldemort smiled sinisterly. Apart from the fact that he is not good at doing things, he is indeed a qualified servant. He put his eyes on the mirror. Obscure. It is not easy to find an obscure now. I hope Quirrell can hold on a little longer, so that I can tap the potential of this obscure and make him a suitable container. At noon, Vizette knocked on the door of the office. Come in. This office is located on the 3rd floor of the castle. The lighting is also good, but it gives people a gloomy feeling. There are not many things in the office. There is an iron cage half covered with linen in the corner. In addition to the smell of garlic, there is another strange fishy smell in the air. Mr. Lovegood! Quirrell shouted, sit down. The class will start soon. Compared to the morning class, his face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bloodless, as if he had just had a serious illness. Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Vizette asked in a low voice, why don't you rest first? I'll come to visit you another day. No need. Quirrell said hurriedly, waving a chair and dropping it behind Vizette. I remember telling you before that I met a few vampires and witches during the summer vacation and was cursed by them together. This happens from time to time. It's the same in class. Too many people will remind me of the original scene, and I will stutter unconsciously. I feel much better when there are fewer people. Vizette said politely, it seems that the curse is really terrible. Professor Quirrell, you should pay more attention to your health. Quirrell trembled and suddenly began to stutter again, you are still the first student who cares about me. Vizette smiled noncommittally, took out a notebook and a feather pen, ready to take notes at any time. Quirrell was not vague and spoke coherently, I remember this morning, you said you were interested in complex magic. Yes. Vizette laughed, actually, I'm interested in anything related to magic. That's good, as a Ravenclaw, that's what you should do. Quirrell forced out a kind smile, but the smile was a little stiff, as if he hadn't smiled like this for a long time. I'll use the sickness curse as an example to let you know what is considered a compound magic and what characteristics this type of magic has. Vizette asked, sickness curse? Is it the real name of the snot curse? Quirrell nodded and said, yes, it was given a new name after its power was weakened. Chapter 49 Breaking Curse and Compound Magic. At the beginning of the lecture, Quirrell asked a question, Vizette, do you know the so-called breaking curse? Breaking curse. Vizette recalled the books he had read, there is a universal breaking curse in Standard Spells, Level 2. Some time ago, Professor McGonagall also used this spell to eliminate the effect of the swelling curse, which left a deep impression on him. Quirrell smiled with relief, that's enough. The universal breaking spell is a representative breaking spell. Theoretically, it can break all the magic in the standard spells. It's called the universal breaking spell, so it's naturally very versatile. He explained, you can break as many kinds of magic as you can fully master in the standard spells. The universal breaking spell is like a master key that can always open the lock. In order to deal with the proliferation of this magic, wizards have developed compound magic. Put on a more complex lock and connect various magic combinations in series. This is the basic concept of compound magic. I see. Vizette suddenly realized, just like drawing a picture, combining various shapes together will get a complex pattern. A very good metaphor. Quirrell praised, now that you understand the basic concept, you should officially start learning the sickness spell. He waved his hand to summon a feather pen and a writing board. As he sorted out the principles of the sickness spell, the feather pen automatically converted the key points into text and wrote them on the board. As a composite magic, the sickness curse combines many evil curses and poisonous curses. Linking evil curses and poisonous curses together to form the most powerful curse gives people a feeling of qualitative change caused by quantitative change. During the course, Vizette found that Quirrell was not simple. His theory was very solid. Even the unfamiliar content could be expressed in simple words. It seems that the summer vacation trip had a profound impact on him, which led to students' cognitive bias towards him. Quirrell's voice became even hoarser, Vizette, do you have classes in the afternoon? Yes. Vizette nodded, there is also a transfiguration magic class in the afternoon. Then let's stop here today. Quirrell's tone was a little regretful, if you have time, you can find these books and read them. He flicked his fingers, and a piece of paper with wet ink flew to Vizette. Vizette read out the titles of the books, A Guide to Medieval Witchcraft, The Crazy Magic of Strange Wizards. Fighting poison with poison. It's still missing a signature. Quirrell took the note back and signed his name. The originals of these books are in the restricted area. Without the professor's signature, Madame Pants will not let you in. He handed the note back to Vizette. Give it to Madame Pants, she will understand. Professor Quirrell, sacrifice, thank you so much for your lunch break. Vizette solemnly put away the note and thanked from the bottom of his heart. Kyo's pale face showed obvious blood color. He waved his hands repeatedly and said in a loud voice, I am a professor. These are what I should do. But, do you really think I teach well? He asked tentatively, with a somewhat unconfident expression. Of course it's true. Vizette nodded heavily. At my age now, I'm afraid I can't get in touch with these contents at all. Even if I can get in touch with them, it will be difficult to understand the meaning. Without your teaching from the shallow to the deep, I'm afraid I can't master this knowledge. It couldn't be better. Quirrell smiled from the bottom of his heart. Then I'll give you a small homework. Summarize the evil spells I taught you today and combine them into a phrase that you think is appropriate and pronounces smoothly. Weizet thought of the contents in the notebook. Could this be the composition of composite magic? It seems that you have indeed mastered it. Quirrell smiled even more happily. Yes. The purpose of the homework is exactly this. Okay. Weizet nodded repeatedly. I will definitely complete it with my heart. Okay. Quirrell opened his mouth to say something, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Hiss. In order to avoid exposing his hideous expression, he immediately turned around and tried to restrain his body from shaking. Voldemort woke up, and he didn't want Weizet to discover his secret. Weizet noticed the abnormality and asked, Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Quirrell waved his hands repeatedly, and the voice came out from his teeth. You, go back. Saturday. Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock come again. Okay, please take care of yourself. Weizet put down a piece of chocolate frog, exhaled lightly and said, Professor Quirrell, you actually teach very well. Come on. Quirrell said hurriedly, take him to understand the basic concepts of complex magic, and also see the evil curses and poisons that need to be used. Voldemort questioned, Quirinus. I don't think I told you that. I asked you to let him master the deep curse as soon as possible. Quirrell endured the severe pain in his head and struggled to ask, but in this way, he will be eroded by the curse. Are you concerned about the Obscurus being eroded by the curse? Voldemort laughed strangely. Have you forgotten what the Obscurus is? He is a born dark wizard. The Obscurus itself is the ultimate curse. I am tapping his potential, tapping the Onanamillion Obscurus talent. Is that so? Quirrell knelt on the ground and panted, sweat soaking his robe. Master, are you going to train him? Another severe headache came, and Voldemort's contemptuous voice came to his ears. Quirinus, I don't need to explain anything to you. Just find your job well. Continue to observe Harry Potter and find out his real strengths. The same goes for the Obscurial. Let him cast the sickness curse as soon as possible, instead of mastering this magic, understand? Also, find a time to enter the room on the 4th floor and see what's inside. You only acted once on the first night of school, and your efficiency is really too low. Quirrell closed his eyes painfully and said respectfully, Yes, my master. Chapter 50 Snape's Invitation. Notes fly over. Vizette left the office, pulled out his wand and cast a spell to summon the hand-painted version of Beginner's Transfiguration Guide far away in the dormitory. There is no doubt that the summoning spell is an extremely useful spell. Especially after becoming proficient, this magic can also be used to find lost items and summon textbooks placed in the dormitory. Magic is really convenient. Vizette exclaimed and went to the Transfiguration Magic classroom. Vizette. Snape walked out of the shadows with a cold face. Professor Snape. Vizette was slightly surprised. Good afternoon. Yet. Snape responded and said faintly, "Come with me." The two walked through the corridor and came to a secluded corner. He looked at Vizette directly. "Why do you want to go to Quirrell's office?" Vizette told the truth. "I am interested in complex magic. Professor Quirrell wanted to recommend a few books to me, so I went there." For some reason, when he looked at Snape, he felt the feeling of having his thoughts seen through was very uncomfortable. He instinctively performed the guardian meditation method, and his perception became clear instantly, and the uncomfortable feeling was dispelled. "Oh!" Snape murmured, his eyes slightly narrowed, "So that's how it is. It seems that I have indeed entered the door, although it is easy to be seen through." Vizette asked in confusion, "Professor Snape, may I ask what was seen through?" Snape did not answer his question, and continued to ask, "You have been in the office for a whole afternoon. What have you learned?" "The basic theoretical knowledge of compound magic, and I know a few evil curses and poisonous curses." Vizette spread out the signature that Quirrell gave him. "Professor Quirrell asked me to find the originals of these books. Besides that, what do you think?" Snape's expression was a little unnatural, seemed reluctant to say such words. "What do you think of Quirrell?" "A good professor, as long as you are willing to listen to the class patiently. I still learned a lot of useful knowledge." "Besides that? Is there anything unusual about him? Or something that you find strange?" Vizette took a step back calmly. "It shouldn't be the student's job to criticize the professor." "Hee." Snape sneered twice. "Gryffindor won't think so. Gryffindor deducts 2 points." Vizette smiled in his heart, and didn't know what to say for a while, and mourned for Gryffindor for 3 seconds in his heart. It's been less than a month since the start of school, and Gryffindor's house points have dropped a lot, and it is currently at the bottom. Ravenclaw and Slytherin's house points are relatively close. If you only look at the house point hourglass, it is difficult to tell who is first and who is second. What if I insist on you telling me?" Snape repeated the previous question. "Is there anything unusual about Quirrell? Or something that you find strange?" Vizette had no choice but to say, "Professor Quirrell, his room has a strange fishy smell. It's sunny outside the window, but I feel cold." "Is that all?" Snape seemed a little disappointed, but also relieved. "Yes." "So, what kind of compound magic did he teach you?" "The sickness curse is a complete version of the snot curse, and it has the power and effect that a curse should have." "You are also interested in black magic?" Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was much colder than before. Vizette shook his head. "I haven't come into contact with so much black magic, so I can't say I'm interested in it, nor can I say I reject it. As long as it's about magic, I actually want to learn about it. And I think, magic is like a knife. It can be a weapon that pierces the heart of an innocent person, or it can be a scalpel that saves the dying. What it is not that important, what's important is what the person holding it wants to do." "Ravenclaw," Snape said without emotion, "the words are nice, and the theories are one after another. In that case, show me this magic. Let me see how much you have mastered and whether you can make it have the power it deserves. Should I learn it so quickly?" Vizette was stunned for a moment. "He is still teaching me theoretical knowledge, showing me those evil curses and poisonous curses. The reason why Professor Quirrell gave me the signature is to let me consolidate my knowledge. He also asked me to explore the pronunciation, try to build a suitable spell. He taught you like this?" Snape frowned, showing a bit of doubt in his eyes. "I didn't teach you how to read the spell and cast it." Snape made a ridicule. "Use magic to deal with magic, but it is only one of the unstable solutions." Weaster immediately reacted. "Professor Snape, can you still use the magic?" "Weis said at 2 p.m. on Saturday, this time will be full, and some magic exercises should be performed. Then you come to the office at 2 p.m. on Sunday afternoon." Snape frowned and said, "If you don't want to, you can refuse." Vizette waved his hands repeatedly. "Of course not. I'm very happy to learn more. Snape immediately poured cold water on me, then prepare for the worst, I can kick you out at any time. I will try my best. Vizette said with a smile, raising the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration in his hand. Professor Snape, I have to go to class. After sending Vizette away, Snape went directly to the principal's office. Dumbledore said in a low voice, "Is he okay?" Snape said expressionlessly, "Vizette is so popular that even Quirrell is willing to teach him everything he knows." Really? Dumbledore's eyes lit up. What did he teach? The sickness curse, a curse that is evil enough. So, Quirrell didn't let Vizette cast spells roughly, but took the simplest method and taught him step by step. Yes, your worries are unnecessary. Quirrell is not too bad, that's a good thing. Dumbledore was obviously relieved. In one breath, what about you? Are you willing to? Snape said reluctantly, I sacrificed my precious time and asked him to come to me on Sunday afternoon. I won't treat him as a treasure like you do. I will make up the time I lost from him. I understand. Dumbledore's tone was much more relaxed than before. I am very happy that you can complete this task. Snape curled his lips, just understand.